Hello and welcome back to my channel, Deku Fanfic. Today, we're kicking off the first part of our series, What If Deku Joined a Mad Scientist? The author of this story is Thatchickendude from fanfiction.net. Now, let's dive into the fanfic. Ch1, A New Purpose. This was the end. At least, that's what Izuku thought as he looked over the side of the bridge he was on. Today was the day he'd finally end it all. He has thought about this for a while but says that there was nothing else. He had no other avenue or backup plans. He gave it his all, honestly, that is the one good thing he could say for himself. But no more, the words off all around him, his best friend and even his idol, all ripped every last shred of self-drive he had left. All it would take was one final step, but something grabbed his hand before he could. He turned around and saw a man who was red in the face, breathing heavily, and standing on shaky legs. It was apparent he was in a hurry to get somewhere. A cluster of papers was in his hands, but that detail didn't matter as he heard the man speak. "Why, young man, wait," he said breathlessly. "Don't do it," he pleaded. Izuku ripped his hand away and snapped, "Why not? What's the point? I have no reason to go on anymore. I have no purpose." "Then let me give you a new one," the man exclaimed. Izuku looked at the man, nearing the verge of tears. He softly asked, "What?" Just answer me this," he told him while collecting the paper in his other hand. Holding the papers out, he asked, "Did you write these?" Izuku looked at the papers and saw that they were the remains of his old hero analysis notebook. He remembered when he was on top of a building and tearing out sheet after sheet, letting them fly off into the wind. He was also reminded that it was one of the many times he tried to end it but chickened out before finally finishing the deed on this bridge. At least then, his body wouldn't be found, just forgotten like he wanted. How? Izuku stammered out. "I saw you when you were letting them fly free. It took a day, but I got them all. Then, spend the rest of that time trying to find you. And I'm glad I did," he explained. Izuku said nothing as he dropped the stack, prompting the man to retrieve them quickly. Izuku turned around and told him, "You should just forget about them. They're worthless," he said the last part with a shudder. The man looked at him incredulously and stated, "Worthless? What are you talking about?" "These are amazing." Izuku felt a shiver of pride run up his spine as the man continued his praise. "Never in my whole life have I ever seen a more amazing talent. Such intricacy, such detail, such passion. You have a truly unique gift, quirk or no quirk," he said with the kindest tone ever given to him. Izuku looked at him with shock and asked, "How did you dash?" The man then stood on the bridge with him before sitting down and letting his legs dangle as he told him, "I kind of figured it out. A lot of suicides are from the quirkless. You must have been through a lot." Izuku didn't sit beside him, instead, he squatted and hugged his knees, asking, "Why do you care? I'm just some nobody." The man looked at him again like he was crazy and ranted, "Nobody? Nobody? Young man, you have a gift for detail and analysis on a level that's even better than most valedictorians. You have something greater than any quirk in the world. A sharp mind. And being able to think is better than being able to punch," he told him while poking his head. Izuku felt his smothered emotions break free as he admitted, "All my life, I've always wanted to be a hero. I figured," the man said softly. "But everyone told me I couldn't, that I was weak. But I didn't care if I had a quirk or if it was strong. Heck, I didn't even care about being a popular hero. I just wanted to help people with a smile on my face," he told him, pouring his guts out in thick tears before sniffling back and saying, Like All Might," the man finished, making Izuku look at him. The man gave a small chuckle and told him, "Yeah, I idolized him when I was younger." The man then leans back and looks up, telling Izuku, "You know, you and I aren't too different. I have a dream people say is impossible, and I started believing them." Izuku looked away, wanting to bury his head in his arms, thinking he knew where this conversation would lead. That is until the man followed up, saying, until I put in my blood, sweat, and tears into my dream, and I finally made something. Something I know will change the world. Izuku was now on his butt as he saw the man's fists tighten. Looking at him with a mix of determination and desperation, he admitted, but I need help. Your help? Me? Izuku asked while pointing at himself. You say you're hopeless and in the pits of despair without any other purpose in life, the man asked Izuku while grabbing his shoulders and looking him dead in the eyes. Then, let me give you one. You may not have power, but you have brains. And that's the thing that brought us to where we are as a species. He told him seriously before pulling away and bowing to him. He begged, so please, young man. Become my assistant. Izuku was silent for a long while, which made the man worry he'd deny or jump. But Izuku did neither, he just sat and thought. After a long thought, he let one single tear run down his face as he replied, being a hero was a long shot. I knew it wouldn't work, but I wanted to give it my all. He then looked at the man and confidently stated, I accept. Ch2, the lab. After accepting his proposal, Izuku was led off the bridge towards the town. Nobody once bats an eye towards them, even when on the edge. The man walked close beside Izuku, almost as if trying to protect him or keep an eye on him. While the two of them walked in comfortable silence, Izuku took a close look at his features. He was older than himself but younger than his mother, so maybe 30 or so. He was tall and thin as a twig, especially his legs. He was nearly an entire torso taller, and he wasn't very short himself. His hair was messy, matted, and sandy blonde. It made his hair look tame by comparison. His eyes were an unusual pale color, making him appear blind, and thick glasses framed his patchy, freckled face. He wore a white lab coat, blue jeans, and green shoes that looked much like his red ones. A name tag on his chest read, Hello, my name is Professor Egon Cristallo. After taking this all in, Izuku took a deep breath, which made the professor quiver like an animal getting ready to move, and emptied his mind. He allowed himself to go into autopilot and walk with him. After walking for a long time, they eventually made it to the more suburban area of town. When Izuku's mind came back from La Land, he was in front of a modern yet sizable suburban home. After looking over the house, he turned to his walking companion and asked, So, this is your lab? It's my house, but yes, Egon replied. Izuku's face deflated at this response, and he replied in an apologetic tone, I'm sorry, sir, but I was expecting more. Egon asked as Izuku turned away, trying not to show his disappointment. I understand. The truth is, I was kicked out of my old job for being too persistent in the pursuit of something unrealistic, he said in a mocking tone with air quotes. You're unemployed? Izuku tried his best not to sound shocked. Yes, he answered honestly, only to backtrack, seeing Izuku's expressions and body language, looking ready to bolt. But trust me. I have a plan. As I said, I need your help and your mind, he told him while poking his forehead. Izuku gulped and asked, So, what was this dream you were chasing? Egon giggles like an excited schoolgirl and waves for him to follow, saying, I'll show you. Curiosity grabbed his mind as he followed the man into his home. After unlocking the door and letting him in, he saw a quaint yet very messy and somewhat smelly house with a cat. After being led through stacks of paperwork, old takeout and pizza boxes, and many corkboards filled with notes, he was brought to a room lined with some kind of radiation-resistant metal and was sitting in the center, covered up in a sheet. Grabbing the sheets, he looked at Izuku excitedly before ripping it off and proclaiming, Behold. What exactly am I beholding? Izuku asked while looking at a large, very strange-looking white glowing crystal. I call it the Singularity Soul. Life force energy runs through every aspect of this crystal. Creation and evolution are at our fingertips. At least that's my working theory, Egon told him fiercely. Is that really what it does? What else can it do? Izuku asked with amazement and wonder, getting closer to the crystal. I have no idea. I was always so busy with my work that I rarely had time to work on it. But that's where you come in, Egon admitted with a shrug, making Izuku fall to the ground from his previous statement on it. I need to figure out what it can and can't do. That's where you come in, he told him while poking his chest. Izuku took a more serious demeanor and stepped back, saying, before I commit fully to this, I have 2 questions. Question 1, how are you supporting yourself without a job? My parents died some time ago and left me a fat inheritance. I didn't start using it until a few weeks ago. But it won't last long, and at the rate I'm going, I probably only have enough to get by for a year at the most, he admitted while rubbing the back of his head. Sorry about your parents, Izuku told him, feeling ashamed to ask, only to get a wave from Egon. Second question, how did you come up with the theory that this thing is crystallized God, he followed up. Well, it has to do with my quirk, he explained while rolling up his sleeve and producing a transparent crystal from his palm. It's called crystallized manufacturing. I can create any crystals I want to. The only problem is I've never practiced much with it or studied the structure and chemical compounds of crystals, so I can only create one type. But that's all I need for it, he explained before breaking off the crystal and putting it against the Singularity Soul, saying, observe. Within a few seconds, the white light emitted from the Singularity Soul seemed to pass from it and into the clear crystal, turning it into the same soft, glowing white. Egon pulled it away and placed it in Izuku's hands. Looking over the crystal with wonder and awe, he could only say, wow. Now the power of the Singularity Soul is in this crystal and holds all of its properties. As such, I have named these soul splinters, or splinters for short, Egon proudly told him. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and Izuku asked worriedly, wait, won't it run out if you keep doing that? I thought the same, but I'm fairly certain this is limitless. He then turned to a closet door and, just before opening it, said, come and look at this. Izuku looked into the now open door and saw it was a nicely sized walk-in closet lined with the same metallic material as the room with the Singularity Soul. However, lining every available space in the room was an enormous number of splinters like the one Egon had just made. Holy! Wow, Izuku said in awe as he stepped into the room lit up by the many splinters stored inside. Turning back to the professor, he asked, how many are in here? 576. 576. Told you it was limitless, Egon chuckled. Izuku liked his lips, his mind racing with thoughts and decisions until he finally reached a consensus. He knew that being a hero at this point was hopeless. He had given up on that to the point of wanting to take his own life. So, what other choices did he have? Nothing. But now, the winds of fate had blown in a different direction, and here he was. He smiled, looked up at the man, and asked, when do we start? Egon smiled, snapped his fingers, and exclaimed, I like your enthusiasm. Tomorrow, here at my place, after you're out of school. At that moment, Egon saw Izuku's face turn from elation to doubt and finally hopelessness. What's wrong? He asked. I just remembered. I have school work and tests to do, Izuku grumbled, knowing that school, even with time management, would eat up most of it. Egon thought. He looked at the boy's uniform and asked, you go to Aldera High, right? Izuku nodded and waved a finger, saying, wait right here. Izuku did as he said and only had to wait for a few minutes before Egon returned with a plastic bin and plopped it at his feet, saying, okay, here you go. Use this to help with time restraints. Izuku opened the tub and saw it was filled to the brim with papers. He took the first one on the top and instantly recognized it. Wait, I know this test. We just took it today, he exclaimed before realizing and asking, wait, is this Dash? Egon nods and tells him, yep. I used to attend Aldera. And before you say anything, of course, it'll work. They never changed the curriculum. Ever. Isn't this, cheating? Izuku asked nervously while fidgeting with himself. Even shrugged and offered, maybe. But it's not like they ever gave you a chance, did they? Izuku gripped the paper hard and looked away with a deep scowl forming. So use it to coast through everything to get a passing grade so you can spend more time working on the Singularity project with me, he told him with a smile. Izuku's lips quiver, and before he could start bawling, he bows profoundly and yells, "Thank you so much." When he waves it off and pulls him up, he tells him, "Don't mention it. Now get home and rest up. You've got a busy day ahead of you." Ch3, the first find. Several weeks had passed since Izuku started working with Egon on the Singularity Soul. It was strange at first, to say the least. Izuku was wary of Egon for a long while when he started. He was, strange, to say the least. He would jump at the most insignificant things, change his tone and mannerisms severely depending on the situation, and at the drop of a hat. The way he spoke, often stuttering or just talking so low, made it look like he was just mouthing words, looking off into space with a glazed expression, his reasoning for doing certain things. He was overworking himself, over-carrying things to the point it was comical, and so much more. Then, one day, Izuku realized something. This is how other people perceived him all the time. With that revelation made, Izuku became much more at ease with him. Despite what seemed like the madness of trying to juggle school and research, he eventually came into a rhythm. He'd get up, change, eat, say goodbye to his mom, and head out. After school, he'd head to Egon's home and go through the tub of paper to pick out what he needed for homework or answers to a test he'd have to copy down. After this, he'd enter his designated office space and begin experimenting. After several hours of research and experimentation, he'd go home, eat, bathe, and go to sleep. "Hey, Izuku. Wow. You sure are focused. Have you found anything yet?" Egon asked as he walked into Izuku's office, coffee mug in hand. He saw Izuku looking through a microscope and then skimming his computer before writing something down. He answered without looking up from the device, "I'm just looking over its structure and chemical compounds to cross-reference anything that matches up." "How is that going?" Egon prompted him while looking at his notes, which were just about chicken scratch. Izuku sighs dejectedly and tells him, "Not well. It doesn't match up with anything, at least on Earth." "I had a feeling it might be alien," Egon said with a chuckle while taking a drink. Then a stray thought crossed his mind, and he turned around to ask, "Where'd you find this anyway?" Egon looked serious and put the mug down, two things that were never a good sign. Then he interlaced his finger while putting his thumb under his chin and finger over his nose, yet again another bad sign, and Izuku knew he was in for a ridiculous story. Well, back at the laboratory, a small group was sent out on an investigative dig site from a crashed meteor, myself amongst them. Anyhow, I unearthed the crystal in a completely different site, far away from the meteor crash site. They told me it was just a really big crystal formation but allowed me to take it back anyway, he explained while forcing a smile. Izuku looked at him, then at the crystal fragment he had under the microscope, then back at Egon, where he asked, "So how'd you manage to get it back here?" "I kinda stole it," Egon admitted while twiddling his fingertips. Izuku blinked, then his face fell as he replied, "I don't know what I was expecting. I'll run some tests on it and get back to you on my findings." Then, one day, Izuku stormed into Egon's office, causing the man to spit his coffee and knock over stacks of paper as he typed on his computer. Running up to him frenetically, he began his absolute nonsense spree. Sir, Izuku yelled while barging in. What, Egon answers while trying to calm himself from the shock. Crystal. Yes. It did. Okay, enough of the SpongeBob references. Just tell me what happened, Egon told him firmly while grabbing his shoulders. Okay, so I was running several splinters through several different tests, and I finally found something that the energy source inside is capable of, Izuku quickly and breathlessly explained. Egon then sat back in his chair, straightened himself and his coat, crossed his legs, and stated, okay, start from the beginning and leave nothing out. Izuku nodded and explained, so first, I took several of the crystals and placed them into jars completely submerged in several different substrates, blood, urine, sweat, saliva, tears, and... He dropped off. And, Egon prompted him. Semen, Izuku admits with a cough. Egon blinks at him before sighing and shaking his head, maybe I shouldn't have asked for the details, but go on. After a couple of days of soaking, I found out that almost no change had been made to them, so I decided to take them out and try out some other working theories. Except I forgot about the one that was still in the blood. When I finally realized and pulled it out, it had changed color from a pale glowing white to a crimson red. After cleaning it off, I felt some sort of strange connection to the crystal as I was holding it, almost like it was a switch inside my head. And when I turned it on, the crystal began to leak blood, Izuku told him with excitement, building in every word and making Egon grow more and more intrigued. So I decided to let it drain out into a jar, thinking it absorbed the blood inside, but after a while, I found out that wasn't the case. Instead of just expelling all the blood, it continually kept making more and more. When I retrieved the crystal, I felt the same connection again and flipped the switch off, and the crystal stopped producing the blood. Egon's eyes widened at this revelation but didn't say anything till he was done. So I decided to do the same thing, but this time, I put several into different jars filled with medicine, liquid aspirin, hydrogen peroxide, burn cream, and alcohol, among a few others. Anyhow, the same thing happened after leaving it inside of those medicines to soak for about 5 days, like the blood crystal. I was able to turn them on, and they produced all the substance in consistent amounts with no signs of running out, Izuku exclaimed with his arms in the air, pure zeal taking over every word. Incredible, Egon jumped up from his chair before being struck with a thought and asking, did you try to make the blood splinter absorb anything else? Izuku nods and tells him, I did, but nothing. I also found the splinters to be very fragile, and if broken, they stop producing the substance. Egon raised an eyebrow at this and stated, fragile. I have a hard time breaking these things when I make them, even with the energy inside of them. I guess they become more brittle when they absorb something, Izuku guessed with a shrug. Did you find anything else? Egon asks again. Izuku nods and takes out a clipboard. After flipping a few pages, he says, yes, I've tested a few with other states of matter. For solids, no results, no matter what I try. It works for gases as long as there are no other air particles in the homemade vacuum chamber I made. As for plasma, the only thing I could think of doing was to try to conduct it to a power source directly, and now it generates its power signal. Egon blinks before exclaiming, you caught lightning in a bottle. Izuku looks off to the side and makes an uncomfortable expression before replying, guess. But I would like to try that one day. Currently, it's just enough to power a few appliances, and any more will shatter. Izuku. These are, Egon suddenly said, his expression and face growing dark, making Izuku shudder and resend on edge. All before he exploded into a smile, he grabbed the boy and hugged him while saying, amazing. I can't believe you discovered so much in just a few weeks. It would take university students and professors months, if not years, to do what you've done and make results. You should be proud. Izuku couldn't help but smile back as a king of pride and joy swelled up in him. Once he was let down, he told the professor, there is one other thing. Egon raised an eyebrow at this, letting him continue. When I was in close proximity to one of the splinters, without anything absorbed into it, I found myself far less fatigued than what I do when I'm not. So after putting it through your radiation detector, I found it gave off a sort of harmless radiation, Izuku explained. Egon placed his fist into his palm and stated like a revelation, I have been wondering why in the world you seem to be so full of energy all the time despite the work effort you put in. Having said that, I don't want you to abuse it. Who knows what could happen with long-term exposure? Izuku nods in agreement as Egon backs away from his previous scolding mannerisms. On the offhand, with a bit of tweaking, we could go completely off the grid. And on the other, he draws out while thinking of to the side and telling him, I think our money situation has just been solved. How so? Izuku questions. Egon sits back in his chair and thinks a bit more before coming to a consensus and telling the team, I'm going to use most of my resources to get some medical drags and other such things. Izuku, I want you to make splinters for each one. After that, we're going to go dumpster diving and get into contact with as many hospitals and medical providers as possible in Mizurufu. Izuku nods rapidly and states, I'll do my best. Ch4, big money. A couple of weeks later, the two scientists set out to do what they had said. With Egon's connections, he was able to acquire medical-level drags and other medications alongside many different types. Once they had it, Izuku set to work, ensuring each other would be copied into an individual splinter. The whole process would take 5 days, so they set off on their other chore. Going down to a beach covered in junk, the two of them rented a pickup truck and spent the next 5 days taking plastic water cooler jugs back to Egon's house, washing them out, and then returning to do it all again. They even managed to find a huge fish aquarium in near-perfect condition. After having all these empty containers, they set to work on the most tedious part. They filled each container with a different medicine. It was hard for them to figure out when they were filled, even when away, so they made a sensor that would go off to a wireless alarm when they weren't home or paying attention. They even took the time to experiment with one of the splinters, making it fill over a dozen water cooler jugs and the fish tank. And to their surprise, it did just that without any signs of stopping. While the filling process was happening, Egon went around calling every hospital that would listen to come to a showing at a theater that he rented out. A few weeks went by, and everything was finally set up. Egon stood behind the stage with a mix on his ear and nodded to Izuku, who was on the other side of the stage. They had practiced this situation for days on end, and now they were ready to sell their new miracle product. And hopefully, they would bite. Egon walked out from the curtain, and the theater grew quiet as he addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank the CEOs and managers of many medical facilities for taking the time out of your busy schedules to come today. He complimented them, and they gave him a round of applause in return. He raised his hand, and the clapping stopped. Once they all went quiet, he said, now I bet you're wondering why you should even give me 2 more seconds of your time to ask you to come out here. Well, I'm glad you think that. Because I have a little something I'm sure all of you will want to clamber over each other to get. What is that, you may ask? I'll show you. He then reaches into his lab coat pocket and pulls out a splinter that was colored off-white, proclaiming, behold. The splinter. There was no reaction from the crowd, just confusion. So he continued telling them, this small crystal, made with my quirk and infused with a special energy source, is capable of recreating any liquid or gas-based substance after prolonged exposure. This one, in particular, contains a mixture of lidocaine, bupivacaine, mepivacaine, and nitrous oxide or, as I'm sure most of you know it, anesthetic gas in liquid form. At the sound of this, the whole crowd broke out into loud conversations amongst one another and to the professor, who had to calm them down, telling them, people, please, no questions until after the showcase, and I'm pretty sure I'm about to answer all your questions and concerns. First off, a demonstration. The splinter needs a mental command when in physical contact to activate it. Doing so will cause the splinter to leak out its content. To show what he meant, he took a glass beaker from his pocket, turned on the splinter, and placed it inside when it started leaking. He left it to sit in his hand, holding it out for the crowd to see, and they all watched it with massive intrigue. After a few minutes, the beaker was completely submerged in the liquid. Egon then took out the splinter and turned it off while placing the beaker on the ground and telling the crowd, as you can see, the splinter has filled this cup in a short time. A few mutterings went around, but Egon continued, saying, now I'm sure you are all thinking that it will run out, correct? Well, allow me to put your minds at ease. This particular splinter has been put through extensive experiments, and we have come to show what has been produced consistently over a PRD of 2 weeks. Egon clapped his hand, and Izuku started to bring out small push carts with water cooler jugs filled with the same fluid in the cup on the floor. Izuku kept going back and forth, bringing out jug after jug until he took a few minutes to bring out the fish and fill it to the top with the same fluid. At this sight, the crowd once again exploded into talking and excitement. Some were even trying to offer money. But Egon stopped their jabbering and explained, however. I must warn you that they are extremely fragile. Observe. With that, he dropped the splinter in his hand, and the crystal shattered on contact with the floor, breaking into so many that it looked like bits of crushed ice about to melt. This makes the crowd become discouraged by the product. Some were even now skeptical. However, Egon once again put their minds at ease with another demonstration. And for those of you who are still unsure if what I just brought out was the real deal, perhaps a demonstration, he then clapped his hands, and Izuku brought out a hospital gurney with a man that looked like a pig lying on it with his back supported up so he could see and be seen. Next to him was a heart and brain monitor. This is Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang was kind enough to volunteer for this showcase. He introduced the man while taking out a syringe and explaining, I will now take the liquid from both the tanks and cup I just filled to demonstrate. Using no more than 10 cubic centimeters of each. He then took a sample from each spot and injected it into the 4-injector on his arm. After a minute or so, Mr. Wang's eyes started to flutter, and he passed out right in his seat. A slight murmur sounds around the auditorium. Egon motioned to the man and said, as you can see from the monitor, Mr. Wang is completely under the effect of the anesthetics. But before any more commotions or explosions on deals could be made, Egon exclaimed, and that's not all. I have splinter of all different kinds of medications and drags. He waved his hands, and after taking away the asleep man, Izuku brought out a rack full of splinters holding different medical medicines and drags. This left the crowd in awe and excitement. Now, as far as pricing. I'm sure you can all understand that such an item is bound to save any of you millions from ordering repeatedly. So, it will cost you around 20 years of what you would spend on that particular drag or medication. But think of it this way, he quickly filled up before the crowd could get cold feet, locking their attention. In the long term, you'll be making all that money back tenfold, he exclaimed, which seemed to grab their interest in the objects again. After seeing the crowd start to warm up and get hotter by the second, Egon put on his most friendly face and, in sweet words, asked, so? What do you say? Several hours later. Izuku and Egon sat at a table in Egon's office at his home, staring at the computer screen with Egon's bank account information. They were shocked and awed at what they saw after the selling event. Neither of them said a word for a long time, but eventually, Egon was the one to state the obvious. 50 million. $50 million. We just made $50 million in one sitting from just a few dozen splinters and all those tubs of medicine, he exclaimed in zeal while jumping up and around in his chair. Well, people were offering more and more. It turned into an auction, Izuku stated, trying not to act like his mentor. This is amazing. I've never seen so many zeros in my account, he exclaimed while picking up Izuku and spinning him around before stopping and asking him, do you know what this means? No more money trouble, Izuku answers. No. Well, yes, but that is not the only thing. We could use this money to start our research facility. And if we offer these to the other hospitals in the other provinces in Japan, we could make more, Egon told him. I'm glad to hear that, 'cause I've been doing a little cyber searching and found this, Izuku said to him while bringing up a new page on the computer and showing a nearly run-down research facility. It's pretty beat up and needs a lot of rework. But I'm pretty sure that would be cheaper than trying to build or even buy one already made. We might need to budge it slightly, but it's more than doable. Also, I found a good construction company to help with the first bit. Uraraka Construction Company, Izuku explained with a nervous smile, unsure of how he would react. You have been a busy little worker bee, Egon praised him while rubbing his head. Of course, then comes the expenses of trying to get new equipment, paying for bills, and employees. We need to find a more sustainable way to make money, at least until we can get our feet off the ground, he told Izuku. Oh. I have a few ideas for that, Izuku excitedly proclaimed. Egon smiled at this before his face turned into one of foresight and asked, by the way, kid. Have you told your parents about what you've been doing? I can't believe I haven't thought to ask this before, but from an outside perspective, you spend so much time with me does seem strange, to put it lightly. Izuku's expression shifted, and he admitted while avoiding eye contact, no, I haven't told my mom. Egon shucked air between his teeth and told him, that's bad. And now that you mention it, there is a strange rumor going around about me. Saying that I'm going on dates with older rich guys, Izuku admitted while putting a thoughtful expression on his face. I don't even like to date people my age, forget somebody younger. Egon shivered with disgust, saying, we need to fix that. Yeah, Izuku admitted, already feeling the weight of responsibility hit him. How in the world would he be able to explain all of this to his mother easily? How would she react, or would she even accept it? Only time and the meetup date could tell. Ch5, permission. Izuku sat at his dinner table, silent in his thoughts as his mother made them a hot meal. He played with his fingers, lost in his thoughts and emotions about what he should do. It has been decided that they should confront their problem head-on. But saying it on paper was far more accessible than putting it into practice. The plan was to ease her into what's been happening before getting into the heavier stuff. This is where he was now, waiting for an opportunity or instead just to work up the nerve to say it. He sighed and decided now would be the best time, especially since Egon would be here soon. So, Mom, Izuku starts as his mother just hums in reply. He gulps and finally admits, you know how I've been telling you that I'm doing after-school activities, which is why I'm always coming home so late, another him, and he takes a breath before relenting, well, I was lying. I figured, she said back. Izuku's eyes shot wide open as he stared at her. His mouth gaped in shock, and he blabbered, wait, you knew. She giggles and tells him, looking over her shoulder with a smile, I'm your mother, sweetie. You can't hide anything from me. So what have you been up to? Well, it has to do with the friend who I told you would be coming over today, Izuku told her while looking at the third plate setup. Before he could continue, there was a knock at the door, and Izuku told her, that must be him. Inko turned off the stove and slipped off her oven mitts as she followed her son to the front door. Izuku unlocked and opened it while introducing, Mom, I'd like you to meet ... Before he could finish, Egon stumbled through the doorway, clearly leaning on the door in the best business suit he owned. A thick stack of papers was in his hands, and he tried to stay on his feet and prevented himself from letting the osiers go everywhere. Once he fixed himself, he adjusted his glasses, looked at the short, puggy woman, and stammered out in a half-exhausted mess, Hello, Mrs. Izuku, I'm Processor No wait. I mean, I'm Professor Izuku, and you're Mrs. Egon No. I mean, hello, Mrs. Green Midoriya. I meant to say Midoriya. While Inko was more than confused and a bit on edge, Egon started to rifle through his papers and told her, hold on. I have it here somewhere. He then pulled out a sheet of paper and read quickly, Hello, how are you? That's great to hear. I'm Professor. But before he could continue on his half-pronounced gargle, all the papers he was holding slipped from his hand, and they flew all over the front entry. Egon panicked so hard that his glasses fell off, and he exclaimed, Shoot. Not again. I had this all set up for maximum success. He then started to look through all the papers rapidly and pulled up some quickly while reading them off, potassium, zinc, hydrogen, nitrogen, sugar, oxygen. He paused after saying that. Looking up from the paper with tears in his eyes, he said, that was the chemical compound for chocolate milk. Professor Egon, Izuku draws out as the professor scrambles. Izuku, sweetie, what is going on, and who is this mess of a man? I'm honestly a bit freaked out, Inko asked while getting closer to her son in defense. Professor. I told you not to overthink this, Izuku scolded the man. With tears streaming down his face, he blubbered out, I tried. But I couldn't help it. How are we going to explain this to my mom if you can't act normal in a non-business or professional manner, Izuku half yelled at him. I have no social skills, he yelled in self-shame and pity. Izuku, Inko spoke once more, feeling freaked out. Seeing no way out of it now, he bit the bullet and admitted, Mom, this is the real reason I've been out of the house so often. Izuku, Inko gasped while grabbing her son's face and telling him on the verge of tears, if you needed money, you should have just asked. Don't do something like this. Izuku was initially confused but quickly realized what she was implying and exclaimed, What? No, 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 Mom, it's not like that. Finally foregoing his papers, Egon stood up and defended himself, saying, Ma'am, I know I didn't give you the best first impression, but believe me, I have no intentions of that nature. Then what have a 30-year-old man and my son been doing all alone for several weeks, she assumes back while putting herself in front of her son. He's been working with me, Egon told her quickly without explanation. Huh, Inko choked back, confused once more. Izuku knew this was his chance. He had to use his ace in the hole. If he didn't, his mom would go for the phone, and everything the two of them had been building would be destroyed. So he took a deep breath and readied himself. Mom, I don't want to be a hero anymore, he said out of the blue. What? Inko asked, stupefied by the proclamation. She turned to her son and held his hand. She asked him, Izuku, baby, what happened? You wanted to be a hero for as long as you could walk and talk. Why would you suddenly change that? I gave up on that dream a long time ago. It's not worth it anymore, Izuku admitted while looking away. Izuku, Inko said in a slight, shaky tone. Mrs. Midoriya, ma'am, Egon butted in as respectfully as he could with a few papers in his hands. Several weeks ago, I found these papers from one of your son's analysis notebooks. I was floored by the amount of details and information on each page. Finding things that others wouldn't. His intelligence and observation skills are unmatched. So, I tracked him down and asked him to help me with a project I was working on when he was in a slump. And thanks to him, in the last few weeks, he's made huge discoveries and some money to boot, he explained with ever-growing excitement while handing the torn note pages. Then a keyword hit her mind in the midst of all her confusion and emotions, and she said, baffled, money? Around $50 million, Egon casually told her. Dropping the papers and holding the wall, she exclaimed, 50 million. Egon nods his head excitedly and tells her, yes. And it is all thanks to your son. Ma'am, your son is a true genius, like none I've seen before. He has a gift that so many neglect or fail to gain, your son is amazing. He then started to get on his knees and told her while bowing and half yelling, so I ask you, no, I beg you. Please allow your son to continue working with me. He could change the world. Inko remained silent for a long while, allowing everything to sink in before turning to her son and asking, Izuku, is this really what you want? He nods and tells her with full sincerity, it is. I don't think I've been so sure in a long time. She sighed, held her son, and relented, then I guess I'll have no choice but to support you. Oh, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Egon practically yelled from the floor. But you know my son is still in school, Inko asks as he brings up his head. We've taken care of that, Egon tells her. He doesn't have the right certifications, Inko argues back. He can work on his degree while working with me. I know of some websites that allow you to get a legal degree, Egon assures her. He's about to start high school, she continued. I never really made it through high school myself, he admits. Inko thinks it over, then barters, I want him home at a more reasonable time. Trust me, I've been trying that myself, Egon rolls his eyes while glaring at Izuku, who looks away. I want you to pay him, Inko tells him. Egon nods to this and tells her, I was already planning on that. Once things got up and running and he had his degree, I was going to make him vice president. My son, a vice president, Inko gasps while holding her chest. Her lips then began to quiver, and before either of the two men could act, Inko started to shed tears like a faucet. Taken aback by this reaction, Egon jumped up and stepped back a bit. "Are you okay?" he asked her. Mom, please stop crying," Izuku begs her as he starts to cry the same way she does, making Egon think this will be a long dinner, which it was. Ch6, Sufficient funds. Izuku and Egon sat at his kitchen table with the room constructed into a mock meeting room. A large whiteboard was hanging on the wall, with Egon at the front and Izuku sitting on one of the 4 chairs around the dinner table. Egon, with a pointer stick in hand and many color dry erase markers in hand, points to the board with a crudely drawn American dollar. "Well, Izuku. We have a problem," he told him while pointing at the drawing. "Money?" he questioned while looking at the drawing. Egon nods affirmatively and erases it while drawing more crude pictures and explaining, "As you well know, we are nearly out of the 50 million earned from the hospitals. Between buying, fixing, and expanding our new laboratory, plus the costs of our machinery, we're at almost nothing. We still have more expensive things to buy and do, more high-tech equipment and items used for experimentation, the monthly bill to run it, taxes, and employees." Izuku thought momentarily and then offered, "We could go to the other provinces in Japan and sell some of the splinters to those hospitals." Egon thinks on this, draws a pic of a splinter and a chart, then says, "That would pay for most, if not all, of what we need right now. But it's not sustainable in the long run. And trust me, it'll go fast," he told him while making the chart grow and then plummet before sighing in exasperation and complaining, "Sometimes I wish Japan wasn't so small. We have to think up a way to make a large and consistent cash flow without direct funding from the government." Izuku nods thoughtfully and says, "The last thing we need is for them to get their hands on what we have." Egon nods back and states, "I agree. The less, the better. Until we are more assured in our funds, what ideas do you have or what discoveries have you made?" Izuku takes out his notebook and flips through it, telling him, "Do you remember how one of the splinters absorbed blood and reproduced it?" Egon sighed, knowing where this was going, and waved him off, saying, "If we sell blood splinters of every type to every hospital, we'll be right back where we are." "Not that," Izuku exclaimed firmly, making Egon jump from the suddenness. Izuku sat back down, calming himself and saying, "I mean, do you know of that one person who's been making rounds in the medical world, the one with the unique blood quirk?" Egon raises an eyebrow, thinks, and then realizes what he means. Then answered an explanation, "The man with a blood quirk that instantly changes to any blood type it comes in contact with, even rare ones. The blood can even replace diseased or cancer-ridden cells. The blood that's more packed with cells per square millimeter than any high-altitude animal on the planet. I know about him." Izuku exclaims, "If we could get a sample and put it in a crystal, we could sell it off in individual blood packs along with every other blood type." Egon smiled at seeing the kid's far-thinking and smiled sadly before informing him, "Normally, I'd agree with you, however, there's just one glaring problem. Getting that blood is nearly impossible. He's constantly hounded by every hospital just for even a syringe full of his blood. People pay him oodles of money just to get some of it. We'd have to pay him a good chunk of our 50 million just to get a small sample. And because of all the money he's gotten, he has become an absolute self-entitled douchebag. I mean, samples of his blood on the black market go for hundreds of thousands. Sometimes even millions. I don't think we have to worry about that," Izuku tells him while reaching into his coat and pulling out a vial filled with red liquid. "Is that?" Egon asks as he approaches and takes the vial. After looking it over, he says, ruffling his hair, "Shut up." "But wait, how did you dash?" "I had to get my hands dirty, and face," Izuku told him, looking away and rubbing a black and blue spot on his cheek. Egon's eyes widened at this, and he looked over at Izuku, seeing the many injuries that he covered up with clothes or makeup. He asks in a terrified voice, "Izuku, what did you do?" "You know how he's prejudiced," Izuku tells him. "I'm aware. He's one of those quirkiest BSTRDS. "Seriously, what did you do?" Egon asked in a concerned and fast tone. I accidentally bumped into him after he got kicked out of a bar. I tried to sweet-talk him, but he wouldn't have it, Izuku began to explain. Egon bit his fists and said, I don't like where this is going. Then I told him I was quirkless, and he started to beat me, the teen finished off while looking away. What? Egon shouted in shock. But I defended myself. And in doing so, I got a sample. He tried to reassure the man while holding the vial like it was gold. It took hours to get rid of all the alcohol inside. But it's a pure strain, he said excitedly. Egon grabbed his shoulder and asked him in worry, Izuku. Why did you do that? He could have killed you. I was prepared. We needed the money, Izuku argued back. Egon rapidly shook his head and told him, that's no excuse to put yourself in danger purposefully. There were other ways we could get money. Without you getting hurt, Izuku looked down, realizing his mistake as Egon leaned against the board and said in a trembling voice, if your mother finds out she's not just gonna have a cow with me, but a whole dang elephant. After he gets done venting about this, he sighs and holds Izuku in a hug. He asks, just promise me you won't take any risks like that again. You're far too young to be acting like this. I promise, Izuku hugs him back. Egon pulls away and says to him, good. This will help us reduce many of our costs, but we need more. We can only sell these at maybe a couple hundred a pack. Then, of course, that super helium we've managed to make with one of the gas splinters. I have one other idea that I have sort of put into practice, Izuku admitted as Egon walked away to think. What else have you been doing behind my back? Egon said jokingly. Izuku pouted, arguing, I haven't been doing anything behind your back. You're just never there to watch me. Egon sighed and told him, well, I am the one who's in charge of ensuring we don't go into the red. We'll discuss this later, but tell me what you've done for now. You know how the crystal radiates a kind of radioactive energy, Izuku asks him as he nods in return. Well, I decided to see what would happen if something was exposed to it for a long period of time. Oh God, I don't like where this is going, Egon says under his breath. Iu waves his hands and tells him, no, it's okay, I promise. I just used a pigeon for an experiment. Egon blinks and states seriously, Izuku, the last thing I need around here is some giant laser-shooting murder bird. Do you see one? He sassed back. Egon looked around, sat in a chair, and said, okay. Well, I'm not sure what happened entirely. Whether it evolved, devolved, or even genetically morphed, Izuku ranted off. Getting concerned, Egon asked him, Izuku, can you please just get to the point? You're starting to freak me out. Izuku then went to another room, came out with something behind his back, and brought it out while admitting, I made this. Placed on the table was a creature that was a bird, about the size of a turkey, but not one. Egon blinked, adjusting his glasses, he leaned in. After making sure he wasn't just seeing things, he sat back, not taking his eyes off the bird, and stated, okay, first off, that's the least bad thing I could have expected. Second, is that what I think it is? He exclaimed while pointing at the bird, spooking it and making it run. Before it could Juno off the table, Egon grabbed the bird and examined it all around, saying, I mean, it makes some sense. Dodo birds and pigeons are biological cousins, and the dodo is large and flightless. Also, how did you hide this from me? You don't use the space you have properly, Izuku told him with a shrug. Egon opened his mouth to argue but stopped and admitted, fair. So what's your plan with essentially recreating an extinct species? Izuku then went into the microwave and pulled out a meat dish while offering, taste this. Egon shrugs and pops a piece of the meat in his mouth. After chewing it a bit, he swallows and observes, a tad gamey, but it's pretty good. He then makes the connection and asks, wait, is this dash? Izuku nods, and the cigs turn in the man's head. Once he realizes this, he guesses aloud, you plan to capitalize on the invasive and wild pigeons in the city, turn them into dodo, and sell the meat for a profit? Izuku nodded and assured him, and don't worry. I tested the meat in excruciating detail. It's completely safe for consumption. It's pretty much no different from FDA-certified poultry meat. And I got a butcher on our side with a little bit of incentive. He said this while making a money sign with his hand. I was wondering why there was a large deposit to a butcher shop, Egon said to himself before suspiciously asking, anything else? I was hoping to test the crystal's radioactive effects on different plants to see if we could potentially make a superfood, Izuku tells him pleadingly. Egon seeks air through his teeth and tells him, let's put a pin on that. We don't need to be doing a recreation of Little Shop of Horrors. Izuku looks disappointed by this, so Egon comes up with an alternative and asserts, but you can do one plant at a time, and nothing else. Just make sure they're either small flowers or vegetables. Izuku nods and blabbers aloud, if only we could use one of the splinters to make gold. Then, a thought strikes him, and he asks Egon, wait. Can't gold be made into a liquid? And my crystals are heat resistant to a few thousand degrees, Egon tells him as the wheels also start to turn. Then the two of them look directly at each other, and Egon states seriously, I'll get some gold and smelt it. You run some tests. We take this to our graves. Izuku nods and runs off to his office space as Egon does. Ch7, Celebration. After another long and boring day at school, Izuku finally made it to his front door. He didn't go to Egon's house today because he told him he couldn't come for some reason. So he went straight home, and now he was at the door. After unblocking and walking in, he called out, Mom. I'm home. Just then, at that moment, the dark house exploded into light, and the sound of popping hit his ears, followed by confetti and streamers falling on his face and head. Two voices cheered, congratulations. What huh? Mom, Professor. What's going on? Izuku asked dumbfounded. It's a party, Inko explained. For you, Egon follows up. Me? What for? Izuku asks back, still unsure of what they meant. You seriously don't know? Inko asks as he shakes his head. She giggles and tells him, Izuku, you passed. Egon saw that Izuku didn't understand, so he jumped in and exclaimed, you passed your last test and aced it. You officially have your 4th degree. You have a doctoral degree. You can officially, and most importantly, legally work for me. I thought I was still at 2, Izuku stated, still a bit confused and overwhelmed. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if you didn't try to shoot straight for an honorary degree, Egon praised him. Inko told him, it's also the day that your research facility has finally completed construction. This finally snapped Izuku out of his funk, and he exclaimed excitedly, wait. For real? That's awesome. It's also your graduation day, Egon added in. But I thought that wasn't for another 2 weeks, Izuku asked back, feeling confused and concerned if he had lost track of time, which he had done a lot recently. Inko nods and tells him, it is, but since you'll be so busy very soon, we thought it would be best to have the party now. She then hugs her son and tells him, Izuku, I'm sorry. Taken aback by this, Izuku pulls back. Holding his mom's arms, he questions her, what dash? Mom, why are you sorry? Because I feel partly to blame for your previous situation, she admitted while looking away. When I came to terms with the fact that you wanted to be a hero, even without a quirk, I was beside myself with worry. As your mother, I tried my best to support you, but in the back of my mind, I prayed you'd give up. I'm sorry, she told him with tears in her eyes, looking away in shame. She wipes her face and then tells him with a more upbeat attitude, but seeing you here and now. Accomplishing more than I could ever expect and more than anyone else in the world, especially myself, and at your age, I can't help but feel proud of you. So very, very proud of you, she told him all teary-eyed again. Mom, Izuku said, on the verge of tears, before wrapping her in a hug and telling her, thank you for always supporting and believing in me. Izuku, Egon lightly interjected at the moment. When they pull away, the man wraps his arm over his shoulder and tells him, this time is all about you. If not for you, none of this would have happened. You and you alone made all of this happen. You should feel proud of yourself for all you've managed to achieve. As far as I'm concerned, you're my hero, Izuku. Izuku's dam finally breaks, and he plunges his face into his chest while sobbing, "Thank you, Professor. For giving me a chance when no one else would." Egon pets and rubs his back for a bit but soon pulls him off while drying his face and proclaiming, "Okay, okay. Enough of the waterworks. Let's eat and be merry." It indeed was a great party. Ch8, Last Confrontation. Izuku sat up from his desk and rolled his shoulders after sitting hunched over his desk. It has been another normal, quiet, and tedious day at school. Actually, it's been nothing but boring since Egon gave him all the coursework to copy directly from and get a passing grade. Surprisingly, no one, not even Bakugu, had bothered him once in the past months. It was kind of nice to be ignored by everyone and not have to deal with them. And he wouldn't have to any longer since this was the last day of school. Their teacher left early, allowing them to do whatever they wanted until the bell rang. And boy, was Izuku glad that it did, because he could swear he could feel Bakugu trying to burn holes into his head as he sat behind him. So, after stretching and waiting for just about everyone else to leave, he muttered under his breath, "Thank goodness it's over." "Oi Deku," the loud voice of Bakugu yelled at him. "Oh no," he mumbled with a sigh. He turned around in time to see the seemingly ever-furious Bakugu trudge toward him with his two tagalongs. "Don't you ignore me, nerd," he demanded. "Yes, Kaken," Izuku asked back in a neutral tone. Seeing him not reacting like a scared dog made Bakugu make an expression crossed between irritation and confusion as he asked while poking his chest, "What's up with you, huh? You've been acting weirder than normal. Quieter, more reserved, you're practically not here. I've forgotten you were still here for a few weeks." "So?" Izuku shrugged in reply. "So," Bakugu exclaimed. "So what? I'm not bothering or looking down on you like you hate so much. What's the problem?" "I thought you'd like that," Izuku told him without emotion in his voice or expression on his body. Bakugu growled and exclaimed, "It pisses me off. It's like you're planning something or doing something behind my back." Izuku sighs, exhausted, and asks back, "Will nothing I do satisfy you? You never seem happy about the result, whether I'm in your face or as far away as possible." "What did you say?" Bakugu yelled into his face. Izuku finches at him, getting into his face, but he calms himself and turns away, saying, "Goodbye, Kaken." "Hold it," he yelled while grabbing his collar and holding him up to his face. "I'm not done with you, nerd. You're still acting weird, and I want to know why." Izuku said and did nothing as Bakugu held him up, making the teen growl and yell, "You'd better not still be trying to be a hero." In the past, Izuku would have been like his usual self, squeaking and cowering in fear, protecting his face from any attack. But ever since the day Bakugu told him to, he's become entirely numb to anything he could do or say. It did not affect him anymore, the fear he had no longer controlled him. And Bakugu couldn't use it to control him either. "I'm not," he said in a cold, calm voice. "Well, you'd better." "Wait, what?" Bakugu suddenly repressed his anger and went straight in, flabbergasted. Izuku sighs again, pulls off his hand, and yells at him, "I'm not Kaken. I give up. You were right, and I was wrong. You win. Are you happy now?" "I what? Why?" Bakugu blabbered out while taking a step back. This time, it was Izuku's turn to demand back, "Why? Why do you care? You've never cared before, so why start now?" Bakugu took another step backward, completely confused as to what was happening as Izuku continued, "I've stopped trying to be a hero, okay? You'll never see me again. You won't have to deal with me again. Isn't that what you've wanted?" Bakugu said nothing in return, he just stared at him with his mouth open in shock. Izuku dropped his arms and told him, "And you know what? For whatever it's worth, I'm glad I won't be seeing you again." Izuku grabbed his bag and, just before walking past him, said, "See you never, Kaken." After leaving the school, Izuku made a beeline straight for the newly constructed research facility. It took him about 30 minutes on foot, but only because he thought so much about what had just happened and how it would affect things from here. But before he could get any more lost in his mind, he arrived at the front of the facility, where Egon had called out to him. "Ah! Izuku! There you are! I and your mother were getting worried," Egon exclaimed as he waved over the boy, his mother standing beside him. Izuku turned his head after trotting over to them and said apologetically, Sorry. I was kind of dragging my feet. Did you have a good last day?" "I'm sorry I wasn't able to come to get you," Inko also apologizes to him. "It's okay, Mom. We're here now," Izuku assures her while changing the subject. Then, a sharp ahem grabbed both of their attention, and they both looked over to Egon, who had a large set of scissors while standing in front of a large sheet of paper covering everything in front and 8 feet up. "Well then, without further ado. Lady and gentlemen, might I present our brand new research facility to you," Egon cried out while cutting the banner and exposing the new building for the two Midoriyas to gawk at. The building is what you would expect to see out of a research facility. It is a huge building with squared-off everything, made of white stone from the outside, with huge glass windows and more offshoot buildings with almost no distinguished marks, nearly uniform to everything else. All except the front, which was the most creatively designed part, which had stone stairs leading up to it as it stood on a raised surface. As they stood in awe of the building, Egon approached Izuku's side and placed a hand around his shoulder. While motioning to it, he said, "Look at it, Izuku. This is the culmination of all of our hard work. Together, we will make some big discoveries and even bigger changes. I hope to see it through as long as I can," Izuku told him with a smile. "So do I. So do I," Egon agreed while looking up and seeing a long-time part of his dream come true, wiping a tear from his eyes. A thought crossed his mind, and he asked, "Say, what do you want to start on first?" Izuku thought momentarily, looking like he didn't want to tell, but finally opened up and said, "Well, for starters, I'd like to do more experiments with the Singularity Soul's radiation on plants and animals." And Egon questions him after hearing the boy fall off. Izuku shook his head and waved it off while saying, "Never mind. Forget it. What about you, Professor?" Egon placed a finger on his chin and answered, "Truthfully, I'd like to figure out a name for this place. Do you have anything?" Izuku thought about this briefly before finally offering, "How about CH9, Experimentation Log, Subject, Plants." This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya reporting from the Tenzora Research Lab, where we are performing and recording our first experimentation on the Singularity Soul and the effects of its radiation. I will be using different kinds of plant life as the first subjects for this experiment. My previous attempts at this experiment back in Professor Egon Cristallo's home were less than ideal. Allow me to explain. Since we needed the proper technology or facilities that could amicably be used in case of some sort of emergency in which a plant becomes too dangerous, the professor strictly forbade me from doing multiple experiments on those of much larger plants. Instead, have me do it on smaller things such as flowers. Unfortunately, after a time of being subjected to the Singularity Soul's radiation signature for long PRDS, even in the most compatible conditions, they would all die within days to hours. My longest living specimen was a bonsai tree that only lived for about 1 week after prolonged exposure. Hopefully, in the future, I will be able to adjust the radiation from the crystals so smaller plants may be able to survive and show some sign of change. In saying that, we now have far more resources and the facilities needed to combat any sort of unforeseen hiccups. Anyway, the first batch of plants I've used are as follows: 1 American cherry tree sapling, 1 crawling ivy sprout, 1 pumpkin seedling, and 1 adult American pitcher plant. Note: Professor Egon told me not to use a Venus flytrap since it might, in his words, make an Audrey. After planting all the plants in the facility's newly constructed greenhouse, I planted 1 empty soul splinter into the soil to absorb the energy in both roots and air. In addition, I have the plants on an automatic water and light timer for maximum production and consistent readings for all plants in the controlled environment. I will report back when any changes are made. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya reporting to say that it didn't take long at all. I've only been gone about 3 days, and massive results have already been made. All the plants I've used in the experiment have grown to their adult size, which explains why all the flowers I used died so quickly. The energy in the crystal didn't kill it, it aged it to the point where it died of old age. I must note this down for future use. Anyhow, as I expected, not only had the plants grown in size, but changed on a biological level. First is the American cherry tree. In addition to growing to the size of an adult tree of its genus, it also changed color. Its leaves turned blue, its flowers a bright red, and its fruit a bright white. After some testing, I found that the cherry fruits would explode like firecrackers upon being broken. However, if frozen for 20 minutes, the fruit turns a cool pink and becomes edible for human consumption. Note, they have a tart taste to them. Next is the crawling ivy. It grew so massive and quickly that it reached out of its pot and up towards the glass roof. When I attempted to cut them back, several vines wrapped around me and began to tickle me relentlessly. After freeing myself, I took a leaf sample and saw that it was covered in a toxin response to the tickle reaction in our skin, which was used as a defense mechanism. Note, use fire at a distance. Then we have the pumpkin. Unlike regular ones, which simply grow a few pumpkins on one vine, this one grew several dozen tiny ones on a single vine and from a single flower. After some analysis, I found that the new mini pumpkins were the size of cherry tomatoes and tasted very sweet. In addition, when touched, they emit a faint purple light. After a round of different tests, I discovered that when they are broken off from the vine and blown into the stem, the pumpkin will begin to inflate like a balloon. And contrary to what I thought before, no matter if the gourd is broken, bruised, or cut, it will not deflate. It will keep its size and continue to swell up with more air pressure so long as its stem is intact. I even put it through a high-powered air press pump, making it swell up to 14 inches in diameter. I would have let it go longer, but it may not have a size limit. Note, this could help the worldwide hunger crisis. And finally, the American pitcher plant. Boy, this one changed. Not only did it asexually reproduce, but it grew far bigger than any currently known pitcher plant species. In addition, it gained several larger back leaves and a new set of vibrant colors on said leaves and its body. Its innards make a very sweet and insisting aromatic that even I was drawn to. When I got within 30 feet of the plants, they began to rustle and bristle their leaves. As they did so, the waving and vibrating colors began to induce a hypnotic effect, and with the sweet smell dampening my senses, I walked toward it. Luckily, I managed to break out quickly. Though even if I had gotten too close to the plants, they were still far too small for me to fit in. And couldn't move any other part. Note, I'm really glad I listened to the professor's no Venus flytrap rule. From this data alone, I now have several working theories on what may have happened. I will attempt one more mass test and see what happens from there. I will update again when I have started the process. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya reporting again on the next round of experiments. So, a day has passed, and I've set up the next round of experiments. This time, I used a corn seed, a potato sprout, a garlic clove, a carrot seed, and 2 different types of cactus trimmings, more specifically, a golden beryl and saguaro. I will report back when the results have been made. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya reporting once more to update you on the new rounds of plants and their effects under the Singularity Soul's radiation. Like last time, it came quickly. I'll start in the order I listed in my previous report. First, the corn. Like all the others, it grew to full maturity in just a few days and surprisingly sprouted the same number of ears as it usually does. However, when I opened one of them up, the corn kernels were colored and reflective like glass. When brought up to sunlight, they reflected it very similarly to a magnifying glass, and I had to quickly cover it up before it shot rays of deadly sunlight at me. In addition, I found that when dropped, whether in or out of the leaves, the corn kernels would explode and scatter like a hand-thrown grenade. Note: attempts to make popcorn are now prohibited. Then, the potato, I was surprised to see it was one of the few that didn't change externally. I had wondered what it could do until I placed my phone next to it, and it began to charge from the wireless function. After a bit of testing, I found out that its natural electrical charge had been amped up tenfold, and now it was like an industrial battery, no matter its size. Note: food made with it has an electric taste to it. Next, the garlic. I almost thought it wasn't ripe when I pulled it out because it was green. Then I found out it was when I accidentally ripped off the stem, and it quickly changed from green to yellow, then orange, and finally red. I figured out what was going on after yellow and threw it. After it hit red, it exploded into a gas compound that irritates the throat when inhaled and smells terrible. Luckily, I was close to the airflow controls before it hit me. Note: onions would be the same but with tear gas instead. Now, the carrot, it's gold, solid gold. But it's edible and can be eaten raw. Surprisingly, it acts like a revitalizer in a video game. I was at my 5th cup of coffee when I ate one and felt all my exhaustion disappear. Note: don't try to trade it in for money. And finally, we have the 2 cacti. The golden beryl has turned black with pink flowers, and the saguaro now has skin that seems to be some sort of natural metal. The golden beryl can shoot its spines when disturbed, and then it turns golden and regrows all its spines before turning back again. If it's disturbed while trying to regrow its missing spines, it'll spray a nasal irritant from any flowers it has that causes uncontrollable sneezing fits. As for the saguaro, it has grown twice the size of its normal kind and even wider. It has lost all its spines and now turned a metallic gray. It's made of metal. It showed the same strength as military and construction-grade metal when tested. In addition, when a piece of the cactus was removed, it would quickly regenerate the missing pieces. However, removing a piece was the hard part, as I had to cut it off with a cutting torch. Note: don't drink the water inside. Upon careful study of what I've seen and made, one of my theories happens to be correct. The radiation of the Singularity Soul caused these plants to develop quirks. It's rare in animals, but it's unheard of in plants. Anyhow, this is unheard of and massive, and it could change everything we know about the world and science in general. So does that mean our evolution and the emergence of quirk was all thanks to radiation? If so, it couldn't have been from this single specimen. There must be more. A huge vein somewhere. We'll have to figure that out at a later date. When I gave my findings to Egon, I expected him to be excited and not go into cardiac arrest from shock. It was a fun day with the paramedics. I will take a break from the plant-based tests and move on to animal tests to see what the radiation can accomplish. If it can cause evolution or quirks, I must find out how. I will find out how. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya signing off for now. CH10, Experimentation Log, Subject, Animals. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya reporting on the newest Singularity Soul experiment. To recap my last round of tests, I subjected several different plants in the same controlled environment to the radiation given off by the crystal through an empty splinter. In short, I found that the radiation causes rapid aging and the appearance of quirks, which is a world-shattering piece of news on its own. Anyhow, my next target is to see whether the same thing happens to animals. The reason I test this and not just conclude it, despite the existence of several animals with quirks, is the fact of what happened the first time I tried it. In short, I used an empty splinter, a different one, on a pigeon and turned it into a dodo. Was that the quirk, or did evolution take hold? That's why I'm testing it. On a side note, the one dodo that I showed Professor Egon has been adopted by us and made the honorary facility mascot and pet. We call him Pete. Continuing with my experiments, I have since marked off a few testing rooms and chambers in the animal testing to accomplish this. Now, I know what you're thinking, but don't worry, we will ensure that all the creatures used are not tortured. They live no different lives than house pets. Having said that, I decided to start small and use an order male ant farm. After some words with Professor Egon, he convinced me to do it behind a sealed chamber door lined with thick metal. On the chance, they turn into giant monster ants. With that, I set a splinter beside them and waited. Luckily, I didn't have to wait long since they all died a few hours later. I can only guess that, like the flowers and their ages, they were unable to withstand the radiation and overage to death. I'll have to use something a bit bigger. For the next experiment, I decided to use two subjects, an ordinary pet store goldfish and a koi fish. Both subjects were placed in the same divided aquarium with the splinter in their vicinity. I will report once any changes have been made. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya reporting again. After just 3 days, the results were finally obtained with the two fish. In short, the pet store goldfish is dead, and the koi fish now shimmers when exposed to direct sunlight. Note, these could make for good decorations at the research facility's entryway. From this, the effects of the radiation are entirely dependent on the size of the creature and not what kind of creature it is. The next round of experiments will be subjected to amphibians and birds. I will report back as soon as I have everything set up. Okay, I finally got my hands on all the animals needed for this next test. This time, I am using two vastly different kinds of animals of varying sizes, amphibians and birds. I am using an axolotl, a giant salamander, and a newt for the amphibians. As for the birds, I am once again using wild pigeons around Japan, such as chickens, budgies, and peacocks. In addition, I will also be testing an octopus that was accidentally sent alongside the 3 amphibians. Once again, I put all the animals in different testing chambers in the same controlled environments. The amphibians were allowed in the same tank but divided. I'll accept the octopus, which was put in a completely separate tank. I have placed an empty splinter within their vicinity. The birds were all placed in different enclosures in the same testing chamber, divided off for their safety. An empty splinter was placed within their vicinity. I'll report back once any signs of change are seen. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya reporting some fantastic news about the most recent experiments. I need to figure out where to start or how to make this reporting coherent. But first, I'll just start with how most of the experiments went before I get on to the amazing discovery. I periodically checked on all the creatures once every day. No signs had been made until about the 2nd and 4th day, respectively. First, I will be starting with the amphibians and the octopus. The axolotl has gained the ability to control water and can move freely from its tank. It's a good thing I checked in on it periodically because the radiation was starting to get to it, and it was using its newfound quirk to move away from the splinter. Note, make a covered and watertight tank. Then there is the giant salamander, which surprisingly has shown no signs of a quirk. It's still being determined whether it's simply immune to the effects of the radiation, if some creatures like humans cannot develop quirks, or if it is merely evolutionarily perfect. Either way, it remains the same no matter how much time has passed. Note, it's sort of nice to know that some creatures can be quirkless. Next, the newt, it's dead. Surprisingly, however, this isn't due to the radiation from the splinter. It was actually due to its own developed quirk. I'm not sure what it was, but it just exploded. Note, study the remains to see what happened. Last of all was the octopus. It showed no physical changes except for its brain. The radiation has caused its brain, which normally wraps around its esophagus, to disconnect and become separate in the body, allowing it to swell up to 3 times its normal capacity. This also includes many more wrinkles in the brain. In short, it got smarter, a lot smarter. So smart that it now has a minor form of sentience and sapience. The way I found this out was when it asked me, in Morse code, to give back the crystal, so it could continue to grow. I was both highly intrigued and extremely scared of what that could mean. For now, I have denied its request and placed it in a new aquarium to be studied. Note, learn Morse code. After this are the birds. The first one is the peacock. Somehow, the whole "it hypnotizes with its tail" falsehood came true. Raising and shaking its tail feathers induces a hypnotic effect so long as eye contact is constantly made. I was fortunate enough that it dropped its tail and ran as I approached. Note: make hypnotic-proof goggles. Then the budgie, it didn't change externally like the peacock, but instead, its vocals did. The bird can now mimic any sound it hears ideally, and at the decibels it sounds at, apart from speech. I've tested gunshots, car keys, bells, a dog's bark, Pete's grunts, the flicking of a light switch, the buzz of electricity, and the honk of a tuba. I even gave it a rendition of one of Mozart's symphonies, and it copied it perfectly with all the instruments present. My one mistake was allowing it to hear my ringtone, and now it pranks me by making the same noise. I've discovered that its intelligence has grown to that of an American gray parrot. Note: change ringtones. Next is the chicken. It's by far the strangest one yet. Its brain has quadrupled in size. It's so large that it stretches the skin on its head to the point it's nearly translucent. I wonder how it can still stand and walk, let alone still be alive. I'm still wondering what happened to its skull if it still has it. As I'm sure you can guess, besides having one of the largest brain-to-body sizes in the history of his species and every animal on Earth, it has numerous wrinkles in its brain. This is as smart, if not smarter, than most people. Note: she has been able to speak with me through a text-to-speech generator and has formally asked for a job. Last of all is the pigeon. I was most surprised by this since it didn't change into a dodo as I expected. It only gains a quirk similar to that of the hero hawks. It can shoot, control, and reattach its feathers, in addition to giving off a faint white glow. This baffled me, so I'll experiment and see what happens from there. This is Dr. Izuku. Oh, forget it. This is too important for formalities. I've made a breakthrough since my last report. I truly underestimated the power of the Singularity Soul. It's more powerful than I could have imagined. I should stop gushing and get to the point. Finding that a pigeon was given a quirk instead of being turned into a pigeon made me wonder about something. What did I do differently that caused it to change so drastically? After a bit, I figured it out and decided to run the same pigeon test, this time with 2 different empty splinters. The first one was the splinter, which I used to test the plants and animals, and the second was the one I originally used to turn the pigeons into dodos for money. I placed both in the vicinity of 2 pigeons in different testing chambers, and after a few days, the same thing happened. One changed into a dodo, and the other gained the same quirk as the first test subject. This led me to 2 different discoveries. The first is that any creature or plant of the same type, except for humans, will always have the same quirk. The second is that the energy fluctuations in the splinters cause different effects. I found this out by taking the splinters and running them under an energy wavelength reader. I discovered that the quirk splinter was positively charged while the evolution splinter was negatively charged. So, it depends on what frequency it's at and how much was put into each splinter. A fact I found out later is that it depends on what effect it gives off. Does that also translate to whatever the splinter absorbs? I can even control the frequency of the energy to see what other effects they have. Different experiments for different days. So, I tested this once more using 2 female sheep. I kept them in separate testing chambers with the same controlled environment, with both splinters in each room. I'll report back on my findings. Okay, the tests were a complete success and have revealed another important piece of information on the radiation effect. These are my full findings on each subject. The sheep that had the quirk splinter did develop a quirk, some form of electrokinesis. It can generate electricity through its wool to do several things. It can release the pent-up energy at will, use it to increase its speed, create a force field, and charge ions of electricity in the air, allowing it to float and air walk. It's also gained a taste for sugar and tobacco. I'm still trying to figure out why. When sheared and proceeded into clothes, it had a very tingly feeling to it. When its meat is cooked and eaten, it has the same effect as the clothes with no abnormal signs but is perfectly safe. Note, many of them could cause thunderstorms. The sheep that had the evolution splinter did something unexpected. Instead of devolving into another less evolved species of sheep, like a wild one, it instead evolved. Instead of a wild sheep, before humans domesticated them, there stood a much larger, leaner, smarter, and more muscular sheep. I almost thought it was a wolf or I had gone into the wrong room, but it was the same one. Its legs grew longer, and it had a bigger chest and a predator-like body structure. Its wool was like regular hair, its eyes gingerly moved somewhat to the front of the face, its hooves split into 3 toe-like claws, and its horns now grew up before curving and shooting straight out. After briefly observing it, I almost assumed it was turned into a carnivore. But after feeding, I found it to be an herbivore still. When approached, it acted much more aggressively than an ordinary sheep that would act curious or scared. When the wool was sheared, it worked like hair and came off piece by piece. When the meat was eaten, it was extremely tough and gamey. Note, it reminds me of an old anime my mom and I watched as a kid. I was genuinely baffled about how and why this happened, and then I found out why. When I gave both sheep a physical exam, I discovered they were both under a lot of stress. I guess the move from an open field to an enclosed lab, coupled with the lack of noise and social interactions between their kind, set the stress level to skyrocket. That's when I realized what the radiation had done. Due to its stress, the radiation caused it to evolve into something that could handle stress more efficiently in a predator-heavy environment. That's why it looks and acts more aggressively and like a predator. So, any external forces could cause a significant change in the subject's situation. That's why the pigeons turned into dodo. They were so calm and in a predator-free and food-rich environment that they devolved into something more suited for such a lifestyle. I can only guess what else it could do. Okay, so I have a dilemma or situation, however you want to see it. While I was testing and observing the sheep, the semi-intelligent octopus snuck out of its aquarium and stole the quirk, Splinter. When I finally found where it was when it was his feeding time, I had to act fast. But the fastest I could go was 2 hours since it took me a full hour to get him out of his tanks and then another hour to pry it from his tentacles. Who knows how long he had it. Luckily, he didn't turn into a giant monster octopus as I had thought. He just grew smarter, way smarter. The way I found this out was when I came in the next day, and he was sitting at my desk in a glass bowl filled with water and typing on my computer from text to speech. Does he want to work for the facility? I'm not sure why, but I didn't deny him that. I'll have to set something up with him, the chicken, and the professor. He understands human speech and can't speak it, much like the chicken. I guess they'll be my future co-workers. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya, signing off for now. Note, they both have given themselves names. The chicken has called herself Dr. Cluck Orpington, and the octopus has called herself Professor Otto Cephalopod. CH11, co-workers. Okay, I'm sorry. Can you run this by me one more time? Egon asked his employee as he took off his glasses to wash his eyes. Sitting in front of the professor were 2 animals sitting in their chairs. The first was a white leghorn hen with a brain so massive it looked like it would belong to an overly sarcastic portrayal of a super genius. The second was a male Atlantic giant octopus who looked normal but was holding itself up on its right tentacle. Both animals were hooked up to a large machine that had something connected to their heads. According to Izuku, he made a translator for them since they couldn't speak. After taking a breath and putting his glasses back on, he laced his fingers, put his chin on them, and started, "You did experiments on animals." "Yep," Izuku replied. "You used a chicken and octopus, respectively," Egon continued. "Yep," Izuku confirmed. During which, they both gained human-level thought and understanding, he motions to the 2 animals. "They do," Izuku admitted. "And now they look for employment, here?" Egon asked while pointing to his desk with both hands. Yes, as if the boy just didn't get through explaining that the first time around, Dr. Orpington chuckled through the translator. "Hush. It's a lot to take in all at once," Professor Cephalopod barked at her through the machine. Egon looked at Izuku and said, I think I should start watching over your experiments. Dr. Orpington squawked and argued, if anything, you should be giving him more freedom. Why has it taken him just a month and a half to find out perhaps one of the many secrets to evolution and quirks as a whole? Egon sighs and tells her, normally, I would be and should be. But I just can't get over, you two and your desires. What's so strange? Professor Cephalopod asked back. You want to work here, for us, at this very facility? Egon firmly asked them. Were we not clear? Dr. Orpington asked back, a bit irritated. Egon shakes his head and admits, I just don't get it. Professor Cephalopod argued, what's not to get? You need workers, and we want to work. If anything, we crave it, Dr. Orpington excitedly exclaimed. Yeah, but, you're animals, Egon begrudgingly told them. So are you, stated Professor Cephalopod. Getting a bit irritated yet still holding his nerves, he argues, no, well yes, that's not what I'm trying to get at here. I'm just saying that it seems kind, cruel. How so? Dr. Orpington asked. Deep in thought, Egon pushes away his hair before trying to explain, look, you're both animals, so you don't have rights like we do. You're not like us. We think like you, Professor Cephalopod states. That's different, Egon yells while slamming his hand on his desk, finally losing his cool and causing the two animals and teens to jump. Calming himself down and leaning back in his chair, he sips his cold coffee before explaining, look, I don't want to say no, but we as a species have had our higher intelligence for the past few 100,000 years. You two gained it through external means just a few days ago. The rules aren't going to just change for you two, trust me on that. What are you trying to say? Inquisitively asked Professor Cephalopod. Egon sighs, fearing having to explain this, and tells them, we bought you, made you live here, and did experiments that heightened your awareness. We own you. And now you're saying you want to work for us? How am I supposed to pay you? Shrimp and corn. What would two animals, with no concept of money, even want with it? To me, it seems more like servitude, animal cruelty even. You'd have to live here full time, and that just doesn't seem right. So you're concerned about the morality of the situation? Professor Cephalopod inquired. The two creatures looked at one another and smiled or something similar, and Dr. Orpington spoke on behalf of both of them, you truly are a good man, Professor. Also, I'm not sure if you're aware, but you two have stupidly short lifespans, Egon admits to them with an uncomfortable expression on his face. Doctor, you'll only live about 10 years if you're lucky. And, Professor, you'll live for only half of that. And if you mate, forget it. Plus, you both are already adults of your respective species, so you don't have much time. He tells them in a serious tone. Izuku spoke out once again and informed him, actually, I did some tests, and it turns out that in addition to their intelligence being more human, they also have similar lifespans. Egon blinks, his body posture becoming calmer as he says while pointing at the professor, well, that solves that problem, but no SEC for you. I will restrain myself, the professor agreed, doing a mock salute. As for our payment, food and boarding are nice, but perhaps we can use the company funds for our interest from time to time. Dr. Orpington offered. Egon took out a paper and pen from his messy desk and wrote down his thoughts. He told her, that does sound like a good trade-off, but if you two want to buy something, you'll have to bring it up with me first, and I'll give the green or red light on it. That sounds perfectly fair, she agrees alongside the professor's offer. Egon then looks up from his writing and tells them, just one other thing. Respectfully, neither of you is a doctor or professor. Well, you're not a professor, Dr. Egon, Professor Cephalopod gurgles a laugh while vexing him. Professor rolls off the tongue better, Egon pouts before wiping a hand across his face and telling them, fine, fine, just do some online courses in your free time. The two agree, and Egon shakes a wing and tentacle while saying, welcome to the team. Ch12, a little big problem. One day, Izuku knocked lightly on Professor Egon's door in the research facility. He heard the knock, and judging by the sound of it, whatever Izuku had to tell him wasn't good. So he waited until he came in. "Hey, Professor," Izuku called while opening the door. "Yeah," Egon called back, face deep in paperwork. Izuku slid inside, fidgeted uncomfortably, and said, figure out how to make the splinters into permanent evolution and devolution ones. I also discovered that when two creatures of the same or very similar species are brought in together, in terms of DNA, and used as a catalyst, it will cause that creature to evolve into the provided DNA structure. Almost instantly, his worries dissolved, and he exclaimed in zeal, "That's amazing." "How'd you figure it out?" Izuku looked away and fidgeted once more. Egon felt his excitement fade, and he asked, "How'd you figure it out?" Izuku looked over to the side while smiling nervously. Egon sat up and exclaimed, his excitement replaced with worry as he firmly asked, "Izuku, what did you do?" Before he could force himself to answer, the answer pushed itself through the door, and Izuku had to hold it back quickly. Egon was so shocked by what he saw that he almost passed out right there. After calming himself down, he looked at his coffee mug and poured it into a nearby plant. "Please tell me the caffeine is getting to me," Egon begged, as Izuku answered with a head shake. Egon puts the mug down, takes a deep breath, and says, "Okay. From what you've just told me, I have 2 questions. Question number 1, he then explodes as he yells them instantly calm down, "Where did you get a baby elephant?" And question 2, he explodes again, but more in a self-agonizing way as he demands, "How did you get mammoth DNA?" Izuku scratches his head as he holds the baby mammoth by its trunk and explains, "I called up a paleontology research facility, and they happen to have a lot of mammoth bone bits that they used for carbon dating. I convinced them, and they managed to give me one." He then looks away while rubbing his head as the baby seeks his fingers. He finally explains, "As for how I got a baby elephant." "Yes," Egon firmly prompts him. "I bought it off the black market," Izuku said quickly while hunching into himself. "You what?" Egon yells so loudly that he knocks himself over and falls to the floor. "I paid out of my own pocket with cash," Izuku tried to reassure him quickly. Egon jumps from the floor and bolts at Izuku. Grabbing his shoulders, he exclaimed to his face, "That's not what I'm angry about. You went on what I can only hope to be an illegal website with a throwaway computer and purchased a nearly extinct species of animal. Behind my back. Are you out of your mind?" Izuku tried to open his mouth, but the words got caught as Egon continued his scolding, "What if you got scammed or hacked or killed or something even worse?" Izuku looked away, and Egon forced his head to look at him, to which he stated, "Izuku, listen to me, and listen to me very carefully. I am all for taking risks and getting messy in the name of science and for the good of its community. But you must know that there is a line that you mustn't cross, and what you did today just showed that you crossed it." On the verge of tears, Izuku whimpered, "I'm sorry." Egon pulled away from the frightened boy and told him seriously, "Science, creation, and discovery aren't all about what you can do, but whether or not you should do it. That's what separates scientists from mad scientists." "I'm sorry," Izuku squeaked out once more, trying to hold it all back. "For your sake, I really hope you are," Egon told him while sitting back in his chair and letting out a stressed breath. After they both calmed down, "Anyway, at the end of the day, you did bring back an extinct species into the modern era. Something that the greatest minds have failed to do for centuries. I must commemorate you for that, but we speak nothing of this to the public. They are not ready, and neither are we." Izuku nods in agreement as Egon follows up, "Also, why did it have to be a mammoth? You couldn't have chosen to revive something a bit less dangerous." Izuku blinks, then kists off on his fingers, "Would you have preferred I revived the giant killer toothed tiger, the giant killer sloth, the giant killer rhino, the giant killer bird that runs, the giant killer bird that flies, the giant killer pig, the giant killer hyena, the giant killer lion, the giant killer bear, or the giant killer dash dot?" Egon cut him off and half yelled, Okay. I get it. You chose the least bad option and the only one you would have easy availability for, but don't do this again." Izuku quickly nodded while looking at the ground in shame. Egon then went to his phone and dialed a number while telling the teen, "I'll call Uraraka Construction Co. to make an enclosure for it. I'm placing you in full charge of its responsibility and care." As he told Izuku this, the baby mammoth began chewing on one of the decorative plants and knocked over a huge stack of papers that did not even entertain the professor. "Yes, sir," Izuku quickly agreed, heading the baby mammoth out of the room and closing the door. Once gone, Egon held the phone against his ear and shoulder while rubbing his temples and saying to him as the phone rang, "That kid needs to stop getting so excited and jumping headfirst into things. He's got a head on his shoulders, he should use it. He is seriously going to hurt himself someday." CH13, a new discovery. Professor Egon sat at his desk with Dr. Orpington sitting across from him as she showed off her newest invention. A proud look on her beak. A rocket launcher of sorts that looked like it came straight out of a cartoon with bright colors and funny chicken stickers. He looks between the hyper-intelligent bird and the weapon before taking off his thick glasses to rub his eyes. "Okay, so run this by me again." "You made what?" Egon asks after putting his glasses back in his face. "An egg cannon," the doctor told him, using her new, smaller translator, which was wrapped around her massive brain. "Why?" Egon prompted her. "For shooting eggs, of course," the doctor explained. "What purpose does this serve?" Egon asks back. "No purpose. It's just fun. Work can't be work all the time," Dr. Orpington told him with a chipper cluck. "Okay, but making this doesn't bother you?" Egon asked with a cautious and worried tone. "Not really," she admitted. "You a chicken making a cannon that shoots eggs?" Egon asked while motioning to the device with all his fingers. "Yes," she replied happily. Egon shook his head, seeing that she wasn't getting what he was implying. So he told her more forwardly, "Okay, so this is the equivalent of me making a baby cannon." "Well, that wouldn't be efficient at all," the doctor said back, making Egon raise an eyebrow until she followed up, saying nonchalantly, "Besides, you'd have to wait 9 months to reload." "Doctor," Egon half yelled at her in disgust and shock. "What?" she exclaimed back. "It's wrong. You're using your unfertilized children as ammunition and blasting them at terminal velocity. Doesn't that bother you?" he told her bluntly. She shook her head and replied, "No more than you eating my uncooked children does." Egon stopped as he was halfway to his mouth with a breakfast egg sandwich. Placing it down, he said aloud, "Sometimes I forget that chickens are psychopathic, homicidal, cannibalistic omnivores." The doctor said nothing to him in reply and simply stared, making the professor relent and say, "Fine, fine, I'll allow it, but no fertilized one." "Got it?" "Understood," she agreed while hopping on a strange machine. It looked like a waiter cart but was heavily modified and metal. It had a steering mechanism for the doctor to drive around using her feet and 2 robotic arms that she could control with a touchpad using her beak. The 2 robotic arms grabbed the egg cannon and placed it on the cart before she maneuvered the machine out of the room. Just before leaving, she nearly bumped into Izuku as he walked in and warmly greeted, "Dr. Izuku." "Dr. Orpington," Izuku greeted her back before the two went on their ways. Standing in the doorway and knocking on the frame, Izuku asked, "Professor, are you busy?" No, come in, Izuku." Egon waved the boy in, motioning to a seat. Once he sat down, Egon laced his fingers and asked, "So what horrors have you birthed today?" Izuku was shocked by the allegation and tried to argue, "I didn't dash dot." Only for Egon to chuckle and tell him, "I'm just messing with you. But, before you tell me what it is, I have some questions." Izuku sat quietly as Egon took a breath and listed off, "Is it dangerous, alive, sentient, or potentially world-ending?" "No," Izuku answered back. "Did you do anything dirty, underhanded, illegal, or behind my back?" Egon gave him a look. "No," Izuku exclaimed back, a bit irritated and hurt. Egon sat back, smiled, and told him, "Then all of my concerns have been satisfied." "What did you make or do, and don't leave out any?" He stopped himself after remembering what he had been told the last time he asked that, so he backtracked and told him, on second thought, just give me the main points. Izuku nods before taking out his notebook and exclaiming excitedly, okay, so I was doing some tests on the empty splinters, and I made a huge discovery. Hearing his excitement and seeing his smile, Egon wanted to jump up but opted to simply ask back in equal excitement, what is it, baby? What? So you know how you have all those cell samples from every part of your body, Izuku started. Only for Professor Cephalode, who was walking by with his new translator on his head and a cup of coffee, to overhear their conversation, stop in his tracks, peek his head in, and ask in confusion and concern, samples of what now from every part of your what? Egon shrugged at him and replied, why bother spending money on muscle, skin, and brain stem cells when you get them directly from a self-made source? I wondered why you were covered in so many injuries and scars, the professor commented suspiciously, narrowing his eyes and taking a sip. Izuku then interjected in their conversion and continued, anyhow, I put them all into a vial with a splinter, and you'll never believe what happened. Egon waited for an answer and finally exclaimed, well, don't leave me in suspense. Tell me. It made a copy of your quirk, Izuku finally admitted, only for Egon to fall right out of his chair. Oh, my God. Professor Egon went into cardiac arrest again, Izuku yelled in fear. Again, yelled Dr. Orpington from down the hall. I'll get the defibrillator, Professor Cephalode offered while rolling his eyes. I'm okay. I just fell off my seat, Egon shot up an arm from behind his desk to calm their worries. Once he stood back up and breathed, he said he was in disbelief. I don't even know what to say. Are you sure? Izuku produced a splinter from his coat pocket and held it up from the sea. Looking at the splinter, it didn't have the same glowing white effect that a normal one does. More of a prism bending light shines on it. A fact Egon observed aloud, a different glow. Then, without warning, Izuku gripped the crystal, and from his opposite hand, Izuku produced the same kind of crystal that Egon used to create the splinters. In shock, Egon said nothing except stare until he finally babbled out, wait a second. That's my quirk. He looked at the splinter and asked Izuku, is this from Dash? Izuku nodded before he could finish, and Egon sat back in his chair. After polishing the rest of his coffee off, he pushed back his hair and asked, after absorbing that all in, what was different from the blood and medicine splinters? I even used some of my blood for the AB splinter, and it didn't show any signs of my quirk. DNA. Pure DNA. Right here, Izuku told him with an excited smile as he pulled out a vial that had a mixed red and blue color in it with bits of white. It took Egon a few minutes to digest what he had just told him. He took the vial and looked it over like a child looking through a kaleidoscope. After a bit, the thought finally dawned on him, and he observed aloud once more, this is a vial filled with my genetic code. Egon then jumped from his feet, grabbed Izuku in a hug, and spun him around while stating, Izuku, this is incredible. You just made and discovered the two greatest things in probable history. Izuku couldn't help but feel happy for this and had to resist the urge to cry out in joy with him. But suddenly, Egon stopped his revelry and asked him, while still holding him, but if you used the DNA samples I collected from my whole body to make the one you have, why do you have this? He asked while motioning to the veil. Izuku then explained to him, well, after I made the splinter with your quirk, I thought, I wonder what happens if I make one with pure DNA that doesn't take the form of anything else in the body. After I figured out how to extract all the DNA, I put it in another splinters, and how about I just show you, he offered while bringing the professor to a small room in the facility. The room wasn't anything special, there was almost nothing in it apart from a small table with a large and ever-growing crystal on top. Every so often, when it got too big, a set of robotic arms came down from the ceiling and broke off huge pieces of it that fell into a suction vent that sucked it into a single corner of the room. In this corner was a machine that would take every individual shard, then cut, shape, and polish it in a uniform before sending it down a short conveyor belt and into a box with many others. After looking over the machines and the box full of crystals ready to be made into empty splinters, he made his way to the ever-growing crystal. Inside the center was a splinter that looked exactly like what Izuku used to demonstrate. Looking at the boy, the man could only say in a low, flabbergasted voice, "Whoa. It's even more potent than this one since the strain was pure," Izuku explained to him with a big smile. "But why make this one?" Egon prompted him. Izuku looked down while shuffling his feet. He explained, "You already do so much for the facility, making every splinter we have. I just thought it would be good to give you a break in at least one regard. And besides, what if you get sick or hurt? And when you die, this place will probably shut down." Egon smiles softly at him, ruffling his hair. He tells him, "Thanks for that, Izuku. You are a good kid with a good heart. Just have to make that head a little less fuzzy." He says this while playfully pinching his nose. Before they could continue this comfortable moment, a shrill voice squealed out of the room, "Dr. Izuku." Both men rushed outside into the main foyer, where they saw three things. Professor Cephalopod leaned on a wall and watched something in amusement as he drank his coffee. Dr. Orpington's cart was knocked over, and the doctor was being chased around the room by the baby mammoth, now called Gammoth, in a one-sided game of chase. "Call off your beast at once," the doctor squealed in urgency as she tried and failed to flap away. "He's just playing with you," Professor Cephalopod called back teasingly. "I'm an adult weighing 13 pounds with hollow bones and a nearly exposed brain. He's a few moments old and already weighs 200 pounds. He'll kill me," he crowed at him as Izuku ran up and grabbed Gammoth before he could catch her like a child attempting to catch pigeons at the park. Once safely secure, the doctor ruffled her feathers and demanded, "Keep that thing on a leash." Otto just bubbled up a laugh and walked off to his office. Egon helped flip her moving device back up and get out of the foyer while Izuku still had the baby. Once gone, Izuku let go of Gammoth, where he stood by his side. "Izuku," Egon said the boy's name as he walked up to him and said before stopping again, "With this discovery you've made, are you thinking what I'm thinking? I'll create flyers and social media posts. I'll also separate a small portion of the facility money as an incentive for all volunteers," Professor Cephalopod said from a bit down the hallway, waving a tentacle inside the foyer. "Thank you, Professor," Egon called back before tiling Izuku excitedly, "now we have a whole new avenue to discover." Ch14, Experimental Log, Subject, Quirk Splinter. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya reporting once again with a new round of experiments with the Singularity Soul and, more specifically, the splinters. I'll spare the details since I made them in a different report, directly to Professor Egon, but in short, I was able to extract pure DNA and place it into an empty splinter, thus allowing me to copy a quirk. So far, I have only made a copy of Professor Egon's quirk to produce more splinters. I have also discovered that much like the blood and medical splinters, when activated with a mental K, I can produce the quirk as if it were my own. I can put a quirk in a bottle. In a manner of speaking. However, this brings up a new thought. Wouldn't putting a pure extract of a person just make that splinter into said person, just in crystal form? Then why does a person's quirk become the main factor in the splinter? The only theory I could come up with was that a quirk was something entirely different from the rest of the body. Something that lies in DNA but beyond it. And I believe that something to be the soul. Our quirks are internally meshed with our souls, or at least fragments of them. So, in essence, I'm either taking a piece or copying a person's soul with this. However, as you can imagine, that theory has many holes, especially since the Singularity Soul can cause quirks to emerge. So, more tests will have to be done in that regard. After finding and telling about this discovery, Professor Egon, with the help of Professor Cephalopod, was able to do some marketing to get volunteers for this experiment. Luckily, the process was easy, all the volunteers had to do was give their name, age, quirk, and description. Surprisingly, we got over several dozen volunteers. Of course, much of that came from the $100 volunteer award. Either way, we have tons of blood samples to work with. The only problem is extracting enough DNA to make a pure quirk splinter. I know what and how to do it, but I still need to get it down to a complete science. I'll report back with more results. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya reporting once again on the quirk splinter creation process. After 2 painstaking weeks of grinding, I finally extracted all the DNA from each blood sample to infuse into the empty splinters. At that time, I had the process down to science. Now, I just have to make a machine to do it for me. But forgetting about my gripes, I made an accidental discovery during one of my sleepless nights. When placing DNA into one of the vials I use for the absorption process, I accidentally placed 2 different DNA samples into the same one. 5 days later, a splinter with a perfect combination of both quirks came, making a new one entirely. After looking through my records, I discovered that both DNA samples I used were from twins with different quirks. I did some more tests, and this is what I've found: quirks are just as much a part of our DNA as hair, skin, and eye color and, as such, can be used to mix and match into different or strong ones. For example, DNA samples from direct relatives such as twins, siblings, and first cousins can be mixed easily. Samples from parents and children can be mixed but with far less efficiency or just simply strengthen the original quirk. Samples made from strangers or 2 people of the same gender have a 0% success rate of melding together, except for when the quirks in question are very similar. For example, if one person has a quirk that can produce a kerosene gel and another has a quirk that can ignite anything flammable, then the result would be a flame body quirk. As for 2 different quirks, making a completely different quirk, like in the case of the twins, one twin can sprout a pair of wings, and the other can control the wind. Thus, the result is the ability to make and maintain the wings of the air. As for a quirk being mixed between mother and child, imagine the mother having a quirk that produces the chemical compound glycerin, and the child can produce explosions. The result would be the explosion quirk becoming even more powerful than it might already be. From this process, I was able to make hundreds of new splinters. My only other question is whether I can triple the combinations or even take 4, make 2, and then combine those. This will require more testing, so Dr. Izuku Midoriya is signing off for now. CH-15, Protection. Thank you for seeing me despite your busy schedule, Professor Egon. Professor Cephalopod thanked his employer as he sat across from his desk. Dr. Orpington was accompanying him. Sitting at his desk, Egon waved him off and graciously told him, "Of course, Professor Cephalopod. Now, what did you want to show me?" Accompanying him were Izuku, who the octopus asked to join in the reveal, and Pete, who was eating out of a food bowl by the edge of his office desk. Otto stood in his seat and explained, "As I'm sure you're very aware, this facility lacks security. Don't get me wrong, cameras, locks, silent alarms, and bulletproof glass are all good. But with what we're doing, we need to be creative about hiding and protecting our assets. Catch them with their pants down, if you get my meaning," he told him while pacing back and forth and talking like a drill sergeant. Getting tired of the theatrics already, Egon sighs and firmly prompts him, "Yes, yes, just tell me what you've made." The professor hops off his seat and skittles over to an object covered in a sheet he had brought. Grabbing it, he announces while ripping it away, presenting the Mimikity. An ordinary lockbox made of standard-grade metal sat there. The sight of this did not impress either Egon or Izuku, who looked more disappointed and exasperated. "A metal lockbox," Egon observed while shifting his glasses down to glance at the professor. Otto said, "It's much more than that. Go ahead, put something in it." Izuku and Egon looked at one another and shrugged. Izuku picked up the empty food bowl from Pete. Bringing the bowl over as the dodo honked in disapproval, the box suddenly sprang open. A mass of teeth and a long tongue snagged it up and swallowed it whole. After liking its lid, it burped. "Whoa!" cried Izuku as he whipped his hand away. Egon sprang from his seat and scooped up Izuku, pulling him out of the perceived danger while Pete honked in fear and ran under Egon's desk. "It's alive," he yelled before realizing and asking Otto in a small voice, "It's alive," to which he nodded. "How did you make this?" Izuku asks as he hides in the living box from behind Egon. I mutated a Caulerpa taxifolia with human flesh alongside several different quirk splinters that have been made recently by yours truly, he explained with his ego showing. What a blowhard, Dr. Orpington commented with an eye roll. Upon which a large flesh-like mass with teeth and eyes where they shouldn't be was born with a subconscious similar to that of a cat. I placed it in that lockbox as a means of temporary holding, but it seems to have bonded and made the box a part of its body. After a few more tests and experiments, the Mimikity was born, he explained further in excitement and self-pride. Egon looks between the octopus and the box and back to the octopus as he asks, okay, but how are we to use this thing? Professor Cephalopod smiled with his eyes and told him, I'm glad you asked. So long as the Mimikity has a record of your scent, it will be completely docile. Anyone else will be ripped to shreds. It's the perfect tool to keep things we don't have the best confidence in and protect them by employing modern security science. How much can it hold? Izuku inquired. As much as the box it inhabits, the professor answered. Can it change boxes? Asked Egon. I'm not sure about that. The object it inhabits becomes no different than the shell of a turtle, the professor said. How can we get things out of it, and won't it just eat anything given? Izuku inquired again. The professor then tells him, so long as it isn't organic, the Mimikity can't digest it, which makes it a great organic waste disposal method. It can even safely dispose of radiation. As for how to get things out of it, I implanted it with a form of suggestive telepathy. So long as you think of the item in question, it will give it to you. So long as you know it's there, he then walked up to the Mimikity and said, observe. Professor Cephalopod then holds out one of his tentacles, and the Mimikity opens up while using its tongue to place a tightly sealed bag of fresh shrimp into said tentacle. To prove his point further, the professor then opens the new bag and begins to eat one shrimp after the other, much to the mixed amazement and disgust of all parties present. How do we care for it? Egon wonders aloud. Professor Cephalopod explains, it only needs a cup of water every month, a consistent temperature, and something that's considered sunlight. Apart from that, it could go years without a meal. But it does eat meat primarily. Egon sits back at his desk, removes his glasses, and rubs his eyes before breathing heavily. He sits there thinking for a while before placing his glasses back on, lacing his finger, and telling the octopus, okay, Professor. Stop whatever you're doing and mass-produce these things in different sizes. As he nods, a thought crosses his mind, and just before the meeting ends, he says, ah yes, there is one more thing. Grabbing the man's attention, he tells him, if attempting to maul their enemies to bits doesn't work, they have another defense mechanism. Egon raises an eyebrow, then thinks aloud, from what you've told me, I can only guess that the Mimi in Mimikity is for its connection to the mimic in D&D. But what about the cutie part? That must be its other defense mechanism. Professor Cephalopod nods and waves for him to follow while taking the Mimikity away in a trolley. Izuku and Egon look at one another, shrug, and follow the invertebrate out. After that, they were taken to a testing chamber where the Mimikity was placed at the center, and all the doctors and professors were safely standing behind the protective observation room. Professor Cephalopod brought out a shabby-looking robot, and after getting inside the observation room with them, he used a remote controller to make the robot walk over to the Mimikity. To which he looked at his co-workers and said with a pompous tone, observe. The robot then began beating on top of the container, and the Mimikity started to rustle and hiss. When it didn't stop, the Mimikity jumped back and produced a set of long human legs wearing kitten heel boots and fishnet stockings. Professor Cephalopod smiles with his eyes and asks, impressive, no? Egon and Izuku stood there, mouths open in shock, while Dr. Orpington glared at her companion with narrowed eyes. After the initial shock washed over, Egon proclaimed, impressive. That's 2 major awards in a box. How in the world is that supposed to be a defense mechanism? Just watch, Otto assured him. Just then, the Mimikity ran up to the robot like a drunk person and turned to its side. From there, it brought up its leg and began to produce a flurry of rapid kicks so fast that its legs couldn't be seen, and the robot didn't get blasted away during the entire exchange until the last one was he flew to the other end of the testing room. The Mimikyu then got into a low stance and began to spin like a top, closing the distance and catching the robot in a whirlwind of legs. And finally, the Mimikyu jumped into the air and came down feet first, puncturing a huge hole clean through the robot's metal body with both heels. Holy dash da! Egon was about to yell a curse word until Izuku cut him off, saying, "Wow. What do you think?" Professor Cephalopod self-assuredly asked in his work. Egon took a few minutes to process what he saw, remove his glasses, and rub his eyes. After that, he told the octopus, "I think it's crazy and just what we need. Like I said before, you have my permission. Just make sure they don't eat anyone by accident." Professor Cephalopod nods with an eye smile and goes to retrieve his creation. He was leaving a flabbergasted Izuku and Egon with an exasperated Dr. Cluck with them. Ch16, new hire. Okay, people and animals. I'm sure you all know why I've called you here today, Egon said while slapping a table in a meeting room where everyone was sitting around. It's your birthday, Izuku guessed. No, Egon replied. It's Christmas, Otto guessed. No, Egon replied more firmly. It's the anniversary of your VSCTMY, Cluck asked in a teasing tone. Are you serious? Egon irritatedly asked. You called us here to tone down the crazy things we're making and doing to get the desired results, Izuku guessed while fiddling with his fingers, making everyone tense up. No, but that is a good point. So long as you guys aren't doing anything illegal or immoral, it won't turn into an end-of-the-world scenario. I don't see any harm in letting you guys do what you want to do, he told them, making everyone sigh before he slapped the table again and exclaimed, No, why I called you here is about our team or rather, lack of it. We need to hire more people ASAP. We also need an organizer, receptionist, and secretary just for you. I'm sure you're just chopping at the bit to do some of what we're doing. Cluck counters her off on her feathers in a tempting tone. Egon sighed, rubbing his sore neck, saying, I can't argue with that, but we need more heads. We have many avenues to cover and only 3 minds to work with. And I can safely say that after a lot of the things that we've made so far and were able to sell, we are far more financially stable enough to have more employees. Otto clapped his tentacles and proclaimed, Wonderful. Then let's set up some lectures at different universities and see who becomes interested. After all, what we do here would seem completely bogus to the unwise. So it's perfect to weed out the weak. I'm in complete agreement with you, Professor, but I'll need you and the doctor to step out of this one, Egon tells the 2 animals, who look at him incredulously. Izuku and I will take the lead on that, he states firmly. What? Why? Cluck argues back. The world isn't going to magically be okay with talking animals overnight. It might cause an uproar or something worse, Izuku tells them in a fake musical tone while wiggling his fingers. What about that Nizu fella? He's a talking animal that's known to the public, Otto argues with a raised eyebrow ridge. Principal Nizu is a whole different can of worms, Izuku tells him. And one we don't have the time to get into, Egon adds firmly. Seeing their unpleasant expressions, Egon sighs and offers, Look, we'll be the ones going to just about every university in Japan while you 2 will stay here and look up any potential employees and set up interviews. The 2 animals consider this for a while until Otto finally relents and agrees, well, that is better than trekking around in the hot sun all day. Cluck just shrugs with her co-worker, also not wanting to walk all over the country. Egon nods in approval while saying, in an exhausted tone, That's good to hear, now, let's set everything up and get to it. I seriously need a break. Many failed university lectures later. Egon stomps his way out of the emergency exit of a university auditorium. His face is red with a mix of anger and embarrassment, and he practically foams at the mouth. Running behind him is Izuku, with a huge stack of things in his arms. All these things are used as demonstrations and charts and graphs for lectures. That was the 20th auditorium we were laughed out of. Is it me? Is it you? Is what we're doing really that unbelievable? Egon lamented. From a third-person perspective, it kind of does, but at least this one apologized and gave us our money back for wasting our time, Izuku admitted while taking all the objects down and counting a stack of cash he pulled from his pocket. We've been to every university and college in Japan and not one promising person or a smig of interest from all those $2, half-brained, money-wasting, idiotic leches. This is hopeless, Egon yelled while dropping to his knees and yelling into the sky. Izuku rubbed his cheek and offered, maybe we should have brought the professor or doctor with us. Nothing tells the truth like hyper-intelligent talking animals. Maybe, Egon admitted while his face was flat on the ground. Also, we still have one more college. Maybe this one will be a winner, Izuku tried to assure him in a chipper tone. Egon sighed deeply and lamented, giving in, then let's get it over with so I can go cry into a tub of ice cream and fried chicken. Later. Egon stood before a now empty auditorium with an expression that could only be considered to contain anguish. Besides him was Izuku, who felt like a clown for suggesting one more. After calming down a bit, his eye twitched, and he broke his pointing stick in frustration. After getting that out of his system, he stated, well, I guess that's it. What a PSS up. It could have been worse, Izuku tried to offer. Egon groaned and told him, thank you for the optimism, Izuku. But it's not appreciated at the moment. After wiping his hands across his face and making a painful sound, he began to pack his belongings while saying, let's go back so I can put myself into a food-based hangover. What happens if you infuse the two polarities together? Also, what would happen if you turned the frequency into a baseline instead of positive or negative? Would sound waves have any effect on this? Asked a voice that sounded close to Egon. Thinking it was the boy, Egon repressed the urge to growl and told him, Izuku, I'd love nothing more than to trade theories with you, but right now, That wasn't me, Izuku cut him off swiftly. After hearing this, Egon looked into the empty auditorium one last time. He looked closely, narrowing his eyes and putting a hand over them to see better. After scanning the area, he finally came upon one single person left sitting in the now empty hall. Professor Egon. Did you hear me? The person asked aloud. Going over to his assistant, Egon mouthed to him, I think we found a winner. After this, Egon and Izuku invited the only person left to an impromptu interview outside the college's building. They sat on benches, looking across from one another on a stone table. The person left was a man in his late 30s wearing typical college attire. He was evenly tanned with blue eyes and a mild build with a height of just under 5 feet 3 inches height. His face was angular, and his eyes were tired. On his head was not hair but 5 tube-like attachments that seemed to move independently. 4 of the 5 were very snake-like but had no features apart from a mouth in which the teeth were made into the lips instead of being covered by them. The 5th one was like a tail. Thanks to Izuku, they obtained a large chunk of his background for this interview, and Izuku was given the chance to do the interview. After looking it over briefly, Izuku asked him, so Mr. Hankyo Suru, am I saying that correctly? The man nodded. Well, Mr. Hankyo, I do like what I see so far, though I have a few questions for you, if that's alright. Once again, he nods. After flipping a page, Izuku inquired, I can't help but notice 2 things. First off, you are well into your late 30s and attending college, so there's nothing wrong with that. Education should never be based on age, only those willing to learn. It also says here that you have over a dozen years of experience in the music industry as a singer and performer. What compelled you to take such a drastic shift in career choices? Hankyo blows out the air in a stressed manner before explaining, where do I start? Well, I'm sure you have no idea who I am, but back when I was a singer, I used to go by the name 5-Chord Gus. Oh, I think I've heard of you. You're from Europe, if I'm not mistaken. I know because I heard your rendition of O mio babino caro by Puccini, if I'm not mistaken. Egon cuts in with recognition. That's me. I used to sing a lot of songs back in my day, Hankyo confirmed as he continued, as for why I choose to pursue a different career choice, especially at this stage of my life, well, I'm sure you know. Still, I'll tell you everything anyway. I want to be completely transparent with you since you're considering hiring me. They look at one another and nod, and Izuku prompts him to continue. After some internal conflict, Hankyo admits, ever since I was young, my Quirk 5 living chords gave me full control, range, and frequency of my vocals. I was a natural prodigy at singing. And my parents used this. From when it manifested to the point my career ended, my parents used my talent to make a bank. Every day was always about how I can improve and how I can get even bigger, he said in an irritated and disgusted tone. After breathing to calm himself, he continues saying, anyway, as you can guess, that was a lot of undue stress on a developing child, and my mind was hanging on by a thread for my whole life until I finally snapped. I am not proud of it, but I killed a lot of people on my very last performance day. Several people in the crowd, a few security guards, my manager, and my parents. He stops with a shaky breath and wipes away a stray tear. After calming down enough to speak correctly, he tells them, none of those people deserve to die. Except for my parents and my manager. I'll never deny my feelings on that, he proclaimed boldly, making the two men across from him sweat drop. Hankyo coughs and continues with an apology, sorry. I don't remember much of what happened after that, but I managed to get out of any legal trouble by settling outside of court. When my head cleared a bit, I had a recollection of what I did and checked myself into a mental ward. I got out in a year and spent the next few figuring out myself. My entire life, my world revolved around my talent for singing and nothing else. I had to do what most kids have their whole lives to do. That's when I realized I had a knack for discovery and knowledge but didn't like going outside. So I decided to become a researcher and enrolled in this university. He takes another shaky breath, hugging himself to calm down before babbling, but I'll be honest, my only two regrets in life were killing all those people during my breakdown and never helping my two older siblings. My parents always shunned them, and I was favored up until the oldest turned 18 and moved out with the middle. I never saw them again. I hope they are happier now than when they were with my parents. God, I miss them so much, I wish I could apologize to them. Hankyo realized what he was saying and doing, he retracted while apologetically stating, I'm sorry, I'm rambling. Izuku waves it off and tells him, no. You needed to get that off your chest. Though if I may. Why come to Japan? Izuku inquired. Hankyo shrugs and tells him, just needed to get away from everything. A fresh start, you know. Izuku nods, looks to Egon, then back to Hankyo while asking, could you give us the room? Hankyo nods and walks off to a different spot, allowing the two men to speak semi-privately. From there, Izuku stands and asks his superior, Professor, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Yes, he exclaimed. So you think we should give this guy a chance and hire him? He asked to make sure. But Egon disappointed him as he admitted, I was thinking we should stop by my favorite American restaurant and get some of their new cheese fries, but let's do your thing first. Izuku gives him a half-lidded stare while Egon shoots back, what? I'm hungry. Izuku shakes his head and walks back over to the man who is now making a flower crown. Mr. Hankyo, Izuku started, making the man stand up. The teen then stuck out his hand and smiled, welcome aboard. Once you've graduated, you have a job waiting for you in the Neo Icon Phoenix Research Facility. Hankyo's face lit up like a Christmas tree, and he exclaimed in an excited voice while shaking his hand hard and fast, oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I'll do my best to make you both proud. You won't regret this, the boy and his head tendrils shaken like crazy. Seeing that Izuku was stuck, Egon broke it up by saying, don't thank us yet, you'll also have the pleasure of running your division. Hankyo stopped shaking and clutched a nearby tree. Looking ready to pass out, he asked, my division. It can be anything you want, Egon tells him. Well then, Hankyo thinks for a minute before offering, how about the sound division? The two men look at one another, shrug, and Egon says, if that's what you want. After many thanks and handshakes, goodbye. Izuku and Egon begin to walk away from the college. Once they're seemingly far enough away, Egon turns to Izuku and asks, should we be worried that the guy who has music-based PTSD wants to make an entire research division solely to the study of sound? Let's put a pin in it for now, Izuku tells him with equal concern. To which Izuku asks, should we have told him about his other coworkers? Egon thinks about it, mentally rejects it, and replies, let's cross that bridge when we arrive. Speaking of which, I wonder how they did on their manhunt. Later, at Neo Icon Phoenix Research Lab. You found and set up how many? Egon exclaimed in shock as he looked over his 2 animal employees. 6 in total. That includes your assistant, secretary, and organizer, Professor Cephalopod answered while adding sugar to his coffee cup. As Egon stands in shock, Izuku does quick math and corrects him, your math is off. It would be 8, not 6. You'll see what I mean at the interviews, Professor Cephalopod says vaguely with a knowing look, making Izuku more concerned than curious. So, how did your search go? Dr. Orpington asked, pecking at a loaf of bread. Like sheet, Egon groaned while rolling his eyes. We did find one, Izuku corrects him. Wow, Professor Cephalopod resists the urge to chuckle while Dr. Orpington holds no bars back and clucks out loud in laughter. Hey! Don't laugh. We were kicked, laughed at, and chased out by many of those uptight universities. We were lucky to get just one, Egon simps at the 2 creatures. After sighing in frustration, he states, anyhow, let's hope these 6 people meet our criteria during the interviews. Headhunting is harder than it looks. Ch17, Interview. Over the past 2 weeks, Egon and Izuku were able to interview every last person set up by Professor Cephalopod and Dr. Orpington. Each person came on a different day, and the interviewer changed from Izuku to Egon when one of them wasn't busy. Rarely was it to have both, and like before, Egon told Cephalopod and Orpington to take a back seat on this one, much to their dismay. The first person they interviewed was an older Japanese woman with short black hair, a muscular yet chunky body, and a blue eye with one covered in an eye patch. Today's interviewer was Izuku, who skimmed through her background and resume. So, Ms. Kobayashi-cho, it says you're 40 years old, he asked as the woman nodded. I don't want you to get the wrong idea. I'm not judging you because of your age. I'm just curious why you would be looking for a new job, Izuku assured her, already thinking about the worst-case scenario with his question. She thought for a minute, then explained, well, I felt like I needed a change of pace, and retired life just wasn't cutting it for me. It's more something to keep me busy. As I am sure you saw, I have several degrees in manufacturing, construction, and research. Izuku confirmed with a nod and, glancing at her resume, said, I did. So what exactly did you do for work before this? I was a decorated war veteran, Purple Heart, she told him nonchalantly. War veteran, Izuku exclaimed while nearly falling out of his seat. Cho then took out a few items from her bag and placed them in front of him. The first was a picture of her in full uniform and covered in medals. The next was a Purple Heart certificate. Izuku had to blink several times to ensure he saw this correctly. In a small voice, he said, oh my goodness. I lost my eye because I helped in the Battle of Crisscrossing by hot wiring the enemy tank and using it against them. That's when I lost my eye. I was able to bring the battle machine back, take it apart, see how it was made, and draw up schematics for us to use. She spun her short tail with a nostalgic tone. That's incredible, Izuku exclaimed while pushing his hair back. He then stood up and saluted her, stating, well, ma'am, allow me to say thank you for your services, and you're hired. Cho stood up with a smile and saluted him back. A few days later, Egon was interviewing the next person who came. A tall, scruffy, and scrappy man with pink hair and golden eyes, covered in grease and oil with many tears in his clothing. In short, he did not look ready for an interview. His smile was immense and proud, his excitement palpable, his eyes alert or eye. Since he only had one, and the other with a small portion of his face was covered up in a mechanical replacement. Wary of him, Egon looked through his background check and resume. After some thought, he broached the topic, asking, Mr. Shursher Hatsum, it says here you had some problematic behavior with your other workplace. Care to explain your side of the story? He smiled while proudly pointing a thumb at himself and explaining, yes. I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I consider myself somewhat of an out-of-the-box genius. Go on, Egon prompted him. So I like to do things and test things that others don't or won't do. So that got me into a lot of trouble, he continues. I see, Egon confirms. He then sighs while shrugging and says, so they fired me. But whatever I did, I got results, even if they exploded 3 or 10 times. That's also how I replaced one of my eyes. Egon replied while narrowing his eyes. If you are still not convinced, allow me to show you one of my inventions, he offered, taking something from inside his overalls and placing it on the table while exclaiming, Tada. Egon narrows his eyes as he observes aloud, a toy sci-fi gun. In front of him was what looked like a plastic ray gun, painted and decorated with stickers to make it appealing to children. Hatsum giggles and tells him, that's just to make it appear less threatening. Allow me to demonstrate. He then pointed the toy at a small potted plant and shot. A beam came out, grabbed the plant, and pulled it right to his hand. The only thing Egon could say was, wow. It's a tractor beam, Hatsum said in a sing-song tone before things went wrong. As soon as the plant reached him, several other random things started to shift before flying at him and attaching to his body alongside Egon, who was pulled right out of his seat. From there, he was pressed front to front with Hatsum, nose to nose, in a very awkward position. The two of them looked at one another for a long while before saying, in a coy tone, oh, sir, I didn't know you cared. Turn it off, Egon growled at him. He flicked the off switch, and all the attracted items, including Egon, finally fell or broke away. Egon grunts at him, and Hatsum chuckles nervously, it might still have a few bugs. After straightening out his lab coat and fixing his glasses, he tells the man, if we hire you, then you'll have to be monitored, not interact with others while working, and be placed in a highly secure room so you don't cause too much destruction. Sounds perfect to me, Hatsum answered in zeal. After brushing himself off, Egon extended his hand and said, well, welcome aboard, Mr. Hatsum. Please don't make me regret this decision, he told him in a flat tone as Hatsum shook his hand excitedly. A week after that, the next newcomer came and was interviewed by Izuku. Once again, with a background check and resume on hand, he looked over everything she had and liked what he had seen so far. The interviewee was a young woman in her mid-20s with long, straight blonde hair, green eyes, a mix of yellow and pink accessories, and glasses, and appeared to be mixed Japanese and Spanish. She seemed to be very excitable and always had a bright smile on her face the whole time. Before Izuku could say anything, the woman joyfully said, first of all, I'd just like to thank you for giving me this opportunity, sir. Thank you for coming out here, Ms. Aiko Miyazaki, Izuku replied, making sure to pronounce her name correctly. She giggles and waves her hand, offering, oh please, call me Honey Lemon. All my friends do. Well, Honey Lemon, I like what I see so far. You have many degrees and credentials to go with it, Izuku complimented her as he reviewed her resume. Thank you. I worked very hard to get them, Honey Lemon said with a proud smile. I'd just like to ask Izuku began before she suddenly cut in again. Oh. And if you're unsure about my abilities, I bought something to show you. Do you have anything made of metal? She asked while digging through her enormous shoulder bag. Izuku was unsure but allowed curiosity to take over, and he went to his comlink. Talking over, he called into the facility, can someone bring me something made of metal we don't need? He then pushed the speaker button again and stated firmly, and not a mimicry this time, please. A few minutes later, an in-process robot created by Dr. Orpington walked in with a metal sheet. Once it stood the solid piece up, it left, and Honey Lemon finally found what she was searching for. She jumped to the metal sheet and began to spray it with something that came out of a pink-colored spray bottle. After several sprays, it left a pink mist hanging all around it. From there, she pulled out another device that electricity charged the air around the mist and instantly turned the metal slab pink. "Tada," Honey Lemon proclaimed. "So, pink," Izuku observed while trying not to sound unimpressed. She chuckled excitedly and said in a sing-song tone, "Here's the best part." She then walked up to the pink metal and touched it with only her index finger. Right away, the sheet seemed to explode in a pink cloud all around them. Some of it was dusting Izuku's face, hair, and coat. "Whoa," was the only thing he could say in amazement. "I know, right? Chemical metal embrittlement," Honey Lemon exclaimed in zeal as she took over her pink-colored glasses and tried to brush off her pink outfit. Izuku quickly dusts himself off. Sticking out his hand, he tells her, "Well, Honey Lemon, you're hired." Honey Lemon squealed in delight and began to rapidly shake Izuku's hand while half yelling, "Oh thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you." She quickly realized how hard and rough she was shaking him and stopped while apologetically saying, "Oh, I'm sorry." The next day, Egon took up the following interview and was met with a man whose features were hard to pin down since several parts of him kept changing to different animals. The only constants were his green eyes and brown hair. Looking at his record and resume, Egon inquired, "Mr. Animagenus, it says on your resume that you were a zoologist. Why come to work here?" Genus looked like he was resisting the urge to roll his eyes as he explained, "My previous work had me only studying animals and their environments, behavior, and nothing else. I wanted to try and find a new way to help animals adjust to new environments and bolster the population. Not dig through rhino dung to study their diet. I thought about changing my career choices for that, and here I am." "I can understand your frustration." Egon sympathizes with the man before looking and thinking things over before saying, "Well, consider yourself hired." 2 days after that, both Izuku and Egon were able to collaborate on the following interview. With the information in hand, the two men stood across from their next potential employee. It was a short, stout woman of African descent. Her skin was colored like soil, freckles decorated her cheeks, and her hair was a giant blush shaped like an afro. Egon was the first to start by saying, "Mrs. Pamela Hollyhock, I'm a bit concerned with what I've found out about you." She raised an eyebrow as he continued and asked her, "You created a literal monster Venus flytrap, and it ate 3 people. Care to explain that?" She huffed at that, then answered, "Well honey, back when I worked at the Tokyo Botanical Research Facility, I had told my coworkers not to come into one of the greenhouses for a while as I was working on a special self-made assignment. I took it up with the whole chain of commands, and they okayed it. But a couple of yahoos tried to sneak in to steal it to take credit. And you can guess what happened after. So I had to take the blame and got canned." Izuku whistles in shock and amazement and says, "Woof. What a deal breaker. I hate it when companies do nothing to protect their employees from the prospect of saving face." Hollyhock nods in reply. Izuku then goes off track and says, "I can't say that those people deserved it, but if you get killed by a stationary plant, then at that point, it's natural selection." He looks at Egon, and he shrugs nonchalantly. Hollyhock hums and agrees, "I hear ya, honey. I do have one more concern to bring up your hair. There's nothing wrong with it, it's just, well, I'm sure I don't have to tell you that work environment like this has many dangers, including machinery and chemicals. I wouldn't want you to get hurt." Egon attempted to tell her as nicely as he could. She smiles and assures him with a wave, "Not to worry, sweetie. I can control all plant life." With a twitch of her head, her afro sinks and morphs into long braid-like veins. She then wiggles her index finger, and the potted plant on Egon's desk grows so large and fast that it breaks its pot, sprouts, and cuts white flowers. The two men watch this in awe before looking at one another in amazement, then back to her, where Egon proclaims, "Wow. Well, you're hired." On the last day of the 2 weeks, Egon took hold of the previous interview and needed clarification going in. It was an interview for one, but there were 3 different jobs. Was one person trying to do 3 jobs? It made no sense, and Professor Cephalopod, who set it up, could have been more helpful in explaining it and just being vague with a knowing and entertained glance. When he got to his office, he was even more confused when 3 identical people beset him. They were all females in their 30s, tall and thin, with blue eyes and black hair. They were all wearing the same clothes, and in fact, they all looked exactly like one another, apart from their hairstyle. The one on the right had long hair in curls at the ends. The one in the middle had medium hair in ringlets. The one on the left had short hair that was sideswept. Upon seeing Egon, all 3 girls got up and bowed deeply to him, saying in scary unison, "Greetings, sir." Egon was taken aback and didn't know how to reply, which gave the girls more than enough time to introduce themselves. "I'm Morgan," said the girl with long hair. "I'm Megan," said the girl with medium hair. "And I'm Millicent," said the girl with short hair. Egon noted how all their voices sounded the same. After adjusting himself to the uncomfortableness, he greeted them and asked, "Nice to meet you girls as well. So you're all looking to become my organizer, secretary, and receptionist, right?" He then looked down at his hands that held their resumes and observed aloud, "But you only gave me 1 resume. Why is that?" "We are 1 person," all 3 answered in unison. Egon raised an eyebrow and asked, "Sorry. What do you mean?" The 3 girls closed their eyes and began vibrating faster until they became 3 blurry images. The 3 melded into one, and after the vibrating stopped, there stood a beautiful woman like the 3 girls before. She had the same face, eyes, and everything else apart from her long, straight hair. The woman bowed and greeted in the same voice but with a different tone, "Hello, sir. My name is Morgan Le Fell. My quirk allows me to split my body and consciousness in 3 ways. I've done this so often that my other personalities do not like being in one body for too long." Egon blinks a few times and replies, "This makes a lot more sense." After adjusting himself, he tells the woman, "While I understand the fact you are 3 people with 1 body, by law, I can only pay you 1 salary." "That was to be expected," Morgan agreed with a nod. Egon looked over her resume, and after a bit of thought, he said, "Well, I like what I see in your resume. So you're hired." Egon looked up from the paper only to see the 3 girls again, speaking in unison, "Thank you very much, sir." Egon had to repress the urge to freak out. Instead, he forcefully blew out air to stay calm as he muttered, "That's gonna need some getting used to." After the 2 weeks had ended, Egon called for all the interviewees to attend a meeting at the facility a few days later on their first official day of work. Everyone had gathered in the front entry loft, where talk was abuzz in the area as everyone got to know one another. However, the conversation quickly subsided when Egon and Izuku entered the room. Everyone, please gather around," Egon called as everyone present formed a circle around the 2 men. Egon cleared his throat and announced, "As the owner and operator of the Neo-Icon Phinox Research Laboratory, I would just like to be the first to say welcome and congratulations. It is a pleasure to have each one of you here working with us." Everyone clapped in response, with some jumping for joy, whistling, or laughing. Egon put up his hand, and once quite again, he said, "I expect to see great things and greater achievements from all of you. I hope you can make me proud." "Yes sir," everyone announced in unison. Egon clapped his hands and stated, "Great to hear. Now, if any of you have questions or concerns regarding anything, please bring it up with me or the Vice President Dr. Midoriya." He motioned to the small boy beside him, who looked like a frightened dog that just got yelled at for pooping inside the house. No hands went up, much to Izuku's relief. Public speaking was never a skill for him. That is until Hollyhock raised her hand. Izuku gulped and steadied himself as he called out, "Yes." She asked the 2 men, "How exactly did you 2 run this place? It's huge and has been in operation for weeks. How'd you do it?" The 2 of them looked at one another before smiling as Egon answered, "I'm glad you asked because I was thinking of a way to tell you all that. Before all of you, we had 2 others helping us. They'll be your senior co-workers, and I warned you they are a bit strange. All the people looked at him, confused or like he was crazy, making Egon's sweat drop at seeing them not understand. Izuku tugged on his sleeve and offered, maybe it would be better if we just showed them. Izuku then went over to the front desk phone and pushed the facility speaker button. He called, Professor Cephalopod and Dr. Orpington, please come to the main foyer. After putting the phone down, they were all struck by the sound of something very fast speeding down the hallway and moving in their direction. After finding the source, they all stepped away from the hallway as they heard two voices yelling at each other. Both were getting closer and closer with each word. Slow down, you pompous poultry, Professor Cephalopod screamed in fright. I can't. Your slimy fish bowl fried my controls, Dr. Orpington screamed back at him as she attempted to gain control over her cart. We're going to crash, the professor yelled as one of the foyer walls zoomed into view. I'm gonna die, crowed the doctor in terror. Suddenly, the mechanical cart crashed into the wall at top speed, with bits of parts, metal, glass, and water flying all over the place as everyone jumped out of the way, covered themselves up, or watched in a mixture of awe and horror. The last thing to happen in the chaos was a single wheel that rolled out from the wreckage and spun around to stop on the floor in front of them. What was that? The Morgana triplets asked in unison. Your co-workers, Egon drowned. The two animals pulled themselves out of the wreckage and stumbled into view. Luckily, it did not seem like they were hurt, the impact just dazed them. Otto was the first to shake out of his stupor and see that all the new employees were looking at them in confusion. Adjusting himself and his translator, he saw his compatriot and tried to get her back into motion. He slapped the doctor on the back and said, "Put yourself to getting penny henny. Our new work associates are here, and you're making us look bad." My brain feels like pudding, Cluck replied in a dazed tone, with swirls in her eyes. Preceding trying to help her, he turned around and introduced himself after clearing his throat. Greetings, everyone. My name is Professor Otto Cephalopod. It's a pleasure to be working together with so many intelligent minds. And the half-dead bird you see is my associate, Dr. Cluck Orpington. He motioned to the chicken that could barely stand on its legs. Suddenly, Cluck shook herself back to consciousness and exclaimed, "Your associate? I think you mean my associate." Otto rolled his eyes and shot back, "Of course, you'd come out of your stupor for a comment like that." "What's that supposed to mean?" she yelled while getting into his face. "Why don't you use that big head of yours to figure it out, Chicken Little?" he yelled while pushing her back. She growled and yelled, "My head may be big, but at least my brain is smarter than yours, Squidward." Otto curled his tentacles in anger and proclaimed, "I hate how his name and species don't correlate." As the two of them continued to bicker, everyone else stared at the two hyper-intelligent animals in awe, wonder, and confusion. This made Egon slap his face while Izuku smiled and laughed awkwardly. Talking animals, Hankyo observes aloud. Cool, Honey Lemon, Hatsum, and Gina speak in unison. I hope you boys didn't make any talking plants, Hollyhock asks suspiciously. Not yet, Egon tells her with a sigh, knowing the inevitable. You could be the first, Izuku jokingly offered. Cho shakes her head and states, Welp, I've officially seen it all. Hankyo places a hand on her shoulder and tells her, I get the feeling you're saying that too soon. As he told her this, Pete walked into the room, attracted to all the commotion, and began to peck mindlessly at the destroyed machine. Cho went to open her mouth, but Hankyo tightened his grip, making her look at him, where he solemnly shook his head. Cho understood and dropped it, allowing everything to play out as it was, in chaos. Ch-18, Dragon. Egon looked over a large sheet of schematics on his much cleaner desk. It was a map of the facility with a detailed outline of all security measures on the premises. Hidden turrets, traps, sensors, Tesla gates, and much more were outlined in the promise of maximum security. After looking it over for quite a while, he fixed his glasses to look up at Dr. Cho's happily excited, smiling face. He cleared his throat and told her nervously, While I like the schematics you have for an in-facility security system, Dr. Cho. I'm just a bit worried about how should I say this? Extreme and fatal it is. Don't you think it's a bit much? Cho raised an eyebrow as she leaned in and shot back, with what we got and are doing here, I'd say it's almost too little. This is honestly the watered-down version of what I originally thought up. Holy Christ, Egon exclaimed as he thought about the ramifications, watching as Cho said back to glance at him with a smug look. Seeing her point, he told her with a sigh, well, I can't argue with that. I'll allow it, if need be, we'll add more later. But add some non-lethal defenses as well. You can't be all gun-ho for every situation. You may commence construction on it. Dr. Cho nods and rolls up the diagrams before leaving the new automatic sliding doors made by Professor Hatsum. Once she left, the doors stayed open as someone else barged in. Egon noticed this, looked up from his desk, and saw Izuku. He was red in the face, shaking like a leaf, and 2 seconds from crying. Egon sighed lightly and said, "Oh boy." "Yes, Izuku. What have you done this time?" "I had an accident," he finally admitted through a shaky breath. "I thought you were housebroken," Egon replied with a raised eyebrow. "Professor," he shouted back in a mix of panic and anger. Egon raised his hands and, in a calm tone, told him, "I'm just teasing." "What's bugging you so badly?" Izuku sniffs back his emotions and steadies his voice as he answers, "I was dabbling around with the evolution and quirk splinters, and I made something I had no intention of making." Egon waits for the rest, but when it doesn't come, he prompts him firmly, "Well, don't leave me in suspense. Tell me what it is." Izuku walked up to his desk on shaky legs, his emotions just moments from spilling over as fear gripped his heart at how his boss would react to his newest blunder. He reached into his coat and brought out a small creature cupped in his hands, showing it to the man reluctantly. "Here," he said with a quiver. Egon looked down at the little creature, adjusting his glasses, seeming to be nothing but an oddly colored lizard. He chuckled at what Izuku was so scared about showing him and proclaimed, "Is that it? This teeny tiny little lizard is all that you made? I was expecting something far more." He trailed off as the small lizard took a mammalian gait, sprouted a set of tiny wings, and breathed out a puff of smoky fire. "Dangerous," he said in confusion. He looked at the boy who was begging to shake and cry while asking him calmly, "Izuku, did you make a dash dot?" The boy broke down into tears, hunching over and covering his face as he wailed, "I didn't mean to. I didn't realize it would happen." Egon was shocked by his reaction and almost froze. Luckily, he kept himself together and placed the baby dragon on his desk while he tended to the terrified, crying boy. Holding his shoulders and petting his head, he told him, okay, let's calm down for a moment. I'm not mad, just surprised. It's not like you tried to hide this from me until it got out of hand or did it behind my back, and you have told me that it was a complete accident. Just give me the rundown of what happened." "Why, you're not mad?" Izuku looked up with red eyes and a runny nose. "Just surprised, that's all," Egon assures him. Izuku sniffles and gets help cleaning up his face from Egon, who explains, "Well, after testing and gaining the results of the quirk and evolution splinters, I thought about what would happen if both were used on the same creature. No plant I used would work, so I used an animal instead. And to minimize any damage, I used a small baby creature." He let Izuku breathe and collect himself a bit before he continued, but after 5 minutes, he gently prompted him, "Go on." "So I used the fertilized egg case of a gecko. And when it hatched, this came out. And I came to you as soon as I did," he finally finished. Egon sat back on his butt on the floor and breathed a sigh of relief, which was close enough for the baby dragon to climb onto his head, down his face, over his body, and across his lap before climbing into Izuku. The little lizard crawled up to his neck and cuddled into it. Observing the animal, Egon noticed how different it was from most reptiles at a second glance. Apart from the wings and mammalian gait, it had distinct claws on all 4 of its limbs, a head it held upright, 2 stubs of horns, eyes large enough to be seen from both the side and front, colored a blood orange to red, and its skin was like a mix of scales and regular skin. Still, it was the standard size for a newly hatched gecko. After he breathed out any stress, he told Izuku in a calm tone, "Okay, good. I know the details. We can work on finding out more pressing things about this new species, like how big it will grow, what it will eat, what temperament it will have, and so forth. After that, we will decide whether to keep or kill it while it's still young and manageable." "There's no need for that, I have just the solution," a voice called from the still open doorway. Both men looked over and said aloud, "Professor Cephalopod." "What do you mean by that?" Izuku asks him. "Me and Professor Genus were collaborating," he stared off. "That's not good," Egon muttered under his breath. "And made this," he finishes by placing a strange splinter at their feet, which seems to change its brightness while changing to many psychedelic colors. Egon held up the strange pulsating splinter and asked, "And this is?" The professor explained vaguely, "This splinter does in days what thousands of years of selective breeding do." "Huh?" both said at once. The professor rolls his eyes and explains, "Keep it near any wild thing, and it will become as domestic as a dog in just a few days." "Well, at least this solves that specific dilemma of this thing turning on us and into a meal," Izuku stated while admitting the splinter's strange colors. As the two men looked at the psychedelic splinter, Otto tried to escape, only for Egon to catch wind of something and shout, "Hold it right there, calamari boy." Before he could scramble, Egon grabbed the octopus under his eyes and brought him face to face, where he stated, "What else?" "What do you mean?" Otto asked back innocently. Egon squeezed him tighter and exclaimed, "Don't, what do I mean, me? My IQ may not be half as high as yours, but I wasn't born yesterday. What else did you and Professor Genus make while collaborating?" Giving a nervous laugh and rubbing the back of his head, he admitted, Yes, about that. I was going to come to you about something else." "What?" Egon growled while squeezing him again. After contemplating, the cephalopod tells him, "You're going to have to change Gamatha's feeding regimen." "Why?" "To what?" Izuku was the one to inquire, being the primary caretaker. "An adult amount," cephalopod tells him while trying to look away and sweating. Izuku looks at him weirdly, and Egon adjusts his grip so the two can speak face to face. Izuku asks further, "She's a baby. She won't be an adult for another decade or so." "About that," cephalopod laughs nervously. Egon squeezed him again and snarled, "About what?" After tapping his tentacles, he tried to say, "Well." Before he could answer fully, a loud sound, like a trumpet being amplified through a jet engine, sounded through the now closed door. Both men looked at one another when the sound stopped and ran out the automatic door, cephalopod still in Egon's hand. As they ran, the loud sound rang out once more, and they could follow it right to the front entry foyer, where they saw something that made their jaws drop. A fully grown, woolly mammoth stood before them and ate the decorative plants while Dr. Genus tried to get a hold of it. Meanwhile, Megan, who was operating the desk, looked unfazed at the enormous prehistoric creature eating everything around her. After letting the shock and amazement pass, Egon asked rhetorically, "Professor Cephalopod, why is our baby mammoth calf now a full-grown adult mammoth cow?" "Me and Professor Genus have made several different splinters for population surging. One of which causes any organism to develop rapidly," the professor admitted. Only to be squeezed again as he asked in a repressed, angry tone, "And you tried to hide this from me, why?" "We needed to run more tests," Otto explained while sweating before he tried to save himself by offering, "On the plus side, we made sure to spay her before doing so." Egon gave him a half-lidded look as Izuku informed him, "You know that only works on boys, right?" The professor turned pale. Egon looked ready to burst a gasket, and even the now fully grown Gammoth could sense it and started to walk away. Izuku stepped back with the baby dragon hiding in his hair, and Genus began to hide behind the desk as Megan tried to make herself look busy. But no furry came, and he calmed himself down with an irritated sigh. He calmly stated, "Izuku, you are no longer solely responsible for the care of Gammoth. From now on, Professor Cephalopod and Genus will help as well. Understood?" "Why yes sir," the octopus, and man replied quickly in unison. After placing the octopus on the ground and fixing his hair and glasses, he returned to the facility and said, "Come along, Izuku. Let's run some tests and diagnostics on a new fire-breathing friend." With that, Izuku followed him to a testing chamber to run tests on the new animal, leaving Cephalopod and Genus to try and round up Gammoth back into her enclosure. Indeed, this was the first of many strange days to come. Ch19, Old Wounds Bite Hard. One day at the Neo Icon Phoenix Research Facility, the front entry phone rang for the first time in its entire opening time. It only rang once before quickly being picked up. "Hello, and thank you for calling. This is the front desk of Neo Icon Phoenix Research Facility. This is Megan speaking. How may I assist you today?" she asked while flipping her hair out of the way for her ear. Some talking was heard from the other end, and Megan replied, "Aha." After a bit more talk, Megan said, "One moment, sir, I'll transfer you." She pressed a few buttons, told her other half what was happening, and answered. "Hello, and thank you for calling, this is Millicent, the head secretary. How may I assist you?" she answers as the voice speaks, and she replies, "Aha," a bit more talk, and Millicent says, "One moment, sir, I'll see if he's in his office." She put the person on hold and punched into Egon's office phone. After a few rings, the receiver was picked up. "Yes, Millicent," Egon answers. She informed him, "Sir, there's a man on the other line looking for you. He goes by the name of Nizu and claims to be the principal of UA." Struck with confusion and concern, he quickly decides and tells her, "Punch him through." Hanging up on him, she punches back Nizu on the other end and says, "Hello, sir," Nizu replies, and she tells him, "Yes, he's in the office and able to speak." "I'll put you right through," Nizu says a few things and Millicent says, "Have a nice day, sir." Millicent transfers him to Egon. His phone rings, and he picks it up while answering, "Hello. Professor Egon Cristallo," Nizu's voice says on the other end. Egon could tell he was the real deal from the many interviews he'd heard his voice over on TV. He breathed and answered, speaking. "This is Nizu, principal of UA. I hope I'm not intruding on anything," he introduced him with an apologetic tone. Waving off the phone, he replies, No, not at all. What can I do for you?" There is a bit of silence, and Nizu finally tells him with some hesitation in his tone, "You see, I've heard quite a bit about you and your facilities." Egon raised an eyebrow as he leaned forward and asked, "Really? Man, we haven't even brought out the big stuff yet or gone public, and we already have a whisper of a reputation. I hope it's good." Nizu nods silently on the other end, and he answers, yes, all good things. "The thing is, I'm in a bit of a pickle." "Go on," Egon prompted him, feeling his caution rise again. Nizu clears his throat and explains, "Here at UA, we have something called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. And I'm sure you remember that awful typhoon that swept by here recently." Egon blows out the air between his lips and complains, "How could I not? That storm knocked down every tree we had just planted." "I'm sorry to hear about your trees, but the USJ got the worst of it and requires massive repairs," Nizu continues. More than confused by this point, Egon gets straight to the end and states, "I'm not sure I understand where you're getting at. In short, we use that place to teach our students rescue work. Unfortunately, we can't now. But I recently heard about your facility and had an idea," he told him as Egon raised an eyebrow in suspicion and intrigue. "Would you be so kind as to allow our first years to practice in your facility?" Nizu asked with as much sincerity as he could muster over the phone. This shocked the man, and with a flabbergasted tone, he told him, "Though I love nothing more than helping the youth, I also must tell you we aren't half as big or prepared for handling the education of rescue work. I completely understand that, which is why I have something else in mind, a treasure hunt, if you will," Nizu explained, making Egon more curious as he continued, "The students go around and collect clues on villain activities, find out what's what, and reach the goal like detective work. Egon becomes intrigued with the idea and says, that sounds far more realistic for us. And I also hope to turn it into a field trip for our students. Teach them about the wider world of science and everything that goes into their daily lives. I'm more than capable of realizing that heroes so romanticize our youth that they have no respect or idea about what goes on behind the scenes with the creation of suits and gear and such, Nizu explained and asked him. Egon thought it over momentarily before agreeing, that sounds like a great idea. Oh, but I'll need a list of students attending to make proper arrangements. Of course. Please give me a moment and... There. It should have gone through, Nizu says as the sound of typing can be heard. Egon sees an email that was sent over, and he wonders how Nizu got it, let alone the number for his facility. He'll have to find out later, as he replies, I see it. Now let's see. He looks over the long list containing 40 students. There were 20 in total from 2 classes. As he looked over the list, a name stood out. After shaking his head and scrolling back up, he exclaimed, oh. Is something wrong? Nizu asked. Huh, Egon said in a stupor, realizing he and Nizu were still talking. He then replied in a shaken tone, oh, nothing is wrong, could I call you back later? I have to check up with my second in command. Nizu is quiet but eventually says, of course. Take all the time you need. If I don't hear from you by the end of the week, I'll assume it's a no. Egon repressed the urge to sigh in relief and said before hanging up, thank you, Principal Nizu. Have a nice day. He slammed the phone down, huffed a sigh, leaned back with his hand in his face, and quickly stood up. He left his office, and after getting into the hallway, he said to himself in stress, boy, oh boy. Izuku is going to freak out when he hears this. It only took him a few minutes to get to Izuku's office, though he wished it was a long walk since he had no idea how to go about breaching this subject. He felt more stressed than when he asked the most popular girl in school to dance and got rejected. He made it to the door, breathed deeply, pushed back his hair, and allowed the automatic to open as he knocked on the metal while poking his head in. Izuku? Are you busy? He asked while looking around. He saw Izuku sitting at his desk with the computer up, the video camera on, and the mic already plugged in. He turned around and quickly replied, no, Professor, I'm not. I was about to give my addendum on what's been going on with the laboratory, Gammoth, all the new splinters and discoveries, and even a little torch wick here. But that can wait. There's something I have to tell you, he told the boy while walking, rubbing the back of his head. What is it? Izuku inquired, feeling curious and a bit worried. Egon breathed deeply with stress while pulling his fingers under his chin and told him, okay, you know what? I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I'll just tell you straight up. This made Izuku more nervous as the man explained, so the principal of UA called just earlier asking to use the lab for some kind of hero exercise or something, I don't know. He also sent me a list of students' names to see how many would attend. And this name stood out most of all. Egon opened his phone to the email that was sent to him and reluctantly handed it over to Izuku. Izuku was more than confused as he took the device and looked over the list of names he didn't recognize except Uraraka. That is until his eyes fell upon the name that Egon dreaded to show him. He had to double back to make sure, and when he did, he freaked out. Kaken, Izuku screamed in shock. Yeah, Egon admitted uncomfortably while rubbing his head. Izuku's head dropped, his face overcast, his shoulders shook, and his hands trembled as tears threatened to spill out. But even so, he managed to say, I should have known. He's always been amazing at everything, always. I didn't tell him yes or anything like that yet. I just told him to wait, Egon quickly assured him while waving his hands rapidly. He then took a breath, kneeled to his level, placed a hand on his shoulder, and offered, Izuku, if you are uncomfortable with this, I can call him right now and tell him it's off. He won't mind. Izuku wipes away the tears and replies with a quiver in his tone, no, it's okay, really. It'll be fine so long as we don't see each other. I'll just stay in my office the whole day. That won't be hard. Egon relented but told him, if you say so. But just to be safe, I'll have a guard at your door and monitor him. If anything happens, I'll stop him. Thank you. I appreciate it, really, Izuku replied while looking away. Egon then wrapped him in a hug and squeezed him tightly. He told him, of course. Anything for my favorite person in the whole world. Izuku hugged him back, and Egon told him before leaving, I hope this goes well. Egon then got up, walked back through the door, and left to make his return call to the principal. He left Izuku behind in his office to turn back to the computer setup and give his addendum. Breathing deeply, he centered himself before turning on the record button and starting his report. CH20, Experimental Log, Subject, New Discoveries. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya reporting once again to give an update on the goings-on here at the Neo Icon Phoenix Research Facility. It's less of an experimental log and more of an update report. I have yet to be able to do many experiments, and what I do have is in the planning stage. I did make one thing, hit. I'll get to that later. Okay, I'm rambling now, so I'll get straight into it. We have hired several new employees here at the facility to help with other avenues of research. All of which are heads of their divisions. Theirs is Dr. Henkyo Suru, the head of the Sound Division. Professor Kobayashi Cho, the head of the Defense and Armaments Division. Professor Shirshir Hatsumel, the head of the Robotics and Machine Division. Dr. Pamela Hollyhock, the head of the Botanical Division. Professor Anima Genus, the head of the Creature Division. Professor Aiko Miyazaki, or as she likes to be called, Honey Lemon, is the head of the Chemical Division. Finally, the Morgana triplets aren't doctors or professors but instead act as much-needed help for Professor Egon. We have a lot of bases covered, and I'm glad about that. It's only been a week, and much has already been done. For instance, Professor Hatsum has already decked out the entire facility with state-of-the-art devices such as automatic doors, finger and eye scanners, and a speedier internet and network. He's even starting construction on a unit of different robots. They're there for things like defense, cleaning, tours, and so much more, mainly for the grunt work that would take up too much time. I even heard a rumor that Professor Cho would outfit the facility with military-grade defense weapons and other things that we would need in the long run. Dr. Hollyhock is having a field day in the greenhouses. She's made so much stuff I can recall it all at once. Honey Lemon is having a great time without any restrictions on materials and has made planes and many discoveries that she couldn't before. Unlike Hatsum, who had blown up a time or 10, she has things set in place and dots all her mind to ensure nothing unexpected happens or at least attempts to mitigate the damage. The triplets have cut Professor Egon's work by a certain amount, so I'm sure he'll finally be able to start working on experiments. Finally, Dr. Henkyo has had the most success thus far. He's turned one of the splinter's frequencies into a baseline, and that's from both the positive and negative charges. We're unsure what a baseline frequency does, but we'll find out. He's also discovered that any splinter's frequency can be altered with the air of sound waves. He can turn a positive into a negative and vice versa. This brought up the topic of the central vein. He and I have crossed minds and theorized that when the Singularity Soul was subject to tectonic movements, the frequency it produced also changed, affecting both evolution on Earth and the first quirks. But it's unlikely that such a small fragment could affect a whole planet, so they plan to go to the same dig site to see if we can retrieve more. Speaking of collaborations between divisions, Professor Cephalopod and Genus have done the same, and quite a lot that they initially tried to hide from Professor Egon. He was not happy about that. I swear I just about saw him breathe fire. Anyway, like I said, they've done a lot. First, they somehow made splinters, which do some of the craziest things I've seen. The goal is to help with the decline and near extinction of animals. Instead of making splinters that copy DNA or some kind of present gas or liquid, they were able to create them by the use of mixing several types of quirks and exposing them to the vibration therapy from Dr. Henkyo. However, most are still in testing. As for what they have, the list is as follows. The little lady splinter, this one can cause any female creature with a working set of reproductive organs to become pregnant with a biological clone of herself. The rough and rowdy splinter, this one can cause any creature, male or female, to enter its natural mating cycle, even if it isn't the time of year. The calm and cool splinter, can cause any creature to instantly become acclimated to any new environment and show no signs of stress. This allows animals like rhinos and pandas to mate more easily. Growth spurt, this one increases the potency of the singularity soul's natural ability to cause minor organisms to age rapidly, thus causing animals that could take years or even decades to mature to do so overnight entirely. This one has been tested, unfortunately, it wasn't smartly used on the right subject. And now Gammoth is a full-grown adult before I found anything specific about her ancient diet. The good boy, this one causes any animal that is not already domesticated to become as willing and friendly as a dog. Once again, it was used on Gammoth and other places. The scrambled mixer, this one brushes away the problem of inbreeding in the case of one or two individuals left in a species. When in proximity, the subject's DNA will become scrambled entirely to the point that they are biologically unrelated, thus allowing siblings and parents to mate in times of crisis. Note, I didn't name any of these splinters. All this talk of animals brings me to my next bit of news to share. In the little time I had when not worrying about other things, I tested with both the evolution splinter and quirk splinter. I had wondered what would happen when both were exposed at the same time, so I started my experiments with plants, as they would most easily get under control. However, that didn't work, as no matter what plant I tried in any state of development or any kind, I would simply die. I guess the radiation was too much. So I decided to use an animal. And for safety, I used the smallest one I could to handle both radiations simultaneously and a baby. After acquiring the gecko egg, I placed it in the incubator and kept both splinters close. About 5 days later, it hatched into something I hadn't expected in the least. In short, it became a dragon. I was scared shitless at the thought of what Egon would say or act about this, but I knew that hiding it would be worse. So, on the verge of tears and a breakdown, I reluctantly showed him, and to my surprise, he was only surprised. I guess I was overthinking it all, but my previous experiences with stuff like this were otherwise. Then again, I took a lot of unnecessary risks, which is why he acted that way so many times. And I didn't hide it from him, I just went straight to him once I realized what it was. Sorry, I'm rambling again. Anyhow, after using the good boy splinter on it, we now have no issues with the dragon making a meal for us when it's older. He is so friendly now, but he was always like that with me. I guess he imprinted on me. On a side note, we've decided to call him Torchwick, but we're still determining if he's a he. Speaking of Torchwick, we ran some tests to see what was what about him. There's a lot to cover, but the main thing we focused on was his rate of growth, and it is fast. It's only been about 2 days since his birth, and he's already gone from being the size of a gecko to a large parrot. It is strange even as he sits on my shoulder as I record this. Note, he ate several of the new animals with quirks, including the budgie that had the sound mimic quirk, the hypnotic peacock, and the glowing pigeon. Luckily, the shimmering koi fish, hydrokinetic axolotl, giant salamander, and Pete were all spared. Torchwick also learned pretty quickly not to mess with Professor Cephalopod and Dr. Orpington when they slapped and nearly pecked him to death. On a different note, I discovered why the experimental nude exploded during its quirk awakening. It performed some kind of self-destructive asexual reproduction. When exposed to enough stress, i.e., the radiation from the splinter, it exploded and, from its body, expelled hundreds of tiny eggs that all grew into full-grown newts with the same quirk. Now we have dozens of these things and must walk on eggshells to ensure they don't cause a chain reaction of birthing. Knowing this, Professor Cephalopod and Genus wanted to recreate the quirk in their animal population project. However, Professor Egon quickly shut down that idea and forbade it, saying it was far too cruel. And I agree. Note, keep Torchwick away from the newts. And now, the final point I must bring up comes from just earlier today, just before I started this new recording. Egon told me that UA wants to go here for reasons, and then he showed me a list of all the students attending, and amongst them was Kaken. I won't lie, I thought my heart would stop at seeing that name. I didn't expect it, but I really shouldn't be surprised. Kaken was always amazing, he always wanted to be a hero and shoot for UA, I guess he did, in the end. I thought I was over all of it, wanting to be a hero and everything about Kaken. But after seeing his name, it all just came back to me, the anger, the jealousy, the hate, the desire, the sadness. I thought I was better or at least numb, but I guess I never was. I'm scared of what could happen to me, if I see him. I don't want that to happen. I never want to see him again. Ever. Is it too late to tell Egon to take it all back? Maybe. But it's only for one day, and I don't have to interact with him. I can go through this, right? After all, it's not like All Might would also be joining. That would just open a whole new can of worms. Report end. CH-21, a group of trouble. Whoa. This place is huge, Kirishima exclaimed, looking at the huge building before them. Before him, alongside the entirety of classes 1A and B, was the newly constructed marvel that was the Neo-Icon Phoenix Research Facility. Tall white walls made of stone, windows so large they became a wall, decorative plants, two above-ground streams that had an interconnection with one another, two large manufactured ponds that housed a plethora of koi fish that shimmered as they swam in the light, and a sign on the overhead archway that lead into the front of the building with massive doorways. On the sign was the facility's name alongside its mascot, a dodo bird. Apart from the two classes and their respective homeroom teachers, Present Mike and the UA principal, Nizu, escorted them. It looks like a collage, Jiro pointed out. Most laboratories double as universities, Ida informed her. Looks kinda plain, Ciro stated, unimpressed. That's the point, Mina side-checked him. As they all admired the building, 1B's heckler, Momona, approached the class and began jeering them as he usually does at any chance he gets. Ha! Of course, you low-grade 1A welts can't understand the majesty and simplicity of such a structure. If you need a dictionary to expand your minuscule minds, I'll be happy to. He began to vex them until their class president came up behind them and karate chopped them on the back of the neck, causing him to black out. Shut up, Momona, Kendo scolded him, slinging him over her shoulder and walking away with him. She said, we're no better. Pony just started crying and asking if this place was Auschwitz. Whatever that is. Momona tried to squeak out something but couldn't through his half-conscious state. As One-A watched this unfold, Uraraka, who just got off the bus, said something that caught all their interest. I know this place. My parents' construction business built it, she stated calmly. Before anyone could inquire further, Principal Nizu grabbed their attention. All right, settle down, he called out, making everyone go quiet as he said, now, I want all of you to be respectful and well-behaved. Professor Cristallo has graciously allowed access to his building for your hero training. So you are to listen to him and his staff as if they were teachers or UA. Yes, sir, all the students said in unison. Principal Nizu, Momo called while raising her hand. Why were we all made to sign a waiver before coming here and wearing these wristbands? She asked while pointing to the metallic devices on each of their hands. Professor Cristallo does much top-secret work that the public should not know about. So you see here today that you are not allowed to speak of it until it has been revealed to the public. As for the wristbands, they act as tractors in case any of you get lost while wandering the building, Nizu explained. That's also why we confiscated your phones for the time being, Blood Vlad told them as he and Eraserhead held small bags filled with the teens' phones. Mina blew a raspberry and waved her hand casually. Oh, come on, Sensei. Don't you think you might be overreacting a little bit? We're not children. All the adults stared at the pink girl with half-lidded expressions of exasperation, apart from Nizu, who was smiling with his hands together as he told her, "Ms. Ashido, the day you got into UA, you made over 37 posts about the school with varying pictures, in one day." "It was 38, she argued back in a pout. "My point still stands," Nizu declared. "I get that whatever they do here is top secret, but what could they possibly be doing? It's not like the public is smart enough to understand half of the fancy science stuff that goes on here," Tokoyami interjected with logic. "How about I just show you?" a voice called out as all heads turned to the front of the building. They saw Egon riding on Gamatha's tusks there as she stood up and trumpeted loudly. "Welcome students of UA to the Neo Icon Phoenix Research Facility." Egon welcomed the students as the mammoth carefully walked down the steps and lowered the man. "NIP? Nip? You called this place NIP?" Kaminari stated aloud. Egon looks at the teen with an expression of disbelief and flabbergasted as he replies bluntly, "I stroll in on an extinct animal, and that's what you take away from this?" "Holy sheet, is that a woolly mammoth?" shouted someone from the large crowd. Egon snapped his fingers and exclaimed, "That's the reaction I was looking for." "And yes, she is. Now I understand the waiver," Momo says to her friends as they nod without taking their eyes off the mammoth. Egon pets the huge animal's trunk as he rumbles with happiness and says, "This here is Gammoth, one of our first experiments, and no, I will not tell you how we did it. I don't know if I feel comfortable being in a place like this, seeing as they have no respect for life and are trying to play God, especially for creating that," Ibra says aloud with displeasure. "Well, it was bound to happen eventually, little missy. We're just the first to do so. And if you don't want to be here, you don't have to be. No one is forcing you," Egon offers. Ibra looks ready to accept that offer until Momona seemingly manages to sway her decision, making her stay. Watching the teens stare at Gammoth silently for an extended, uncomfortable amount of time, he exclaimed, "Well, don't just stand there gawking with mouths agape in awe. Get in here. You, little heroes, have a nasty villain plan to stop." But many clues were left at many scenes of crimes. So you better find them and figure out what they're up to before it's too late. Momona, on point as usual, goes to the front, stands before Egon, and loudly and proudly proclaims while laughing, "No need to fret, Professor Egon, for the glory of Class 1B will outshine and show up 1A. And then you and your lab will see without a doubt how much better we are at overachieving in any task given." Egon blinks at the boy with proud sparkles around him, not noticing Kendo marching her way up to chop him down again. Only for the man to state coldly, "Wow. I've never cared about anything less in my entire life." Momona appeared to freeze up and shatter on the spot while Kendo halted in her tracks. Everyone stared in shock at his response as Egon's smile shifted into an unamused expression, to which Momona fell to pieces right in front of him. One person from the crowd whistled and then said in a low tone, "Savage." Kendo picks up the broken boy, and Egon motions for all of them to come inside. The teens do so, unnervingly quiet, as Gammoth moves away from the steps to drink from the shimmering fish ponds. As all the teens move past the professor with hurried steps, Nizu walks up to him and strikes up a conversation. My, when you called me back that day and told me you do some unusual things here, I didn't think you meant this," he told him with an impressed tone while looking over the extinct animal. "Is it wise to show this to teenagers?" Aizawa asks in a monotone yet severe tone. "Hey, if I'm going to make an impression, it might as well be a splash. And besides, the public is going to learn of what we do soon," Egon argues back with a nonchalant shrug. "Though if you think the mammoth is a surprise, just wait till you meet the chicken and the octopus," he says vaguely with a wink of his eye, making the three men and the animal all look at one another in confusion. As the teachers were looking at one another and the students were walking by, Egon caught sight of Bakugu, and once his back was turned, glared at him with every ounce of fury in his blood before returning to his natural expression. However, this glare didn't go unnoticed, and Kurishima almost froze up in fear at the sight of this but pushed through, walking normally. Once out of earshot, he ran up to Bakugu to tell him what he saw. "Whoa! Bakubro, did you see that? He asked in a panicked tone. See what, shitty hair? Bakugo asked back in an irritated voice. That professor, dude. He just glared at you so hard and cold I swear you would have been frozen solid, or fire would shoot from his eyes, he explained, looking pale as his body shook from fear. If looks could kill, Kaminari added, who also saw the glare and shivered violently before stating, you would have been, everywhere. Bakugo raised his eyebrow and looked back at the professor, only to see him casually conversing with the other adults. Bakugo didn't notice anything, but he would keep his guard around him just to be safe. From there, the teens were led inside a massive building that looked like something straight out of the movies. Long hallways with automatic doors revealed rooms with bubbling chemicals, blinking lights, sparking machines, groves of plants, animal subjects, and so much more. The main entrance was the most interesting due to its size and the giant fish tank that held several dozen specimens, including some smaller sharks. It was indeed a sight to behold. After gawking at the amazingness, Millicent's front desk welcomed them warmly and then instructed them on what to do. Each group of 4 was given a scrap of evidence. They were to go around, find more evidence, and then piece it together to discover one of the 5 villains' dastardly plans. The teens scattered their evidence like bugs to find more clues. They ran from room to room and checked everywhere they could, but mostly got distracted by everything they saw. They could talk to all the staff to learn more or be given a hint. Then they got even more distracted when one group found Pete and began to chase him until, after a while, they heard of teens chasing a single dodo to get a look at it. While this happened, Nizu, Present Mike, Eraserhead, Blood Vlad, and Egon all went to the employee break room to chat and relax. It was quite a shocker for the adults when a chicken with a large brain and a walking octopus strolled in and began to talk. Nizu was a little gripped about Egon making them, but he was assured their newfound intelligence had been accidental. From there, the 3 animals begin to talk with one another until Nizu's sadistic human hate nerve starts to rear its head and scares off the only other talking animals in the world. Only Egon can get a text from them saying they don't want to interact with Nizu unless necessary, which the professor told the principal, much to his dismay. Meanwhile, Izuku is hidden away in his office behind the locked door from the outside. All signs that this was an office were taken down from the outside, and warning signs were put in place. The teen tried his best to keep busy with paperwork, but it went far quicker than expected, and when he finished, it was already there. So he just sat bored in his office and took notes on future projects and theories, but that, too, got very old. So he decided to call someone for an update on something. Picking up his phone and dialing the number, he was greeted by the sound of cluttering and jumbled energy as the line on the other end was thrown about. Soon after, he was given multiple hellos for trying to keep it together. Rolling his eyes, Izuku said, "Professor Genus, how's Torchwick doing?" Collecting himself, the professor looked into the enclosure window and answered, "Oh, he's doing fine. He's acclimating to his new paddock and eating well, too. No stress or anything." But, Izuku repeated. Holding back a bit, the professor finally admitted, "We may have to build something bigger very shortly." Izuku felt surprised by this and inquired, that paddock should be more than big enough for him. Genus looked into the enclosure again and saw the dragon munching on his meal. He answered back, "Sure, but he's only 2 weeks old, and already he's the size of a pony. We're feeding him geese, but soon that'll go to pigs and then cows." As he said this, the little dragon polished off his meal with a giant burp. Izuku sighs while rubbing his face and tells him before hanging up, "Let's collaborate on that later. I gotta go." Turning away from the phone, he turned on the security feed of the building and watched as all the young heroes ran around and worked together, or at least tried to. It made him smile to know that even though he wasn't a hero, he could still help them. Then the feed switched over to a familiar face, and a wellspring of emotions burst out. Quickly turning the computer off, he spun around in his chair and placed his hands on his face. Breathing deeply several times, he attempted to calm himself down. After a bit, he finally reached the point where he could speak and talk. "Calm down, Izuku. It's just for one day. 1. He doesn't even know you're here. It'll be fine. The door is locked, and no one is allowed in. Nothing will happen, he tried to assure himself but failed. Then he nearly jumped out of his skin when he heard the sound of someone trying to enter. He stayed quiet and waited for them to leave. From his end, he could hear what was happening on the other side. Hey! This door is locked, Mina said as she tried to open the automatic door. Bakugo pushed past her, attempted to open it, failed, and began to bang on it while yelling, "Hey! Open up!" On top of the door, a PA speaker blared to life, and Hatsume's voice called to them, "Sorry, kid, no, can do." "Why the F not?" Bakugo shouted at the box while everyone else was looking around, trying to find the voice. "There's a lot of dangerous chemicals in there. Highly explosive chemicals," Hatsume explained. "And?" Bakugo argued. Already tired of this, he sighs and affirms, "Do I have to spell it out for you? Look, it's off limits to everyone, okay? Several rooms are, in fact, off limits to several of you with problematic quirks." "Problematic," Bakugo shouted back, looking ready to find a speaker. Rolling his eyes to the other end, Hatsume tells them in no uncertain terms, "We didn't leave any clues in these rooms, so go look elsewhere." When he heard them leave, Izuku released a breath he had been holding in. After relaxing in his chair, his stomach complained loudly. After rubbing it, he sighed and looked at the time. It was only a little past noon. "Man, I'm so hungry. And the cafeteria is serving katsudon," Izuku complained aloud while spinning around in his chair. He thought about what to do and then realized the most straightforward solution. He took out his phone and texted. "Izuku, hey Egon. I'm super hungry. Can you grab me something?" "Egon, love to, but I'm kinda busy. Let me text the others and see what they're up to. Gimme a minute." "Egon, everyone is busy and can't be pulled away from what they're doing." "Izuku, what about the robots?" "Egon, they've all been shut down by proxy of needing a software update." "Izuku, shoot." "Egon, let me check something." "Egon, okay, so Bakubrad is on the other end of the facility. You could sneak to the cafeteria, grab your food, and head right back." "Izuku, okay." Izuku sighed as he got up from his chair, walked to the door, and placed his hand on it to read. When it opened, he spoke out his head before saying, when all was clear, "Here goes nothing." Meanwhile, with Team Bakugo, the group consisting of the explosive boy, a pink queen, a red adorable strong boy, and an ADHD Piku were all sitting on the floor and trying to make sense of the clues they managed to put together. However, they couldn't connect even two of the dots after a very long while of mixing and matching, much to the group's annoyance. "Ugh. I can't understand this. It makes no sense. I thought finding clues to a villain's plan would be easy," Mina complained aloud, slamming her hands on the floor. Kirishima sighs and tells her, "It rarely is. This ain't a comic strip. Maybe we're not looking at it correctly. It's clues, not a set of instructions," Kaminari said, shuffling the pieces around before arranging them into some kind of picture. As the three of them discussed and brainstormed, Bakugo, who was standing off to the side, looked over at their complained evidence before saying, "Wait a second." The other three teens stop and look at his sudden inclusion. Kirishima asks him, "What? Do you see something?" Bakugo goes over, takes the clues, and arranges them for a bit. After he finishes, his eyes widen as he yells, "It's fake." "It is?" Kaminari inquired. "A red herring. They're sending us off in the wrong direction on purpose." "It's going to," Bakugo begins to tell them before suddenly turning tail and blasting off down the hallway, leading to the evidence being blown off all over. "Bakugo, wait," Mina yells for him as his explosions snuff out her voice. This leads the other two to wonder what had gotten into him, what he found out, and try to reclaim their clues. Meanwhile, Egon was pouring himself another cup of coffee in the employee lounge when his phone rang. Picking it up, he answered, "Yes. Sir, we have an issue. That Bakugo child is suddenly making a mad dash and heading for the cafeteria," Millicent tells him from the other end. Egon drops his coffee and yells, "What? I'll call Izuku now." The other adults look at him strangely. Meanwhile, Izuku stands in the cafeteria with a piping hot bowl of his favorite dish in hand. After admiring the smell, he holds the food over his nose and breathes deeply. "Ah. Sweet, sweet katsudon. Come to me," he says dreamily while breathing out. He takes a pair of chopsticks and says, "Just one bite before I go." His phone rang just before he could taste the tender pork, breaking him out of his trance. He signs and picks up the phone while answering, "Hey, Professor. Izuku. Where are you?" Egon says in a hurried voice. A bit confused by his tone, Izuku replied, "In the cafeteria." "Get out of there now," Egon yells at him. Now, freaked out, Izuku freezes up from his raised tone and questions in fear, "What? Why?" However, his question is soon answered when Bakugo comes barreling through the cafeteria doors, saying to himself, "I can cut through here and dash dot." Bakugo freezes up at seeing Izuku, and so does the boy. The two of them stand there and stare at one another for a long while in heavy silence. Neither making a move nor speaking, they are unsure if what they see is real. "Izuku? Izuku," Egon begins to call him, hearing no reply until he finally figures it out and asks, "He's there right now? Isn't he?" The only thing Izuku can do is make a yes sound through the phone. "Deku," Bakugo stated in an unusually calm and confused tone. "Keikaken," Izuku says back, not knowing what to say or do. Then the blind bit hands tighten into fists as his face grows red, a tack mark bulges on his head, and his face twists into a scowl. Then, with a primal roar, he shouts, "Deku." Without hesitation or any thought, Izuku takes the bowl of katsudon and chucks it right at him, landing a direct hit. Only to watch as the bowl of food falls off his face and leaves behind its contents, thus leading to an even angrier Bakugo to be left stewing where he stood. Izuku gulped and whispered, "Oh." All before Bakugo roars like an animal, and Izuku takes off with him in hot pursuit. Usually, Bakugo could easily catch up to him, but two factors were at play, slowing him down enough for Izuku to keep ahead. First, they were in an ensouled space, making it hard to control the direction of his explosions without the force of kicking him back into a wall. And second, Izuku knew this place, it was his place, so he knew what place looked like a continuation, what was a dead end, and what spots had a turn you couldn't see right away. As Izuku ran for his life, he heard Egon calling out to him. "Izuku! What's going on?" Egon practically yelled, hearing the explosions. "He's after me," Izuku yelled back, already out of breath. "What?" "Get to your office," Egon commands him, and he hears before the line goes dead, "Deku, stop running." As the heroes were wondering what had gotten into Egon, suddenly, he turned on his heels and made a mad dash for the door. However, in the process, he ended up barreling straight through Blood Vlad, causing him to fall and break one of the break room tables. He accidentally stepped on top of Nizu as he raced out the door and into the hallways. As he barreled through groups of young heroes, he quickly typed in his phone and put it in his ear. A few rings later, Cho answered, "Yes, sir." "Cho. I need you to activate the defense system. That Bakugo brat is after Izuku," Egon exclaimed to her. A brief silence, and Cho replied, "Sheet." "What?" Egon questions. Cho said, "I'm running a system diagnostic on the whole facility. I can do anything on my end." "Sheet," Egon cursed while pocketing the phone and running as hard as he could. He knew he couldn't fight someone with previous practice and now hero training with their quirk, but he would well try no matter what the outcome. Hell, he'd dropkick this kid, then get blown to hell. He just had to make it to him before he got to Izuku. Then he got a call. Picking it up, he heard ragged breathing before the sound of Izuku's voice. "I huff made it," Izuku panted out. Breathlessly. "Good. Now, just stay there until we can." Egon tried to tell him with some relief until he heard an explosion. "Open this FNG door, you shitty nerd. You got some explaining to do," he heard Bakugo yell loud enough for the phone to pick up. "Leave me alone," Izuku yelled through his office. There was a long silence for a while until Bakugo exploded, "Don't tell me what to do, you quirkless bstrd." With that, 1, 2, and 3 explosions hit the door, causing it to shake and bend inwards. Izuku almost froze in terror but managed to say over the phone, "He's attacking the door. He's going to break it down." "What?" "He wouldn't," Egon stated before hearing another explosion that nearly caved it in. "I take it back." "Of course, he would," Egon exclaimed. "What do I do?" Izuku asked him in a hurried and frightened voice. Egon thought fast, then told him, "Go out the back door and run to paddock number 5. "What?" "But that's where Torchwick is," Izuku told him as another explosion hit the door. "I'm very aware of that," Egon told him as he barreled through a group of 1B students. "I don't like Kakna, but I don't want to kill him," Izuku exclaimed as he stood by the back door, ready to push the button. "Torchwick is too small to kill a person, for now, plus his fire isn't anything that bad. It's just enough to set him off," Egon tried to assure him. "What do you mean?" Izuku questions as the door begins to gain single marks. "That guy is covered in a nitroglycerin compound, right? And Torchwick can only ignite things," Egon explains. "But Izuku tried to argue. "And he's resistant to his explosions, right?" Egon asks rhetorically. Izuku thought momentarily, then realized what he was saying and exclaimed, "You want to blow him up with his quirk?" Egon groaned and told him, "Just till he's unconscious, or he gives up in the presence of a dragon. Plus, Torchwick listens to you like a dog, so there'll be no death." Izuku watches as the door is only one more blast from caving in. He gulps, presses the door button, and says, "Okay." Izuku escaped as he pressed the lockdown button on the other end and ran for the paddocks. As he heard the door locks bolt down tight, he listened to his front door finally give in and fly into his office. Bakugo stormed into the now empty office and screamed, "Deku!" Meanwhile, Egon hung up the phone and put it into his pocket as he continued to run through the facility, this time heading to the paddocks. On his mad dash, he nearly crashed into Dr. Genus. As he ran, the doctor said, "Ah. Professor Egon. Can I dash?" But he rushed past him and exclaimed, "Not now, Anima. I have to get to the Torchwick's enclosure in paddock 5. Genus raised an eyebrow as he ran past and yelled to him, "Paddock 5? Torchwick isn't in paddock 5, Egon stopped in his tracks, and with his face red and breathless, he asked back, "Wait, what?" Genus nods and explains, "Yeah, we moved him earlier today to paddock 3 since we underestimated how big he was going to get." Egon grabbed him and half yelled, "If he's in paddock 3, then what's in 5? Meanwhile, Izuku had finally made his way to paddock 5 and was leaning on the control panel as he attempted to catch his breath. In many ways, he didn't like his more sedentary lifestyle since he went from a string bean to the pole it climbed up on. He was even more of a wimp than he was before, and even he had to admit it. Once he could breathe enough to speak, he looked at the huge metal doors holding back a potentially world-ending creature if he could escape. He sighed, wondering if he should go through with this. Sure, Bakugo was out for blood, and Torchwick was still small, but he didn't want to end his whole career before it started. Did he want to take such drastic measures for his safety? Then he heard Bakugo's explosions and his anger-filled voice and decided that it was the right idea. Bakugo, who finally caught up, kneeled after exhausting his quirk to catch up. He stood up, a wicked expression of frustration on his face, and growled like an animal, "Deku." Finding his nerve for a second, he backed towards the control panel. "What do you want, Kaken? Just leave me alone. I said you have some explaining to do, you piece of shit nerd," he yelled at him. Izuku dropped his head, and Bakugu smiled at his weakness. Then Izuku brought up his head and half shouted at him, "I don't owe you anything." Bakugu furrowed his brow, gritted his teeth, breathed in a ragged breath, and yelled out a war cry before racing towards him. Izuku did hesitate when he saw this and slammed the emergency open button, and the gates slid open in seconds. Izuku waited for the young dragon to come barreling out but stopped momentarily when he felt cold. Just before he could question this, Bakugu was upon him and had jumped into the air to come down on him. Izuku almost freaked out, but the attacking blonde was swept away by a pair of tusks that slammed into him so hard he fell to the opposite wall. Izuku was confused since he didn't see what hit him at first, then he heard the trumpeting sound of Gammoth as she walked out of her enclosure and stood between the two teens. Izuku was shocked and confused but happy to be safe nonetheless. However, Bakugu stood up, nearly having the wind knocked out of him, and wondering what in the world had hit him. But before he could see it, it hit him once again. And by that, Gammoth grabbed him by the keg and slammed him onto the ground a few times before throwing his unconscious form. Gammoth looked to finish him off as she charged at him, but Izuku jumped in front of her. "No, Gammoth. Stop," he ordered the animal with arms raised, causing the creature to stop its attack. Once she was entirely stopped, Izuku breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. Gammoth placed her trunk all over his face to make sure he was unharmed. He stroked her trunk and looked back at the info boy while grimacing. CH-22, last confrontation. "We are so sorry for what has happened." "Truly," Nizu exclaimed while bowing on the floor with the other heroes. The three of them attempted to make Bakugu now, all before a very angry-looking Egon. Next to him in a smaller seat was Izuku, who was trying to look away from them, while Egon looked down on them with a repressed expression of rage. The drama resulted in 2 destroyed doors, damaged walls, a wrecked office, and a battered-up Bakugu. Egon drummed his fingers on the desk as he asked, "Oh, and just what exactly are you sorry for, The destruction of my property, or the harassment and attempted assault of my employee who just so happens to be the vice president of NIP. All of it. We're sorry for all of it," Present Mike told him. "No, I'm not," Bakugu yelled while ripping his head up, only to have the 3 adults slam him back into the floor. Egon glared at the teen and told him, "So that you know, I'm about 2 nerves away from making a police report and having yourself entitled but arrested for what you've done. I have cameras everywhere in this facility. Do you think you'll get away with this? Then try me." "Shut up," Bakugu yelled back in defiance. "Is that all you can do? Scream, curse, and attack. You're not a person, just a wild animal." Though I shouldn't say that since it's an insult to wild animals, Egon yelled at him. "Why you dash?" Bakugu tried to defy him again, only to have his face smashed into the ground. All while, Eraserhead hissed, "Bakugu, shut up. We are so sorry for his behavior," Blood Vlad apologized again. Egon then stood up, put one foot on his desk, and, pointing a finger at the boy, exclaimed, "I don't want to hear an apology from you. I want him to show remorse for his actions and beg for my forgiveness. But I can't see him capable of such things so far." Finally, they allowed the teen to raise his head, and Eraserhead whispered to him, "Say sorry and mean it, or you're going to jail." Bakugu growled as he tightened his fist, shot up to his feet, and demanded back, "I won't say sheet until I get some DMN answers." Egon groaned in aggravation as he sat back in his seat, rubbed his temples, and listed off, "Oh, for God's sake. A wolverine can kill an adult moose. The color of the universe is called a cosmic latte. Apples, peaches, and raspberries are all members of the. Not those answers. I'm talking about him. I want answers from him," he yelled while pointing at Izuku, who was trying to stay out of the situation. The 2 of them looked at one another, and then Egon looked back at the irate teen and replied, "Well, since you 2 have a history, I can see that you would, but that's entirely up to him. After all, no one owes you a thing." All eyes were on Izuku as he looked down at the desk. He thought it over briefly, tightened his hands, and told them, "Fine, I'll hear you out. But keep it civil. One more outburst, and I'm getting the elephant again." "Honestly, I think that's the better option here," Egon said vexingly. Before Bakugu could do anything else, Eraserhead pulled him close and whispered, "If you mess this up, it'll be your fault. I'm warning you now, we won't help you." Bakugu, surprisingly, calmed down as he sat on his chair by the desk with his anger under control. Once everyone else was seated and things were as calm as they could be, Bakugu asked in an aggressive tone, "How the F did you get this position at this job?" "Yeah, I'm a bit curious about that myself. Why is a 16-year-old working for a 30-year-old adult as a vice president?" President Mike interjected while narrowing his eyes and leaning right into Egon's face. Egon twisted the man's nose hard, causing him to back up, and Blood Vlad asked seriously, "Is this even legal?" Egon sighs and assures them, "Yes, it is legal. Izuku has every possible credential he could need to work for me legally. On that note, he's the main reason this place could even be made at all. I might run things, but he's the real brains." Eraserhead said, "We'll need proof of those credentials you claim to have." Egon sighs and makes a hand motion to Izuku. The teen leaves the room, returns a few minutes later, and sets a framed degree before them. All the adults look down, and their eyes widen in shock. "Wow! An honorary degree," President Mike exclaimed. "It's legitimate if you weren't sure," Egon told them with a smile. Bakugu was the most surprised of all of them as the wheels began turning in his head. Once he finally realized what he was questioning, he looked at Izuku and asked, "Is that what you were doing all along?" Izuku looked away and refused to elaborate, feeling as though he didn't deserve confirmation from him. Except for Egon, who stated, "That's right, bucko. In your last several months of school, while you were stomping around, acting like the big man you think you are, Izuku was working his butt off to get certified and work with me to get this place off the ground. And all right under all your noses," he told him while bopping his nose. "You little dash," Bakugu began to raise his voice. "Bakugu," Eraserhead loudly warned him, causing Bakugu to clam up. "Seriously, kid, what's your deal anyway? Sure, he accomplished all this under your nose in such a short time. But why is that such a problem for you?" President Mike asked the angry teen. "Because someone like him shouldn't be able to accomplish this. Ever. Especially with what he has or rather doesn't have," Bakugu finally exploded while pointing a convicting finger at the green teen. Egon raised an eyebrow and asked, "You really are an angry little sheet, aren't you? Nothing in life will ever make you happy. You'll just be bitter till the end," to which Bakugu growled at him. "Are you talking about his quirk? Is that what this whole thing is about?" President Mike asked aloud, trying to figure out the reason, and upon seeing the teen's strange expression at his guess, he asked him, "Don't tell me you're under the notion that a quirk should match the job they do. I mean, what's wrong with it? Is it something useless like, oh I don't know, a crystal creation quirk?" At that moment, Egon, who was holding his coffee mug, broke it into several fragments as crystals began to grow out from his palm. Seeing this, President Mike turned down his insensitive joke and said in a small, shameful voice, "Oh, sorry." Burning him a cold iron glare from Egon's strange eyes. "Mike. Go stand in the corner," Eraserhead told him, making the man stand up and walk face first into the nearest corner of the room. Egon sighed to replace himself and told them, "That was my favorite mug. We'll pay for a new one to replace it," Nizu offered. "It's the last thing my late mother made," Egon replied unamusedly. "Oh, then we really can't," Nizu said, trying to hide his nerves in his voice. "Mike, stand harder," Eraserhead shouted as the DJ hero pushed himself harder into the corner. Blood Vlad sighs and asks Bakugu, getting back on track. "You think he can't do and accomplish all that you see because of his quirk?" "I don't think so. I know. And it's not because of his quirk. It's because he doesn't have one. He's a quirkless loser." Bakugu exposed himself with a proud sheet-eating smile to all of them, making all the adults turn their heads to stare at Izuku. The teen turned his gaze away, feeling embarrassed, and made the blonde teen smile at seeing his old weakness. The adults felt a sense of dread as they saw Egon's repressed anger, drumming his fingers on his crossed arms. The adults forced Bakugo to sit back down and turn their eyes from the green teen. Hero, you're training here, Egon told them in a displeased hum. He then turned his ire to Bakugo and asked, and what exactly does his quirklessness have to do with anything, You realize that quirks are more recent in human history than you think. People without them created the modern world that you take for granted. He groaned in anger as he rubberized head pain and teared at him while stating, people like you are the whole reason that we as a species haven't evolved past violent monkeys. But Bakugo wasn't paying attention to him. Instead, he stared directly at Izuku, who was still looking away. Their eyes met for a moment, but Izuku looked away with a sour expression, which caused Bakugo to explode once more and yell, I knew all this time you were looking down on me. Weren't you? Admit it, UFNG-. Bakugo, Eraserhead tried to stop him. Egon finally loses his temper and commands, that's it. Mimikity, capture mode. Without a moment to spare, the large lockbox behind them opened up, shot out a long sticky tongue that wrapped around the teen, and caused him to get pulled into it before anyone could blink. The box snapped shut, liked its lid, and burped. Everyone stood in shocked silence at what they saw and didn't dare move or speak. Until Present Mike did and screamed, what the F-? You killed him. After getting the ringing out of his ears, Egon assured him and explained, calm down, he's not dead. Just imprisoned. It's no different than stuffing him in a locker. That thing was alive. It had teeth and everything. How is he not dead? Bloodblade exclaimed, looking ready to fight the box. He'd only be dead if he were in there for an hour, Egon told them calmly. An hour, Mike exclaimed. Then he'd be nothing but bones in another 3, Egon explains more. BBB bones, Mike stammers out in fear. If you're going to continue repeating everything I say, then we'll be here all day, Egon tells him, already fed up with the GG. After he goes silent, Egon sighs and commands, Mimikity, eject. The box listens and regurgitates the blonde teen into the floor, causing it to cough a bit before returning back to normal. Bakugo lays in a heap on the floor in a shock and seemingly unresponsive state. As Blood Vlad and Eraserhead go to collect him, Egon leans towards Nizu and tells him, listen, Nizu. I don't have the time or patience to deal with things legally, so I will make this simple for you. Go collect yourselves, your students, that half-wit egotistical future villain you are training and gearing up to kill legally and get the hell out of my laboratory. Nizu bows before him again and says apologetically, we understand. Well, I will compensate you for the damages. Again, we are very sorry. Egon turns away to speak with Izuku as the heroes scrap up Bakugo and leave the office. However, the already open automatic door slides shut in their faces. Taking a moment to wait, thinking it was on a sensor or timer, they realize it isn't. To which Present Mike brought up and stated, Professor Egon. You've made your point, we're going. What? Egon asked while turning around in his seat. You can unlock the door now, Present Mike told him as nicely as he could. Egon got up from his seat, marched up to the door, and, irritated, said, it's not ... When he realized the door wouldn't open, he dropped off by saying, locked. He then tried several methods of opening it, but when it didn't, he had to use the manual security code, which it finally did. Scratching his head, he said, confused, I didn't do this. But before they could question why this had happened, red lights filled the room, and a loud siren struck their ears. Warning! 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 Sounded off a pre-recorded voice over the speaker system. What's that? Blood Vlad asked over the loud siren. The security system. Something has set it off, Egon shouted while entering the manual alarm shutdown code. Once the alarm stopped blaring loud enough to split your skull, Egon took the mic for the PA system and announced, attention everyone, please calmly make your way to the auditorium, this is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. After a few minutes, everyone in the lab had made their way into the huge and empty auditorium, with the pro-heroes and slimy Bakugo talking very loudly over one another in a full-blown panic. The pro-heroes and the lab staff were trying to get the young heroes under control, but that only seemed to make the panic even worse until the echoes caused it to make the empty place even louder than before. At this point, Egon jumps onto the stage with Izuku in an attempt to grab their attention. Everyone! 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 He tried shouting over them, but he got tired of it and yelled as loud as he could, quite. When that didn't work, a gunshot rang through the area, causing everyone to shut up and duck their heads for cover. When they looked up, they saw Hatsum holding a shotgun into the air with a hole in the roof of the auditorium. Cho yanked the gun from his hands and glared at the smiling man. Izuku was the first to speak, and his voice cleared while he said, "Thank you, Hatsum." The pink-haired man smiled and gave a thumbs up. Then, Izuku told the crowd, "Now then, I know you're all very confused about what is happening and trust us, we have everything under control. It was just a slight malfunction in the system, so there's no need to panic." The two laboratory owners were then bewildered by the sight of the crowd looking not at them but in their direction. They looked at one another, and behind them, they saw a small black hole begging to grow. The two of them backed away from it and off the stage, where the pro-heroes joined them in defense. "Professor, is this part of the security system?" Eraserhead asked him. "I was gonna ask if it was from you guys," Egon prompted back. A few moments later, the black hole expands tenfold with glowing yellow eyes. Then a man covered in severed hands, greasy gray hair, red eyes, scratched neck, and shaggy black clothes emerged from it alongside a whole arm of other weirdly dressed people and a huge monster. The monster was built like a mountain, wearing ripped pants, black skin, an exposed brain, a yellow beak, and unblinking eyes. The black hole was the last to show himself as a human-like figure with a head that moved like a flame, yellow eyes, and wearing a bartender suit. The person covered in hands glared at them and said in a crackling voice, "Hello, heroes." "Villains," exclaimed one of the young heroes, making the pros step in front and ready for a fight. Ch-23, When Villains Attack Part 1. The hand villain, who the mist villain called Tamura, scratched at his neck and chuckled in a husky tone while saying, "So good to see all of you here in one place. That sure makes our job much easier." "What do you want?" Eraserhead demanded. "And who are you?" Blade also demanded. Tamura tilted his head and told them, "Us. We're the League of Villains and here for All Might." This time, it was Egon who spoke. He walked up a bit to expose himself and informed him, "Hey, handyman, if you haven't noticed, we don't have a 7-foot-tall blonde Japanese wannabe American otaku stomping around. Why'd you think he was here anyway?" "According to our sources, All Might was supposed to be here today," the mist man, known as Kurgreer, answered politely. Egon rolled his eyes while waving the statement and exclaiming, "PSH. Bologna. If he was going to be here, I would have been informed." "Actually," Nizu said in a small tone. Egon snapped his neck to him and asked in a severe tone, "Are you joking?" Nizu shook his head, and Egon held him up by his collar. Shaking him, he yelled, "You low-grade back-alley science experiment. Why didn't you tell me that All Might, of all people, would be here today? Would you believe me if I said it slipped my mind?" Nizu answered violently, shaking as the other pros tried to stop the flaming scientist. "Hey, hey, hey. Why the anger? Are you scared you didn't make this place pretty for his arrival?" Present Mike jokingly tried to dissuade the current situation. "More like warning someone of it," Egon grumbles. "What?" Present Mike asked. "Nothing," Egon quickly says. "Ichui," Tamura shouted. All heads turned back to the confused villains, and Egon said, while dropping Nizu, "Oh yeah, you're still here." After adjusting himself, he told the villains, "Well, listen, whatever your name is. Since All Might isn't here, that means you can leave, right? I mean, you went fishing for a whale and got guppies. What could you gain from harming 3 pro heroes who aren't even popular or liked? HUI, Present Mike shouted. A bunch of snot-nosed teenagers who haven't even experienced section. HUI, one of the teens yelled. And a couple of no-name scientists. HUI, Professor Genus yelled, only to be smacked upside the head by one of Professor Cephalopod's tentacles. Shut up, he's trying to save us, he hissed at his companion in a low tone. More than you think, Tamura stated boldly. Explain, Egon offered, looking intrigued. What's he doing? One of the kids asked. Buying time, Izuku whispered to them. Even if we can't kill the symbol of peace, we can still stake our names on every person in Japan. And your deaths will do just that, Tamura stated with sinister intent. Egon put on a confused expression by this statement and dissected, but none of us are relevant. If anything, you'll just be seen as a bunch of psychos and possible pedophiles. Killing the symbol of peace, now that is a way to send a message and have your name whispered with fear. Us though, really? He asked while looking around at them. Tamura scratched his neck before saying, I can't believe I'm saying this, but you might have a point. Holy sheet, it's working, Orpington Finkton said while excitedly. So, you'll leave? Egon prompted Tamura. He then shook his head with a crooked smile and said, nah. The other villains started to close in with sinister smiles. Egon sighed at this and said, welp, I tried. Security. Active command override, indicate all kill mode. 00001000 kill initiate. The villain stopped and looked around for whatever was supposed to happen, but when nothing did, Tamura chuckled dryly and said, we've knocked out your security system before coming here. You're trapped. Shoot, Egon said in a calm tone. Then the floor opened up all around the crowd, and Egon shouted, whoa, whoa, what the hell? Divide and conquer, was the last thing Egon heard the villain say before falling into darkness. Ch24, When Villains Attack Part 2. The sensation of falling overtook Egon's body, but the sensation quickly stopped as he landed on his but a moment later. After shaking his head and rubbing it, he said to himself, well, that was unusual. Kinda felt like swimming in the air. The voice of Izuku chimed in. Egon whipped his head and exclaimed, Izuku. Izuku smiled wide at seeing him, exclaiming, Egon. The two embraced, and Egon said in a relieved voice, oh, I'm so glad you're all right. Ahem. We're here too, a voice said to the two of them. Jumping to their feet and whirling toward the perceived danger, they relaxed when there was no danger at all. Oh, Nizu and you, Egon said, pointing to the principal and Bakugu. Egon then quickly looked around and asked, wait, where are the other 3? Everyone looked around as well, but there was no sign of Eraserhead, Blade King, or Present Mike anywhere. Nerves settled in again as some of them assumed the worst, which Nizu also confirmed. They must still be back at the auditorium, he thought aloud. Where are we? Bakugu asked, looking around the room. Back in my office, Egon trailed off while finally realizing where they were. Then, a thought shot through his head, and he exclaimed, hold on. Where'd everyone else go? Egon immediately ripped out his phone and dialed a group call. Putting it in the speaker, he called, attention tension. Roll call. Very quickly, everyone picked up and answered back with a here, to which Egon and Izuku sighed in relief. Oh, thank the gods. Where is everyone? Egon asked, trying to hide his fearful desperation. I'm back in my wing with Professor Cephalopod, Genus replied. I'm back in mine, too, Hollyhock confirmed. Mine too, said Henkyo. Me too, Hatsum called. Me 3, Honey Lemon said in a shaken tone. I'm here in my wing with Orpington, Cho told him. The Morgana triplets told him in unison, we're safe as well. We were transported to the storage house with several students. That nitwit villain sent us to our respective areas, Cluck laughed. Which means we have an advantage, Otto exclaimed while slapping his tentacles. At least we know that the students are all safe, Nizu sighs in relief. Egon nods, grateful that the kids are safe and accounted for. He then takes a more serious approach and says, "Okay, listen up, everyone. We're in a dire time with the security against us and the doors locked down. I'm officially initiating all kill protocols. Defend yourself by whatever means necessary." "Yes sir, everyone RD back." Sir," Cho inquired. "Yes, Cho," Egon replied. "As it turns out, the security system isn't down," she told him, raising everyone's eyebrows in shock. "Those clowns tried to hack us, but it was around the time I was doing a diagnostic. We're still in control. Just have to wait," she explained, the smile on her face reflected in her words. Egon fist pumped and exclaimed, "Sweet. But we're still locked in," she followed up. He deflated and asked, "Not sweet? How long before the diagnosis finishes?" After a few seconds of silence and typing from Cho, she answered affirmatively, 5 minutes. "Everyone hold out for 5 minutes, Egon commands." "Yes sir," they all answer back as he disconnects the line. Egon and Izuku then opened a hidden panel in the room. From there, they both entered individual codes to scan their eyes and fingerprints. Nizu and Bakugo looked on, considering what they were doing and wondering what else was hidden in the walls. "So what are we gonna do?" Bakugo asked calmly, more confused by the two scientists. "Try and get out or help the heroes," Izuku answered as he spoke through the voice recognition system. "How are we gonna do that?" Nizu prompted them. The two of them then took out keys from their sleeves, they lugged them legit, looked at one another, and nodded. They both turned the keys simultaneously, causing green lights to flash and something else to open up in the wall. Egon reached in and took out 2 objects that looked like collars, and Izuku took out a small rack holding several splinters. Egon put on his before putting Izuku's on as the teen hooked on several splinters all around the collars, making the mouse and blonde teen look at one another in confusion. Even Nizu shrugged when Bakugo asked with his expression. "Once secured," Egon answered, "something that was also included in your waiver. Creature division." A black portal opened just before the teens could buckle down for help to arrive. Several dozen villains emerged from the science wing and began to surround the young heroes and the 2 scientists, all smiling sinisterly like hungry lions cornering an injured gazelle. "Nowhere to run now, little heroes," one of the villains vexed. "Otto, what do we do? We're trapped and have no way of defending ourselves," Genus panicked. "I have an idea. Just let me cook." Otto whispered to him with a wink before putting on the theatrics, exclaiming like an old movie star, "Oh, you're right, Mr. Villain. We're so trapped and weak and at your mercy. But can you at least let an old octopus have one last request?" The villain chuffed and asked back, "What is it?" "How is that octopus talking?" another villain pointed out. "Can I dry my eyes and blow my nose one last time?" Otto asked, putting waterworks and blinking his big eyes. "If that's all, then sure, go right ahead." The villain agreed as Otto reached out for a box of tissues. Then the villain put on a thinking face and realized aloud, "Wait a second. Octopuses don't have noses." Suddenly, the villain was struck in the face by a tentacle. The blow was so decisive that the villain was the one who walked back to the wall, where they passed out. "And neither do you, sucker," Otto exclaimed as he reeled his extended limb. "How'd he do that?" one of the other villains asked in awe. "Like this," Otto exclaimed while punching him in the face. He found the same thing as the first one. But then, more tentacles began to grow from his body, and he started to sock the villains with a flurry of blows. The villains began to panic, and some tried to run away in the chaos. However, one villain stood firm and reignited their dispositions as they exclaimed, "Calm down, you guys. It's just one fish with a bunch of legs. It's not like he's gigantic or something." The villain trailed off as he watched the small octopus transform into a literal behemoth. "You were saying?" Otto asked him before he let out a roar and started to grab up villains and crush them in his powerful grip. Unbeknownst to any of them, the professor had 4 splinters wrapped around one tentacle behind himself, a splinter that allowed for the stretching of limbs, a splinter that allowed for the growth of additional limbs, a splinter that gave gigantification, and a splinter that gave a form of hyper-regeneration. As the colossal octopus monster took on the villains with seeming ease, the young heroes looked on in a mix of shock, awe, and horror. Could he always do that? One of them asked the other professor. To which he casually shook his head and answered, no. Plant division. End of the line, green thumbs, a villain exclaimed in a devilish tone as they cornered the kids. Female scientists glared at them and stated, that's what I should be saying to you all. She then moved her hands, and every plant in the greenhouses started to move before quickly attacking all of them. Vines grabbed and strangled, buds and pods spat spores, poison needles, and goop, plants that had teeth and began to snap them up, plants that hypnotized, and plants that shot elements and explosions. The villains screamed in shock and fright as Hollyhock concentrated on keeping them back. What the hell? The plants are alive, one villain screamed before getting caught in vines. And shoved into the toothy maw of a carnivorous plant. Sound division. Ungoliant. Ungoliant. Where are you? Hankyo exclaimed as he practically turned his office inside out with a place precession only for him to instantly relax as he stated while hunched over in a corner, oh, there you are. I was so worried. Who's Ungoliant? You sure, girlfriend, daughter? A student asked as the man turned around with cupped hands to happily and proudly reveal a spider no bigger than the head of a pin. To which the students freaked out and tried to swat at it while yelling, ah. Spider. Before the students could swat, one of Hankyo's head tubs whipped out and bit him on the nose. Hankyo turned away, protecting the spider, and exclaimed, don't hurt her. She's just a jumping spider. She's harmless to humans and helps keep me sane, he said the last bit with a slight unhinged expression. Another student, who saw this, trailed off uncomfortably. You stay in your terrarium where it's safe. I love you, he told the little spider while placing it in an environment far too big for it and giving her a little kiss before closing the lid. He tethered back to the kids and thoughtfully stated, okay, kids, now stay behind me. No matter what happens, you need to stay safe and dash dot. Before he could finish, one of the doors was busted, and dozens of villains poured in while one of them said, trapped like rats. Hankyo stood in front of the teens, arms spread to protect them. He then stood before them with his chest out and declared, okay, listen up, you villains. You can turn tail and leave or stay and suffer. All the villains began to laugh at his declaration, and one of them asked, ha. And what are you going to do? Hankyo sighs as he closes his eyes and reaches into his pocket, taking out a splinter. He says, I don't like using my quirk since it reminds me of my past. But you freaks have left me with no choice. One of his head tubes, which looked like a tail, curled over to his head, where it split open at the tip onto something that looked like a microphone from the early 1920s. He breathed deep as his other head tubes moved to the top of his head and opened their mouths. Hankyo then produced a high note with such hypersonic power behind it that not only did it send the villains away in a shock wave, but it also caused their ears and organs to burst while their skin was pulled right off their bodies, leaving them bloody messes along the wall. Hankyo gasped and coughed hard, falling to his knees as the teens, now releasing their ears, surrounded him in worry. I didn't know your quirk could do that, one of them said. It can't, Hankyo told them while wiping his mouth. Robotics and Machine Division. Any last words, String Bean? A female villain asked rhetorically as she and several other villains cornered Hatsum and several students. The pink-haired man fixed his goggles and smiled, ah yes, actually. Could you hold off your attack for another 30 seconds? The female villain raised an eyebrow and asked, 30 seconds? What's happening in 30 seconds? Oh, just the update I've done on the robots, Hatsum told her with a knowing wiggle of her finger. Robots? She questioned, wondering what he was talking about. Then a loud ding noise, like that of a toaster, sounded in the room, and Hatsum excitedly shook his hands while exclaiming, "Oh, they're done. Wait right there." He then ran off and pressed a button on a wall near a strange door. It opened up to reveal the darkness, and within red eyes glowed one but one. Within a few seconds, a horde of robots appeared in 2 single-file lines raised. "What the hell?" the female villain shouted as they all came flooding out like a tidal wave. "Robots! Commence Operation Swarm! Go go go," Hatsum commanded. The robots turned their unmoving, cold faces with murderous intent. Very quickly, the villains found themselves with the shoe on the other end of the foot. "Crap, there's so many," one villain shouted before getting swarmed and torn limb from limb. The female villain was doing better as she managed them by the handful. Realizing something, she exclaimed, "But they're so weak. We can take M." Hatsum sighed at her comment and, while rocking on his heels, said, "You know, I wasn't going to bring it out yet since it's only 50% completed. But since you think you can take out my army, I guess I'll just do it anyway. It needs a field run." He then ran through the same doorway the robots came flooding out of, and a large garage door next to it quickly opened up to reveal Hatsum standing much taller and making a lot of unnatural sounds. When he came out, he was sitting inside of a giant clunky suit that looked like something from Mad Max. The villains lost their edge as the hulking behemoth of iron stepped out. "He has a MEK," one of them yelled as a giant fist of iron came down on them. "Chemical division. Go away. 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 Go away," Honey Lemon screamed as she blasted the onslaught of villains with a giant ray gun machine that shot out a stream of green acidic liquid, leaving a trail of death and screaming as villains began to melt to nothing. "Defense and Armaments Division. We need backup, repeat, we need backup," a villain screamed as they ducked for cover with another villain who was trying to fiddle with a radio. I'm trying," the other villain yelled back in a panic, just before his head was blown off his shoulders. The first villain screamed but stayed himself and grabbed the radio as more gunshots were heard overhead and the sounds of people falling dead. After fiddling with it for a bit, he finally got a connection as he watched a brave soul attempt to run headlong into the fray, only to be gunned down a few seconds later. "Boss! Are you there? Say something," the villain yelled through the speaker. "What is it?" Tamura's Craigily Wriggling on the other end. "We need help," he begged. Sounding annoyed, he shot back, "It's just some brats and a one-eyed woman. They can't be that hard." Shaking his head, he explained, "It's not the kids, it's her. She's dropping us left and right. You said this would be easy. She's quirkless." "How are you having trouble?" Tamura yelled loud enough for all to hear. But the villain was blown off right at the moment Cho yelled the answer, "I have a shotgun. And I have an egg cannon. Say goodbye to your necks." Cluck laughed as she used her machine to hold and fire her invention. The two of them work in tandem to quickly shift the tide of battle in their favor, with all the villains cowering at a single woman and chicken armed with nothing but firearms. "Storehouse. What the hell is this sheet made of? Open up this force field right now," a villain demanded as they pounded on a force field made by the Morgana triplets. "And let you in?" Morgan asked rhetorically. "Fat chance," Millicent scoffed. "How about this instead?" Megan offered as a piece of the force field and slammed into the villain in the form of a tendril of darkness. Another villain growled and proclaimed, "You can't hold this wall forever. You'll drop it, or we'll break it." "We don't have to hold it forever," Morgan started. "Just have to buy time," Megan continues. "Then you see the surprise we have," Millicent finishes with a wry smile. Auditorium. Tamura nearly broke the radio he held in his hands, resisting the urge to use all 5 fingers. He was trying to contact his last few groups after the last one went dead, but his irrigation grew as he got almost nothing back. Throwing the device on the ground as a battle raged on behind him, he yelled, "What the F is going on? Is everything alright, young master? Kurgrir asked him. I have no FNG idea. I can't get in contact with any of our teams, and the ones I can are either static or just screaming. How in the hell are we getting creamed? Tamura asked after realizing what happened to the others. Kurgrir pats his shoulder comfortingly and tells him, not to worry. Even if we lose all of our help, we only need Nomu. And the heroes won't last much longer. As he says this, they both look out into the large room where the three heroes are fighting against the hulking Nomu and not doing so well against it. Things looked good to the scientist, but only for a little while longer. Ch25, When Villains Attack Part 3. Just before Izuku, Egon, Nizu, and Bakugu could leave, a black portal opened before the door, and several villains spilled out immediately. As they all backed away, one of them strutted up to them with an evil smile while looking dead at Nizu. Well, the principal of UA, ready to die like what you did to my whole life. He yelled while turning his hands into metal spiked maces. The others looked at Nizu, wondering what he was talking about, but Egon took this differently and stated, hey. We're here too. Oh yes, how could I forget about the two brats and the nerd, the villain vexed, smiling. Egon and Izuku scowled at this, and they both shouted, I'll show you who's a nerd. Egon then shot lasers from his eyes and blasted the one in front. Izuku then ripped off Egon's desk, which was booted to the floor, and threw it at the rest, pinning them under the large metal object. They, alongside the gobstruck heroes, easily ran out the unoccupied door. Once they were out, Izuku broke the mechanics on the other end, and Egon welded it shut with his laser vision. The two of them wiped their brows and sigh. I'm relieved once their job is done. This left the two heroes in shock and confusion about what they saw. They stared for so long that the two scientists noticed and asked why they were staring. I thought you had a crystal quirk, Nizu stated. I thought you were quirkless, Bakugu exclaimed. You're right on both accounts, Izuku confirmed. Then how'd you do that? Nizu asked, baffled. Izuku looked at Egon, who nodded and told them, well, since you signed the waiver, we can tell you. They're called splinters and hold an energy source that can mimic and replicate anything they come in contact with, including quirks. Curious and struck by an overwhelming sense of intrigue, Nizu inquired, how did you figure that out? Izuku put a finger to his lips and answered, trade secret. Less talk and more running. That door won't hold them forever, Egon told them as he waved down a hallway. As the four of them ran down the hallway, hoping no more villains were out patrolling, Nizu asked, so what's the plan from here? Egon told him, get to the security office, try to force the doors open, or call for help. And if that doesn't work, Nizu sheet back. We pull out all the stops, including the dragon, Egon explains as Izuku nods. The two heroes stop in their tracks, causing the two scientists to skid to a skidding halt. They look back and see the two surprised heroes say in unison, you have a dragon? It only took them several seconds to run before they got to the corner where the security office was, and unfortunately, it was guarded by two villains. Luckily, this wasn't a problem, especially as Bakugu wanted to go out and attack them, though he didn't get the chance as the two scientists casually walked out in front of them with zero hesitation. When the two villains saw them and tried to attack the seemingly harmless scientists, they were meant for the biggest shock of their lives. Egon breathed out a torrent of cold air that froze the first villain solid while the second one was caught up in some sort of space-time pocket and turned into some abstract artwork, unable to move and freak out. The two scientists patted themselves off and gave the thumbs up to the two heroes, who just looked on in a mixture of impressed, shocked, and furious way on Bakugu's end. Once inside, Egon went to the nearest keyboard and started typing faster than the human eye could keep up. It only took a minute before results began to show, as the scientist slammed on the keyboard wall, cursing. Sheet, he hissed. I assume those are good curses, Nizu asked hopefully. Egon gruffed and told him, you and I wish. The security system may still be in our control, but they have us trapped with communications down. So what now? Izuku asked. We fight stupid nerds, Bakugo countered while punching his fist. Egon raised an eyebrow and shot back with sass, oh really? Two scientists with no fighting experience, a smart mouse, and an uncontrollable hero in training up against I don't know how many villains, their two mystery leaders, and that giant monster. Yeah, we'll win. Bakugo growled, then looked at Izuku's neck and, reaching out for one of the splinters, demanded, then give me one of those spitter things. No, Izuku rejected and pulled away, much to Bakugo's surprise. First off, they're called splinters. Second, they're our property. Third, they're hard to make, and finally, I don't trust you. Izuku firmly told him off. Bakugo was hit into another stunned silence for the second time by Izuku, and just like the last one, he had no idea how to react. So he stood his stuff with his mouth open. While this happened, Nizu turned his eyes to the security monitor and said, I see they even took out the cameras. I hope your staff is doing okay. This statement sent a shiver up the professor's spine. Realizing he had yet to check in on them, he whipped out his phone to do a group call. Once on speaker, he announced, Attention tension. Is everyone okay? Not really. Otto is on his last leg, arm, Genus told him nervously. I'm running out of plants to fight, Hollyhock shouted. I'm losing my voice, Hankyo squeaked out. I'm out of robots, and my MEK has shut down, Hatsum said in a displeased neutral tone. I'm all out of juice, Honey Lemon screamed. I'm out of ammo, but I won't stop fighting, Cho exclaimed before she started to shout a war cry and run. Our force field is almost done for, the triplets told him with feverish fear. As Egon and Izuku heard this, all hope seemed to vanish. The sound of fighting and their workers struggling to hold on sent chills down their backs. They couldn't do anything at this point, it was hopeless. They were trapped in their facility with no contact and overrun by criminals with a monster that could do who knows what. On top of that, they had a bunch of kids to try and protect. What could they do? In moments of conflict, emotions, and thoughts, Izuku could only fall to his knees and cry. Egon wasn't much better. His knees locked together, he covered his mouth in shock, and tears flowed like two rivers down his face. Was this the end? Ch-26, When Villains Attack Part 4. Nizu immediately took action, punching into the PA system and announcing, Attention all students of UA. This is your principal speaking. I am officially giving all of you the freedom to use your quirks. Use them to protect yourselves and the brave men and women trying their best to protect you. Show them what real heroes are made of. Egon and Izuku looked up at the small creature on the stool and held the mic like he was their savior. He smiled down at them, and Egon said to him, Nizu. Thank you. It's what heroes do, Nizu told him. As Egon helped Izuku to his feet, he apologetically told the little creature, and I'm sorry for being so angry with you. Nizu looked off to the side at first as he confirmed for him, you did have the right, in several situations. But please, dry your eyes. Your people need you, he exclaimed. Egon wipes his face and says, you're right. Now, we need a plan of action. I've got one, Izuku tells them after drying off his face. Bakugo snickered at this and said, what? Are you going to cry at the villains so hard they drown in your tears? This earned him a smack on the back of the head by Egon, who immediately apologized to Nizu, saying, sorry, Nizu, I should have asked you first. No, if you didn't, then I would've, Nizu assured him with a wave of his paw. Is the peanut gallery done talking? Izuku asked with his hands on his hips. When everyone went silent to stare at his statement, he said, yes. As I said, Principal Nizu, how good are you with machines? Better than you'd expect, he answered with a chuckle. Then you stay here and try to hack the communications. We have to get in contact with the outside world, he told him while taking a splinter off his collar and handing it over to him. Take this splinter. It holds a force field quirk. Always keep a hand or paw, it has a mental activation. Once it's up, it won't go down unless you say so, he explained as Niza nodded. Bakugu, Izuku turned to the blonde teen, who stood there in shock at being called by that name. You're our vanguard. Anyone who gets in our way, you do what you do best. Izuku told him as he grunted and looked away. Egon, we must get to the creature division and then the chemical division. Once we have Gammoth and Honey Lemon, we can bust out of here, he told the man, who nodded back, fists clenched and expression ready to go. Izuku then looked to the exit door, struck a pose while pointing, and exclaimed, let's go stop some villains. Creature division. After getting past the initial shock of seeing a real-life kraken, it was much easier to take him down than expected. Having many arms didn't mean he was more challenging, he could grab more. And they were very soft and squishy. In addition, being bigger just made him a bigger target, and soon he was out of limbs, leaving him a stump and black and blue, and I don't mean from his natural color changing. With no more fight left in him, Otto shrunk back down and backed off with what was left of his limbs. Looks like the octopus has run out of limbs, one of the villains croaked as they pushed away a giant tentacle. Otto, who only had one limb left, tried to shake a splinter, but nothing happened. In his head, he commented, crap, the hyper-regeneration quirk splinter isn't working. I knew it was unfinished. Now all that's left is GAH, one of the villains yelled as they were blasted in the face by blood. All eyes turned to Anima, who had turned his head into a thorny dragon. He sighs and states, "Welp, that's all I've got." When the same villain got back up, he was nailed in the face again, this time with ink. All eyes turned to Otto as he added, "Same here." As the first villain, who got the money shot twice, wiped their face off with a furious glare, the remaining villains followed behind as they surrounded the octopus and the scientist. The two of them backed away until they were cornered and held one another in their arms. Goodbye, Otto. It was an honor to work with you, Genus told his partner. My only regret is not dying after having SEC once, proclaimed Cephalopod. What? Genus said, forgetting their situation momentarily. As the villains closed in on the two scientists, the one who got the money shot twice was again hit in the face. But this time, by a laser beam and knocked them out. When the other villains looked over, they saw Iowama standing with his navel laser glittering. You keep away from those kind scientists, he demanded flamboyantly. One of the other villains lost his surprise and proclaimed, What? Do you kids think you have a chance against all of us? Don't make me laugh. Then it was Aways who told them, we may be kids, but we're also heroes. And heroes always stand up against those who try to harm the peace and the innocent. Plant division. Once all the plants had something to grab, munch on, or ran out of ammo, it was all a matter of pushing past or cutting them down. Hollyhock had done her best with what she had and had mentally drained herself to exhaustion as she sat on her knees, sweating buckets. The villains closed in, and one of them said while ripping a plant out by the roots, once we get through with you, lady, we'll burn and weed-whack all your stupid plants. But before they could try anything on the woman, a bramble of vine sheet out from the ground snagging several of the villains and wrapping them up or trapping them against the roof where Ibra came out and proclaimed, but you'll have to whack all of us first. That's to say you have the roots to do it. Hollyhock smiled at the holy girl and said, I like you already, honey. Sound division. Hankyo fell to his hands and knees as he coughed violently and spat blood. He had used his underused quirk with the help of a splinter to the point he ruptured his vocal cords. And now he was helpless to the remaining villains that cornered him. Have you lost your voice already, 5-Chord Gus? The villain asked as Hankyo glared at his old name while his head tubes hissed and snapped at him. The villain shrugged and stated, too bad. I almost wanted an encore. Before anything could happen, the villain was struck in the head by a punch from Kirishima, who exclaimed, no encore, but how about a new song? One we like to call, his clone, Tetsu Tetsu, added with his punch. Before the two of them got the villain simultaneously and yelled, beat it. Robotics division. I wish I had longer to live. I have so many mental notes on improving my machines. Hatsum sulked as he was wrapped and slowly crushed by the female villain and her hair. The female laughed and boasted, "Oh, too bad for you. It looks like your only ride now is the one to hell." Then Kamakiri came in from the side, slicked through her hair, and freed the doctor. Zero quickly pulled him back, and once he was safely deposited, Uraraka came up and began to untie him. "Don't worry, Dr. H, metal is weak, but the flesh is far stronger. And today, we'll show you just that," she told him as she and the other students stood in her defense. Chemical Division. "Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. There's still more of them." Honey Lemon yelled at her giant squirt gun. She slammed her fist on it and rapidly moved her sight from it to the villains closing in. "All out of juice, there sweetie," one of the villains vexed as the others laughed. "Only to be hit in the body and feet by acid and some kind of glue." "But I'm not," Mina proclaimed. "And neither am I," Bondo added as the two stood back to back in a superhero pose. Weapons Division. During her all-out shootout with the villains, Cho quickly ran out of ammo but did not stop fighting. She used the shotgun as a bat and began to club every villain in sight before breaking over someone with a stone body quirk. She then took out 2 katanas and began to be seen like a trained samurai, slicing and dicing everyone who even tried to go after her. Cho was a force of nature, and every aspect of her body was a weapon, from her hands to her feet. She used to cave someone's heads in with her heels. She finally meets her match in an electric quirk user that damages her significantly and knocks her swords from her grasp. But even as she was bear-hugged and electrocuted, she took the hairpin from her hair and stabbed him multiple times. Once he let go, she stabbed him in the eye before hitting his jugular. Unfortunately, this left her in a critical state. She fell to her face and could only shift her head enough to see up. There, she saw one of the remaining villains looking down at her angrily. Dr. Orpington was slightly better since she became vulnerable once her egg cannon ran out. Her self-controlled arm chart was destroyed, and she hid behind the teens to cover for it. "Damn it, you're one tough beach," he commented while cracking his neck as she just stayed on the ground and breathed heavily. The villains smile snidely and say, "But not tough enough." She growls and, with what breath she has left, curses, "Screw your head," and the neck it rode in on. The villain kicked Cho in the head and grunted, "I guess we'll have to teach her some manners." "Yeah. Lesson 1, if you wanna fight, make it fair," shouted Kendo as she hit the villain away. Lesson 2, seriously rethink your life choices, Juzo exclaimed as he came from the ground and hooked his legs into the floor. Lesson 3, don't F with heroes. No matter who they are, Sato glared at the villains while punching his fists. Storehouse. The barrier is almost down. Keep pushing, a villain yelled as they and several others attacked the breaking barrier with different attacks. At this point, the Morgana triplets were sweating bullets as they could barely hold it together. Finally, they spoke to the teens. "Hey, kids. Listen closely," Megan spoke. Millicent told them, "We're about to break, so we need you to do something for us. We've only got one trick left. To protect us and yourself as best you can," Morgan asked them with a single tear running down her face. The teens then watched in awe as the 3 women mugged into one long-haired woman with unnatural beauty as she told them, "I'm counting on you." She then breathed as her eyes turned back and spoke, "Power word, kill." With that word spoken, the barrier was reabsorbed into her hand, where she pushed it out into a beam of darkness that took the form of the Grim Reaper. The Reaper ran towards the villains, and anyone who was hit by it fell to the floor dead. When the Reaper dissipated, Morgana fell to the floor unconscious. The remaining villains emerged from their hiding spots, and one of them commented, "What a witch." "Yes, but the only ones getting burned at the stake is you," Momona told them as he stood before them with half of his body on fire and covered in ice. The battle rages on. Ch-27, When Villains Attack Part 5. "Die," Bakugu shouted as he blasted a villain in the face as the group of 3 ran through the facility. Izuku huffed and puffed as he tried to keep up with his more physically fit guard. Even Egon was faster than him due to his crazy long legs. He wiped the sweat from his brow and said with stress, "I hope we can get to the creature division in time." The final cane to the dividing in the building, Bakugo blasted down a welded-shut blast door that crushed 5 villains behind it. They ran through and got to the areas where the scientist and hero trackers were giving a signal. They approached a garage door that Egon threw up and called. "Please tell me you're all alive." Behind the door was Professor Cephalopod and Genus, alongside all the children, safe and sound with a bunch of dead or unconscious villains. "Don't worry, Professor Egon. We're good, and all thanks to these young heroes," Genus told him while motioning to the young heroes who looked scraped up. "Maybe for you. But I'm still missing all of my DMN limbs," Cephalopod angrily shouted as his limbs were being bandaged up. "They'll grow back," Genus tried to assure him with a nervous smile. "In several months," he shot back. Egon sighed in relief and proclaimed, "Oh, thank the gods. We have to get to the paddocks and then to the chemical division," he told them straight after. The two professors looked at one another and asked, "Chemical division? What's in the paddocks?" one of the students asked. "Oh, you'll see," Izuku said vaguely as he ran off to a different wing. Soon, the other young heroes joined him as he crossed through a blasted open garage door into another empty oval-shaped room with another garage door in it. They found the young scientist pushing buttons on a console directly beside it. Before they could ask what he was doing, a green light glowed, and the garage doors raised, releasing a cold breeze into the room that made everyone shiver. Then Gammoth stroked out of her room and trumpeted to announce her arrival. All the teens stood back from the massive creature as it walked out, completely ignoring the kids. Izuku then quickly stepped in front of the animal, its eyes locked down on him. Gammoth raised her trunk and used it to slide and feel the boy's face, making him strike it back in return. As they were having this moment, no one noticed how Bakugo was trying to put as much distance between him and the animals as possible, and Gammoth was keeping an eye on the teen, grumbling as he moved away. "I forgot about the woolly mammoth," Juzo stated nonchalantly. "I can't believe you did," Manga shot back at him, his head turning into a question mark and exclamation point. But he got a call before Izuku and Gammoth could enjoy their moment. He picked it up, heard Egon's hasty voice, and exclaimed, "Izuku. He's coming your way. Brace yourself." Izuku's eyes widened, and Jiro asked, "Who's coming?" Suddenly, the sound of something running at max speed and hitting every possible thing along the way was heard down the open doorway, and people started to move to the side in the impending sense. "Torch wick," Izuku drones out as the pony-sized dragon comes barreling through the hall and straight toward Izuku. He stood firm and grounded with his hands out as he shouted, "Calm down, boy. Stay. Heal. Don't dash," but he didn't get another chance to speak as the dragon leaped at him from 20 feet away and knocked him to the ground. "Do this," he groaned out in pain as the dragon kicked his face. While Torchwick was attacking Izuku with love, everyone was standing around him in shock at what they saw until one person stayed obvious and asked, "Is that a freaking dragon?" "Yeah, he is," Izuku answered while trying to push his face away. "How, when, and why?" Ida asked in order. "Science, 2 weeks ago, and discovery," Izuku answered as Gammoth pulled the dragon off him. Before he could be questioned more, Izuku put up his hand and proclaimed, "No more questions. We have to get to the chemical division." Getting to the next division wing was far more accessible since they had a small army on their side and had Gammoth, who only had to stick in the front and bulldoze down anyone bold or stupid enough to try and get in her way. Izuku, surprisingly enough, was the first one to enter the wing and get to Honey Lemon's signal. He threw open the locked door that held her and called out, "Honey Lemon. Are you Dash?" Before he could finish, Honey Lemon came out right in front of him and wrapped him in a hug while exclaiming, "Alive. Yes. I'm so glad to see you, Izuku." She then realized what she was doing and put him down while fixing herself and acting more formal. "Oh. I mean, Dr. Midoriya." "Doctor?" everyone asked upon hearing this. Doctor, Izuku confirmed before getting on track and saying earnestly, but we don't have time for an explanation. Honey Lemon, we need your skills. She then stood straight and, in a mock salute, replied, you can count on me. What do you need? I need something that can either destroy or weaken reinforced concrete, he told her specifically. Honey Lemon clapped her hands and ran off, saying, I have just the thing. Wait 1 second. While this was happening, a small group of students with Professor Egon was trying to break out of the facility through a wall with the help of Gammoth, who was having no luck. Not even Torchwick's fire breath did anything but blacken the wall. Come on. Can't you break through one wall? Tokage yelled at the animal, who glared at her. She's an animal, not a wrecking ball. Give her some credit, the kids told her off, even if she was stressed. Have no fear. Professor Honey Lemon is here. With the solution, the peppy professor said as she came into the room with several small golf-sized gel ball of strange color. The woman then threw the gel ball at the walls, where they expanded twice their splash radius and bubbled like some kind of chemical before changing colors twice. Once the solution appeared to stop, Honey Lemon commanded, all right, Gammoth now charge. Gammoth trumpeted loudly and charged at the wall. This time, it broke all the way through. The wall crumbled like paper, and Gammoth trumpeted triumphantly. Everyone go. Go go go, Egon commands as all the young heroes and scientists rush out of the new hole in the wall. Egon picks up his phone, disks a number, and says when the other end is picked up, Mizu, we just got the students out. How are you doing? I just managed to punch through whatever was blocking communication. I've sent out several distress calls. Backup should arrive soon, and it looks like there are just a few minutes left in your security system reboot, Mizu reported. Thank goodness, Egon breathed a sigh of relief. I also got the security cameras up and running, and I hate to say it, but things are not looking good for our heroes. This made the professor's hair stand on ends. In all the excitement of escaping and getting the kids out, he forgot about the heroes, the villains' leaders, and that monster. That monster is far stronger than we thought, and I think they're on their last ropes, Mizu admitted, sounding worried. I hope help gets here sooner rather than later. I'll have Izuku send. Egon begins to tell him his plan before trailing off. Mizu notices the one-way silence and says, Professor. Egon looks around for a bit and then asks the dissipating crowds, where's Izuku and Torchwick? Oh no, don't tell me, he says while looking towards the inside of the building. Gammoth also seemed to realize what had happened, and she turned tail and charged back inside. Egon, who dropped his phone with Mizu still on the line, ran after the mammoth and called out, Gammoth. Wait. Ch-28, When Villains Attack Part 6. The heroes had done all they could in the fight against the Nomu, but it was still not enough. That thing was faster, stronger, and more durable than either of them. Worst of all, it could heal. Their quirks almost did nothing to the monster, and any damage done was nothing. Pretty soon, they were overtaken and beaten down badly. Eraserhead had his face smashed in and his spine nearly crushed. Present Mike had his leg broken and his neck chopped so hard it damaged his vocals. Blood Vlad took a blow to the head hard enough to knock him clean out. So the three heroes lay on the ground in a heap of themselves, with the monster slowly skulking towards them, ready to finish the job. With still working arms, Present Mike crawled over to the downed Eraserhead and told him, Shota, I hate to say it. But this looks like the end. Eraserhead barely lifted his head to look at the oncoming monster and replied, I think you might be right. Soon, they saw the monster stop, go low, and dash toward them. It was great to fight alongside you, Mike told his friend while closing his eyes. You as well, Erasure agreed while also looking away. However, their imminent demise didn't come. Instead, they were met with a solid whipping wind hitting their faces. When they opened their eyes, they saw the Nomu trapped behind what looked to be a wall of wind. Confused as to who their savior was, they were drawn to the sound of someone yelling at the monster. Leave them alone, a young voice yelled at the beast as they saw the determined face of Izuku holding out his hand. Ignoring the wall of wind and monster momentarily, Eraserhead lifted his head and yelled as loud as he could muster, "What are you doing here, kid? Get out of here. And leave you to die." "No thanks," Izuku shot back as he used the wall to push the gnome back. But the creature tried to dig in its feet to keep from sliding, which Izuku changed up to forming spikes of wind that pierced its body, causing it to be pushed away from the helpless heroes. Izuku then sprouted a pair of wings made of the wind and flew just as fast between the monster and the heroes. "It's our job. It's what we're prepared for," Present Mike tried to argue with him. But Izuku wasn't having any of it. He shot back, arguing, "Just because you could die doesn't mean you should." Izuku saw how the Nomo broke through the wind spikes and tried to run toward them again after healing its wounds. But Izuku used the space-bending quirk, turning the monster into an abstract artwork. Usually, this quirk causes anyone to become completely immobile from the shock, but the creature starts moving outside the bubble. Izuku realized that the monster was mindless and wasn't affected by the quirk, knowing it was more of an imaginary mental attack. The two heroes looked at the boy in shock, and Present Mike exclaimed, in his damaged voice, "Whoa! I thought you were quirkless. Where'd all that come from?" Izuku then ekted a stone wall around them as the Nomo was starting to emerge from the space bubble. Once their defense was made, he returned and complained, "Can we discuss this after we take down the giant monster? I hate to tell you this, kid, but none of us are in any shape to stand, let alone fight," Irasrihia told him. "Wasn't talking about you," Izuku corrected him. Before either of them could ask what he meant, they heard a high-pitched screeching noise coming from above. Looking up, they saw something with blood-orange-red wings flying in circles around the auditorium. The creature circled several times before finally hovering in the air while screeching. "Is that a dash?" Eraserhead began to ask. "Dragon," Tamura shouted in shock. Torchwick breathed a hefty stream of fire down on the two villains, and Kurogyri opened a portal to divert its flow. However, he brought it down too fast, and both had to dodge when the pony-sized lizard swooped down on them with claws and teeth ready. Torchwick doubled around after his first attack and shot several fireballs at the two villains, causing them to dodge and move further away from one another. "What the hell kinda science lab is this place?" Tamura exclaimed as he swatted out his shirt that was starting to smoke. "One where we truly underestimated them," Kurogyri inferred while swatting soot off his outfit. "How? This place was newly built and just starting. How could our sources have fallen so far from what it was?" Tamura stressed. "In all fairness, we did do it last minute when UA decided to come here instead of the USJ, Kurogyri told him, making Tamura growl. But he didn't have time to stew in anger as Torchwick came down and blasted the two villains with a smoke screen. Tamura attempted to sus out Kurogyri in the smoke, but even though it was one cover, it was so thick that it was like walking through a first on a new moon. Then he saw a pair of glowing eyes in the dark and walked to them, only for the eyes to flash a set of teeth and jump him. Despite his unhealthy-looking physique, Tamura was surprisingly fast and strong. However, now wasn't one of those times for him to show it. Despite Torchwick being smaller than the man, he was far stronger than most humans and had the man pinned down with his claws as he dug his fangs into his throat. Torchwick had him in such a position that not only could Tamura kick his legs, but he couldn't even make a sound. Torchwick was doing what all predators do, choking out their prey before eating it. Tamura attempted to bring up his hand to use his quirk, but the claws would sink more profoundly every time he did. Tamura was starting to black out, and he could see his whole life flash before his eyes, and it was horrible. Just before everything went out and the animal devoured him, a gunshot rang out, and Torchwick let go of the villain. He stretched out in pain as he stumbled off his body, and Tamura gasped for air. He looked over and saw the dragon with a bullet wound on his shoulder and looked to the other side to see Kurogyri with a gun in hand, pointing it at the smaller creature. Torchwick trunks to the man and screeches. Kurogyri points the gun again, but this time, when he fires another bullet, Torchwick evaporates it alongside the portal the Mist Man attempts to put up in defense, setting the man ablaze for a moment. But it is only for a moment as Tamura rolls over and slaps his hand on the animal's flank, causing it to decay to the point where its rib cage and organ are exposed. Torchwick falls to the ground, appearing dead. Tamura gets up and walks back over to the Mistman as he puts the fire out before it can engross him further. Only for the two of them to watch as the seemingly dead body of Torchwick rises and the wound begins to heal rapidly. Tamura growls at this and looks back to the Nomu, expecting several corpses to be strung about. Instead, he sees the Nomu trying to break through the many layers of stone walls that are easily replaced and added on by Izuku to keep it at bay. Enough of this crap. I'm going to get rid of that kid myself, Tamura proclaims while stamping over the monster and teen. Meanwhile, the Nomu had just broken through the last stone wall and saw nothing. No matter where it looked, the other side of the ever-growing stone walls was nothing. It was like the heroes just disappeared. However, that is only half true, the heroes and Izuku disappeared only from sight, not from the spot. In truth, the young man and prose had turned completely invisible, and the mindless creature didn't seem to know or understand this as it just stood there and looked around. But its attention was caught when Tamura announced, "Nomu. Get the flying lizard." The Nomu obeyed its command and turned tail to run after the regenerating dragonling. Tamura, who saw the trick being played out, ran and tackled Izuku, causing the invisibility to drop. Before he could use his quirk on the teen, Izuku turned into smoke and slipped away from him while rising into the air. After reforming and sprouting the wings of the wind, Izuku used the wind to create blades while throwing them down on all the villains and the monster. Kurogiri opened portals to avoid them while Tamura dodged with every ounce of speed he had yet still got nicked, while the Nomu took everything head-on and grew back whatever was sliced or removed. Izuku saw this happen and wanted to try something else, but he didn't get the chance. Tamura appeared from a portal above and dropped him back to the ground. The villain went to grab him with his hand but only managed to catch and decay his coat before Izuku turned around, grabbed his arm, and, using his super strength, threw the man away. Izuku then grabbed and ripped up a huge section of seats in the auditorium and threw it at the villain. Kurogiri opened another portal and allowed the seats to fly straight through. Izuku then creates a tornado around the villain to trap them while he tries to subdue the monster. He runs after the creature and, with all his strength, sends a punch right into its back. Much to his surprise, his fist is absorbed into its body before sending him flying back like a trampoline. Izuku quickly realized that physical attacks wouldn't work any better than mental, so he'd have to try something else, and fast. He saw the monster's exposed brain and started crafting the wind into blades again, aiming for the weak spot. However, he didn't get the chance, as Tamura was upon him again, and the two of them went locked into a game of cat and mouse. Meanwhile, Torchwick had completely healed itself and even pushed out the bullet wound from its side. After cracking its neck, it saw the huge creature barreling at him. He tried to deter it with a shriek, but it didn't even flinch at his display of aggression, which he took to the air. Though he didn't get far as the monster grabbed his tail, that was the wrong thing to do as Torchwick set it ablaze with fire. The Nomu grabbed at its face to ward off the fire, freeing Torchwick and allowing it to take to the ceiling above, where he flew in circles and began to pepper him with fireballs. The Nomu's vision returned and turned its back against the onslaught of fire. The creature looked back, saw the small dragon, and jumped toward it. The monster grabbed the dragon and threw it to the ground, landing on top of him and causing it to cry out in pain from its broken ribs. The Nomu grabbed the dragon's head and tried to crush it while Torchwick fought back and breathed fire, but it did very little. He was still so young, and his fire wasn't anything to scream about. The little creature had to do something, otherwise, this thing would kill him. Suddenly, something stored in the little animal's soul and something like a small flame engulfed him into something akin to the feeling of a wildfire blazed within him. And with a newfound sense of fire and vigor, Torchwick expelled a blast of fire so hot and so powerful that it melted the monster's hand clear off its face and much of the arm attached. Torchwick used its superheated fangs to rip off the Nomu's foot from his body, and its surprisingly long tail whipped it in the head, stunning it and causing it to fall over. Once Torchwick was back up on his own feet, he rammed the downed creature in its head with his horns before grabbing it by the back, lifting it into the air as far as he could before dropping it down. The Nomu bounced like a ball before Torchwick came down on it, returning the previous favor and setting its back on fire with a wave of flames. The small creature then took the monster's good leg in its teeth and threw it toward the stage, where Nomu got caught in the curtains, thus allowing the dragon to breathe a stream of fire that set the drapes on fire with the caught monster. Torchwick thought he had defeated its foe until another gunshot was heard, and the dragon felt something hit the back of its head. He scratched the area and pulled out a bullet. Turning around to see Kurogyri, he wasted no time shooting a fireball at the mist man. As usual, Kurogyri tried to put up a portal for the flaming ball to pass through, but instead, it burned through the portal and hit him dead on. Kurogyri screamed as he was set on fire and desperately tried to roll himself out. Torchwick saw this, liked his lips, and got low like a stalking predator. He would take out the mist man before calcifying the other man, who was quickly overtaking Izuku. Though he didn't get the chance, the Nomu, now mostly healed up, jumped out of its flaming person, tackled the dragon, and tried to crush it in his hands. Torchwick countered by latching down on its exploded brain and getting ready to fire. But the Nomu learned from its old mistakes and grabbed the dragon's neck and chest. Torchwick countered again by clawing its face and arms while stabbing it in the neck with his tail. Meanwhile, Izuku could have done better against the far more experienced villain, and even with several quirks at his disposal, Izuku still needed more fighting experience and was just trying to hit him with whatever he had. It had gotten to the point that Izuku was flying around with the villain, doing everything he could to touch him, leading to a mid-air tussle where Izuku was using his super strength to either hold back or snap the villain's bones. He was trying to hypnotize him, but that didn't seem to do anything. Eventually, he was slammed into a wall, and the villain pushed off against it, sending Izuku falling to the ground, where they both took a nosedive. After crashing, Tamura returns upon Izuku and tries to rot him away, but Izuku uses his super strength to hold him back and break his bones. However, he was starting to lose his focus in all the chaos. Yet having his bones broken didn't seem to deter Tamura as he saw the look of desperation and fear on the teen's face as he continued to press down despite his wrists about to snap like glow sticks. He growled down at the teen with malicious intent while asking, "Any last words?" Izuku's expression calmed for a moment, and with a smile of his own, he replied, "Flame on." Tamura felt something sticky and cold hit his wrist as they were being held back, but he didn't have time to question it as suddenly the teen and himself were engulfed in flames. Tamura screamed as he was set ablaze, and Izuku used the opportunity to punch him in the face and send his burning body flying. "Young master," Kurogyri cried out as he rushed to his ward. "Put me out. Put me out," Tamura cried out in desperation as he tried to wipe the fire from his body. The Mistman quickly produced a fire extinguisher from a portal and put the young man out, who was now lying on the ground in exhaustion and pain. Kurogyri leaned down and felt Tamura's body, feeling something sticky on him and realizing what it was observed aloud, kerosene gel. He then stood up, looked towards Izuku with his pistol, and told him, "I hope you realize I have to kill you now." "Not if we have anything to say about it," a voice yelled at him as the sound of heavy fast footsteps ran towards them. When the two villains looked in the direction of the new voice, there barreling through the destroyed auditorium was Egon on the back of a charging and angry-looking Gammoth. The villains didn't have a moment to spare as Gammoth was upon them, using her tusks to send them flying off in the opposite direction. When they crashed into the other side, the mammoth continued charging, and once she was upon them again, she raised her back legs and brought her front ones down. Kurogyri rapped away while Toma rolled, though this didn't deter her as she relentlessly went after the one she could still see. Then, using her forelimb, she held down Tamura, wrapped her trunk around his neck, and began to pull. Tamura could only flail like a fish as the ancient elephant attempted to tear him apart. But he survived this when Kurogyri remanifested and shot her in the side. Thanks to her woolly coat, thick skin, and a layer of fat, the bullet did very little damage and only set her off even more. Grumbling at the mist man, she let her foot off the young man and used him like a flail to smack right into the mist man, sending him and Tamura flying away as she trumped angrily. After collecting himself, catching his breath, and shaking off the previous feeling of nearly being pulled apart, Tamura commented in anguish, "Now a woolly mammoth? What the F is this place?" Ijin, who had jumped off Gammoth a while ago, saw Torchwick struggling against the Nomu and said to the elephant, "Gammoth, go help Torchwick." Gammoth looked at the monster, grumbled, and charged at it. At the same time, Ijin pointed an angry finger at Izuku and told him, "You and I will talk later." Izuku sighs in stress and replies, "I know." Gammoth charged at full speed toward the monster, and it had no time to react. The huge animal rammed into it, causing it to fly off and release Torchwick. Gammoth then held the monster down, grabbed one of its limbs with her trunk, and pulled until the limb came off. When the monster showed no signs of being affected by the limb ripping or being dead, she kept pulling off limbs until she finally got to the head. But by then, the Nomu regrew its first arm and grabbed the trunk. After ripping it off its neck, its other limbs grew back, and it stood up before taking Gammoth by the trunk, swinging her around, and throwing her to the side. After doing so, Torchwick surprised the monster and tried to chew off its brain, but the Nomu caught him before any mange could be made. Gammoth got back to her feet after being thrown and saw Torchwick fighting the Nomu again. She charged once more, but this time, the monster saw her and threw off the dragon. It collided fist with tusk, and they both cancelled each other out. Despite her strength and size, she was far slower than the Nomu, and its punches quickly broke through her defenses, leaving her flailing as she tried to swat at it. Torchwick aided and distracted the creature by attacking the part of its back it could reach, which gave Gammoth more than enough time to swing herself towards the monster and slam it with her tusks, but the blow was shot right back at her with its bouncy skin. Changing her tactics, she raised her hind legs and brought her forelimbs down, however, Nomu caught them. Gammoth raised tons and put all her weight into the rushing attack, but the Nomu was far stronger than her weight and was starting to push her back until Torchwick came to its chest and breathed a hole right through its torso, weakening the monster and allowing her to crush the beast underfoot. Unlike last time, the Nomus body didn't bounce it back but only absorbed it for a moment before starting to cave in from the constant pressure. Gammoth put all her weight into flattening the monster while Torchwick blew fire in its face, making the beast cover up with its still free hands. Meanwhile, the villains were in a losing battle with the two scientists. Their only defense was Kurogiri's portals, as the two men hit them with a plethora of quirks. Using the space bubble quirk, Izuku would destroy their defense while Egon would either shoot lasers or breathe out freezing ice. Kurogiri would put up a new portal just as fast when blades of wind came their way and bolts of electricity from Egon. Kurogiri would try to use the gun every chance he got, but Izuku would put up a stone wall, and when it felt like they would change positions thanks to invisibility and start the cycle again. If things for the villains didn't look bleak, their chances slipped further when Ijin called for the Mimicuities to attack. Before they knew it, the villains were beset by a whole horde of lockboxes with major awards and teeth. Luckily, Tamura could do this in the long-range shootout and managed to take out every Mimicuity that got close enough but still got kicked or bit up here and there. In a calm panic, Kurogiri informed him, "Young master, we must retreat. You cannot continue fighting, and All Might is still not here. We can use Nomu another day." "No. Not until one of them is dead," Tamura agreed while gritting his teeth. Tamura looked over at his monster and saw it getting manhandled by the two animals. Even though the mobster had gotten back to its feet, it was knocked in its brain by a seat wrapped in the trunk of Gammoth before getting grabbed by Torchwick and getting flown headfirst into a wall as more fire was breathed on it. "You were saying, young master?" Kurogiri inquired. Tamura gripped and rotted the ground in frustration before exclaiming, "I want the Nomu to kill the heroes at least." Kurogiri obliged this request and commanded the monster, "Nomu, dispose of the heroes." Just as the Nomu crawled out of the rubble, a voice called over the PA system, "Oh, you'll be doing no such thing." "The rat," Tamura growled. He announced excitedly, because the security system is back online. Boy, did that feel longer than 5 minutes, a small chuckle was heard as he stated, in a dark tone, which means. Warning, all kill protocols have been engaged, and all non-registered vital records will be immediately eliminated, the security system announced. I would say it was nice to know you, but, well, you know, Nizu told them as several miniguns descended from the ceiling and pointed at the villains and their monster. Dance, you vile monkeys, dance. Ah ha 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 ha, Nizu cackled wildly. Sometimes I forget he's a high-functioning sociopath, Egon stressed with a sweat drop as Izuku stood there in uncomfortable silence. Without a moment to spare, the guns began to fire on all cylinders at them with fatal intent. Kurogyri acted fast and wrapped his form around Tamura in a protective shield, causing the bullets to pass straight through harmlessly. The Gnome, on the other hand, was peppered with so much firepower that its bouncy skin broke within seconds, and holes opened all over its body, turning it from monster to Swiss cheese in seconds. Gammoth then grabbed the stunned monster by the foot and threw it into a Tesla gate, where it was shocked with several thousand joules of electricity before getting flung out by the power and straight into Torchwick's mouth, where he grabbed its brain and bit off a huge chunk. Only for the guns to pepper it even more to the point the system detected no more life, where it turned back to the villain to subject them to bullet hell. Welp. There goes your monster, Nizu chuckled in a vexing tone to the villains. Without another word for argument, Kurogyri engulfed himself around Tamura and began to teleport him. The young man angrily declared, "This isn't the last you've seen of me. Mark my words, I'll be back again, and I'll tear you and the place to nothing." With that, the last two villains vanished, and the security system stopped, no longer sensing the intruders. Ch-29, Aftermath. I am here, All Might announced while striking a pose as he jumped into a crowd of heroes and law officials surrounding the NIP facility. You are late, Nizu said next to the huge man, who had landed just inches by accidentally stepping on him. What? Late? All Might exclaimed in surprise while looking down at the mouse. Yes, All Might, late. The villains are dealt with, and the day is saved, mostly, Aizawa told him as he lay on a stretcher with an EMT tending to his wounds. All Might looked around at the area, seeing that Present Mike, Erasered, and Blood Vlad were in several states of injury, all of which were being tended to by EMT. They were undoubtedly in a huge battle, so he inquired, all thanks to you three, right? Nizu shook his head and explained, not this time. It was a great deal of thanks to the scientists and staff of NIP and the students of classes 1A and 1B. That's surprising, but wonderful to hear, All Might exclaimed zealously. Ahem. If I may interject, a voice called out in between their conversation. Nizu then walked up to the man and motioned with his paw. He introduced himself as, All Might, this is Professor Egon Cristallo, the head researcher and owner of NIP. Egon nods and says with a bit of malice, Principal Nizu failed to mention you'd come today. But putting that aside, why were you late? You could have been of great help. All Might taps his fingertips together and starts, well, where should I start? Egon slaps his face, looks away, and wails his hand as he tells him, on second thought, never mind. I hope nothing too bad happened, All Might asks in a concerned tone. Egon raised his eyebrow and listed off, you mean apart from being invaded, hacked, trapped, and attacked, and having in the ballpark range of $1 million in damages due to the attack, alongside the injuries accrued by my staff. All Might felt awkward now, as he could almost taste the man's irritation. Trying to change the subject, he asked while looking ready, well, anyway, where are the villains? Present Mike shivered hard in a mix of disgust and fear, everywhere. All Might was confused by his reaction and vague answer until he saw what he meant. A few hundred yards away, All Might could see a crime scene cleaning crew go in and out of the building with body bag after body bag. Adding toe tags, writing down information, taking pictures of the cadavers, and so forth. All Might saw it was bad, but it couldn't be as bad as Present Mike said. Until he overheard an officer say that they had about 200 dead villains in total to report about, and that was just a ballpark estimation since many more hadn't been found, couldn't be identified, and one of them was found inside of a plant with teeth. All Might gulped as he tried to find a new escape plan. Seeing the two groups of UA students being questioned, he said, "I think I'll just go that way." Once All Might had dashed off in a fake attempt of concern, Nizu sighed and turned to Egon to tell him, "Well, Professor, I can't help but feel I owe you an apology." Egon was taken aback by this statement and countered, "I mean, you did apologize for your out-of-control student, which I'm not forgiving you for, but I don't think I'm owed more. If it weren't for me, these villains wouldn't have come and put your facility and, more importantly, your employees in danger. I'm truly sorry. We'll pay for everything," he told him while bowing deeply. Egon waved his hands rapidly and said with a mix of stress and nervousness, "Nizu, please don't apologize for that. It's not your fault. No one could have expected something like this. And besides, I should be the one to thank you for allowing your students to fight in our defense. We'd probably be dead if not." He then calmed down at seeing the mouse still bowing, only to tell him, "And please don't worry about paying for everything. I only expected what Bakugo broke, anything you give, I'll accept as a donation." Nu smiled and said, "Thank you, Professor. I hope we can rebuild our relationship in the future." Egon smiled back but said in a serious tone, "I wouldn't mind just keeping that child on a tight leash and away from my lab until he makes a major attitude adjustment." Nizu chuckles dryly while sweat drops, agreeing with his demand. Egon then walked away from the mouse and back to the facility, where Izuku was sitting on the steps as the police questioned him. Once he was certain no one could hear him, he moved to Eraserhead as the EMT finished with him, and the tired man asked him, "Did you find out anything?" Nizu nods and tells him seriously, "Lots and lots. Your source was right, Eraser. Something is going on there. And it's strange, to say the least. I'm not sure how they're doing it, but it has something to do with those splinters. I mean, quirks in a crystal. That's new to me. Should I keep an eye on them?" Eraser offers. Nizu nods and says, "Please do. I think they have good intentions, but if they turn bad, we'll have to do something drastic." Eraserhead sighs and stresses, "I hope it doesn't come to that. I don't know how anyone is gonna take on a highly secure facility, an army of robots, a dragon, a woolly mammoth, quirks in a bottle, two animals on the same intelligence level as you, and whatever else they got cooking up in there," to which Nizu silently nods while thinking up all the worst scenarios. "And is that everything?" the officer asked as he took down the final note from Egon and Izuku. "Yes, sir, that's everything we can tell you and what's on the video feed we gave you," Izuku affirmed. "So about this dead monster. Where is it?" the officer asks, lifting the brim of his hat to look around and inside the building. "Good question. I'm pretty sure the villains made off with it after they made their escape. We don't even have a recording of it disappearing on the tape. Trust me, we reviewed it after seeing it vanish." "Well, that sure is a predicament," the officer sighs while noting it down. "I'm sorry about what happened to your facility, and I hope that you're able to rebuild it quickly. Have a nice day, sirs." He tells them while tipping his hat before walking away. Izuku and Egon waved off the officer, and once he was out of earshot, Egon turned to Izuku and congratulated him, "Good thinking with the invisibility splinter, Izuku. After seeing that thing in action, I'm really curious how it ticks." Izuku smiled at the praise until Egon followed up, "Now just one thing remains. Where did you put the invisible giant dead creature?" Izuku opens his mouth to answer, then shoots open his eyes and goes silent and pale, which is more than enough of an answer for Egon, who seeks air between his teeth and laments, "Oh boy, this is gonna be fun." Ch30, Experimental Log, Top Secret, Autopsy. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya reporting on a highly classified experiment with Professor Egon Cristallo and Professor Otto Cephalopod. For reference, a few days ago, when the head hero classes of UA came by, we were attacked by the League of Villains. We survived, obviously, but we managed to kill and hide the bodies of the monsters they called the Nomu. Now, we are starting an autopsy and dissection of the creature to discover its workings. Begin. Looking at the cadaver, we can't immediately tell if it is human or not. Although it has an upright posture and hands with opposable digits, it could very well be an animal mutated with human DNA. Professor Cephalopod has taken several blood and tissue samples to Dr. Orpington to determine the exact creature it is. Several things about the cadaver stick out: its massive height and muscle mass. This thing is nearly taller than All Might himself, and he's one of the tallest people in Japan, but not, if more so, muscular. I have never seen larger muscles on anything that doesn't have it as a quirk or through the use of drags. These muscles are so big I'm surprised the creature could move in the first place, yet it could run with such grace and turn on a dime. Returning to its height-to-body composition ratio, the only other person taller than this is the hero Fat Gum and his quirk fat absorption. But his height is natural, and his body fat is far less dense than regular fat, making it easy for him to walk, move, and fight. The cadaver probably has some sort of hidden mechanic in its body that is similar to it. The second thing that sticks out right away is its brain. Although heavily damaged in the fight, its cranium was non-existent, allowing it to be exposed. Not clear, not some thin transparent filament, not even invisible, just exposed right to the nasal bone. The whole reason for the skull is to protect the highly fragile brain, which is the primary function of the entire body of any complex creature. The fact that something so important was just exposed to whatever in the world makes me think it's not so essential for the creature's survival. Despite its many wrinkles or intelligent thought, it did not show any sort of intelligence and took orders when directly given, like a trained dog or AI. The other surprising thing was its eyes, which were hooked directly into the brain. What purpose this serves, even if it could be seen, is still being determined. The third thing that stands out is its charcoal black skin. It's not hard or rough, it's quite soft and squishy, almost like jello when touched. This explains why it was able to take blows but not cuts. Then, the final thing that sticks out is its pants, which leads us to believe it was human in the first place. After all, why put any clothing on an animal? Humans are the only ones with a sense of shame. So, after pulling them down, we were surprised to see that it had no male genitalia whatsoever. In fact, it had no GNTLS at all. I guess during its transformation, it lost them, or they got removed, but no signs of scar tissue could be seen. With the observation portion out of the way, we now move on to the actual autopsy and dissection. Carefully removing what was left of the brain, we find that it has the same number of wrinkles, shape, size, and color as a human brain. The eyes hooked right into the optic center have shown no sign of surgical meddling, meaning that the eyes being so close to the brain tell it's a result of a quirk. Seeing how close the distance is, we can now assess that the creature had excellent vision and could also process fast-moving images quickly. Well, send the brain off for more in-depth testing of its intrinsic signals and how they move. Moving down, we find that the lower jaw is, or was, completely intact, with a full set of human teeth over a large beak. A normal thing for those with an vein quirks. But why have this feature at all? Perhaps it's vestibular, like the GNTLS and brain. Either way, upon cutting into it, we find the vocals to be extremely damaged. Almost as if they had been inflamed and then constricted, not allowing for any intelligent speech and being limited to grunts and roars. We opened the creature's body cavity from here, and boy, is it a mess. Its lungs and heart have been inflamed to massive proportions, which is needed for a creature of its size, in addition to having a second heart. It has no stomach, liver, pancreas, or gallbladder, and in place is a single organ that I can only guess is to keep it sustained. It has just shy of 2 inches of intestines, both large and small, no reproductive organs, and no rectum or anus. Honestly, this thing is just a mess. After cutting it open further, we discovered that its bones are made entirely of metal. That explains how something so big and heavy could hold itself up. The metal is unique, and nothing has been seen, even amongst quirks like it. We attempted to cut into it with several methods but only got success after using a plasma cutter. We found it was metal all the way through, allowing for the support of such a huge body and showing it had very unusual metabolic needs. Next, we examined its muscle composition, and it's amazing. The muscles are like those of an eightfold metal samurai sword stacked on top of one another, making them huge. This explains its superhuman strength and how it was able to withstand the crushing weight of a 6-ton mammoth several times. Its ligaments were in the same category as its muscles but far more flexible, allowing for easy movement. After this, we assumed that our dissection of the creature was complete until we saw parts of its body regenerating. We almost assumed it was still alive, but after evacuating the room and putting heavy firearms next to it, making sure if it got up, it wouldn't again, we said it wasn't still alive. After checking its unbeating heart and brainless head, it was concluded that it was most definitely dead. So, after calming down, we saw how the body was repairing itself, but ever so slowly. Even in death, this thing's regeneration is fantastic. We didn't think it would be able to self-resurrect, but just to be sure we didn't have a starfish case on our hands, we separated the creature into many different parts. After this, we took several skin, muscle, and bone samples for further study while we burned the rest. With that, this ends our dissection of the cadaver. Note: fire destroys the regeneration process. This is Dr. Midoriya again, coming to report with more news on the cadaver, and honestly, I'm terrified and sickened even to try and talk about it. After sending the blood, flesh, and brain to Orpington for further study, we discovered several things about the creature. 1. That thing was definitely a human, no doubt about it. 2. While, whatever was happening to it, this person was still alive. And 3. The person's mind was still in there, buried deep away. We figured this was thanks to the doctor testing all its parts. Apparently, she made a machine that, when hooked up to any amount of brain matter, so long as it's intact and not damaged to the point of being considered chopped meat, can actively read and recreate specific images or thoughts of a person. I hear the recordings, dispute Egon's warnings, and wish I had listened. The person was in there, buried deep behind who knows what, and was in pain the whole time. Begging to stop or just to kill them. These screams, God, these screams are going to haunt me. They're nothing like what you see and hear in the movies, not even close. But I can't feel bad now, what's done is done, and I hope they're at peace. At the very least, I can be assured that there is nothing that could be done for them. No reset button or cure, just the release of death. Okay, I'm rambling, but the reason for this is the cadaver's quirk or many quirks. It had so many in its body. And I'm not talking like 2 or 3, I'm talking like dozens. It had so many and had been mutated so far that death was the only humane thing to do. In order, it had the following quirks we designated by name: bird person, soft and stretch, muscles, big and wide, super organ, W heal, metal bones, mind null, super punch out. Bird person, an avian quirk that was supposed to give the power of flight but only manifests as a bird's beak. Soft and stretch, this one allows the body to stretch and absorb blows like there is nothing, nearly making the body similar to rubber. Muscle, this gives the increased muscle mass that stacks on top of one another but no superhuman strength. Big and wide, makes a person taller and wider at the shoulders. Super organ, makes certain organs far larger in the body and changes certain parts to compensate for it. W heal, grants super speed regeneration and a natural cooling system that prevents the body from catching fire at rapidly regeneration cells. Metal bones, makes bones into metal. Mind null, makes a mind blank to the point of being immune to mental attacks and pain and acts separately for the body's action or allows for implanted control. Super punch out, this gives the super strength factor for increasing muscles. After this, I wondered why this creature was made with such a specific set of quirks. It couldn't have been just a coincidence, and it wasn't. That's when I realized that this thing was designed to kill All Might. And it makes sense. The height to not be at a size disadvantage, the super strength to go against his and all the other things to accommodate it, the skin to absorb blows, the super regeneration for any damage done, and the attempted avian quirk. All Might has explicitly trouble with foes who can fly. This thing was made to be an All Might killer. Luckily, they didn't count on us, Gammoth or Torchwick. We still have the skin and muscle for further testing, and Otto has requested to make a splinter of the cadaver's quirks. Egon greenlit this project, curious if it could even be done or if we would have to separate all the other quirks into separate splinters. Well, find out soon enough. However, there is only one question remaining: where did the League get that thing, and who made it at all? End of log. CH31, a new problem, a different solution. Okay, people, Egon said as he slapped a meeting table where he and the entire staff of NIP were sitting. Now, I'm sure you all know why I've called you all here today, he asked them rhetorically. Because, it's your birthday, Izuku asked innocently. No. Is it my birthday? Asked Tenkyo. No. Are we getting a raise? Genus asked hopefully. No. You're gonna give me full and unrestricted access to the Singularity Soul, Hatsum exclaimed excitedly. No. You finally got a girlfriend at 30, Cho asked while slapping the table, and Orpington clucked a laugh. Are we gonna do this? Egon asked back, already done with this charade. Then Honey Lemon spoke up and asked cautiously, does it have to do with the fact that we were attacked and well underprepared, only getting out of it by the skin of our teeth due to our adversaries not doing their homework on us? What massive damages accrued from the attack? Or the rapidly developing dragon we have stored away? Egon sighs as he runs his nose and answers back, yes on all fronts. Going in no order, although the damages we faced were rather extravagant, we can fix them thanks to our funds and the ones provided by UA as a sorry donation. On the other hand, if this event has taught us anything, it's that we are sorely underprepared for what's to come. We're working with tech and knowledge, which I'm sure countries will go to war for. So, we have to outfit this facility with all the measures of a small country's worth of military protection. So that is why I want all of you to be firing on all cylinders to make this place as secure as possible. This is a top priority. I'm talking about new tech, security codes, defenses, force fields, anti-warp quirk generators, literally anything you can think or make to get this place as safe and secure as possible, he exclaimed. Yes sir, everyone around the table replied in unison. And, the dragon? Otto inquired. Ah yes, him, Egon said with a huff before stressing, little Torchwick isn't so little anymore. I liked him better when he was the size of a parrot, Orpington squawked in complaint. So you could bully him, Otto chastised her. He tried to eat me, she fought back. Once and only once, Otto corrected her as she tried to peck at his newly grown tentacles. We still haven't fully determined how big he'll grow, and I don't think we can continue increasing his enclosure sizes. Heck, I don't think such a thing could exist. Especially alongside the fact that he can fly, Izuku lamented. And we can't just let him go gallivanting off wherever he wants, Cho added. And no country in the world is going to let us keep a dragon on their soil without wanting to know details, Hollyhock says. Genus admits somberly, I hate to say it, but we may have to terminate him. Izuku looked down at the table, tightening his fists. Tears welled up in his eyes as he said back, I hate to say it, but you may be right. Not really, Hollyhock interjects. All eyes fall on the smiling woman as Egon asks her, you have an idea, Hollyhock? She nods and tells the group, more of a working theory. You remember when you gave me a piece of the Singularity Soul? What? Hatsum suddenly exclaimed, making everyone look at him. You gave her a piece of it but are foraying me, he complained. Egon slaps his face and tells him, Hollyhock has her head screwed on right and doesn't want to make a death ray with it. But why can't I make a death ray, he whined like a child. Because I say so, Egon yells at him, causing the man to sit down with a sulk. After calming himself down and pushing back his hair, Egon turns back and says, continue, Pam. She explained to them, well, I took a small sample from the piece and managed to make a little something I like to call the reset bomb. Reset bomb? What's that? Egon and Izuku say at the same time. She then pulls out a folder and opens a picture of something strangely shaped. It appears like a small machine on the verge of breaking to pieces, but it is held up and enraptured by vibes, roots, leaves, and other plant life, with a glow at the center that illuminates like a flame. When this little device hits any soil, it will instantly shoot back up an entire forest of indigenous plant life. Almost like if humans never cultivated it, she explained to the group, making Izuku and Egon drop their jaws. If I can make one big enough, tweak it a bit, and send it to the bottom of the ocean, I could potentially make an island that the dragon could live on alongside any other animals or plants that can't be brought into the public, and we can bring ourselves to terminate or keep, she explained her idea. Egon shoots up from his seat and exclaims, "Hollyhock, you're beautiful." She then took a saddened and serious tone as she told him, "Don't thank me yet, there's just one problem with it." Everyone looked at her, confused by this comment, until she told them, "I have no idea how or where to test it." Egon slumps back in his seat, deep in thought, thinking aloud, "That is a good point. Where in all of Japan could we use the reset bomb?" As everyone was pondering how to remedy this problem, a thought struck Izuku, and he said, "I think I have just the thing." Later. "You know, Izuku. I'll be honest. I didn't think you meant here of all places," Egon told Izuku through the built-in speaker in his high-concentration radiation suite. "Seriously? Where were you expecting?" Izuku asked back through his suite as he and Hollyhock set up what looked like a giant mechanical slingshot. Izuku set the machine into place as the woman punched in coordinates on a device connected to it. Egon shrugged and then, irritated, said back rhetorically, "I don't know. It's one of the several illegal logging sites in Japan. Just not Hokkaido," he stressed while motioning to the dead zone a few yards away from them. Dead trees, poisonous soil, and cracked ground that looked dry and mucky were just a few of the wasteland sites starched out before the once prosperous northern part of Japan that was once a hub for new and improved nuclear energy. But that's why it's perfect. Suppose the reset bomb can restore an environment to before it was inhabited. In that case, testing to see if it can destroy radioactive isotopes is just what we need, Izuku exclaimed excitedly. "I have to agree with him. It's genius," Hollyhock agreed. "Pam. I'm trying to be the voice of reason here. This place is a second Cornabill. The isotopes here are so powerful that, even with cleanup, this place will be unsafe for the next 3,000 years, he exclaimed in a half-yell, getting two sets of vastly different reactions to his outburst. Making the man deflate as he told them, "You'd better hope this reset bomb is as powerful as you say it is." After this, the coordinates were locked, and each reset bomb was primed and ready. Egon had the pleasure of launching them and ended up laughing like a child the whole time, much to the amusement of the other scientists. Izuku looked at a screen he was holding and said, "All right, all 12 have been deployed." Egon lay on the ground of the large flatbed vehicle they were riding in. He was out of breath from laughing and said, with a red flushed face, "Gotta say. Launching highly dangerous eco-bombs from a high-tech slingshot is tons of fun." Eventually, he got up, and after calming down, he asked, "How long till they take effect?" "They should start as soon as they hit the soil," Hollyhock answered. Professor," Izuku called, making Egon walk up to him as the teen continued, "The isotopes have gone down." "Already? How far down?" he asked as he looked over his shoulder at the isotope reader in his hand. His eyes went wide as it read virtually nothing, and he asked while snatching the device and poking at it, "Is this thing broken?" "No. This is it," Izuku affirmed. Soon, the three scientists were alerted to a very strange sound. They looked out into the distance and saw all the plant life begin to resurrect from this rotten, poisonous death. All around and far into the distance, they saw trees and flowers sprout and bloom up in huge groves and thick canopies. With eyes wide and the isotope reader dropped, Egon could only whisper, "Oh my gods," before spreading his arms and proclaiming, "It worked, it worked. It worked." The man began to jump around for joy as Izuku hugged Hollyhock and told her, "Your invention did it, Pamela." Pamela couldn't help but smile and look on at her work. But before they could continue, Izuku suddenly exclaimed, "Wait." The two scientists looked at the teen as he asked the woman, "Do you have more?" "Even more later." "And that does it. The entirety of Hokkaido is now radioactive free," Izuku told the scientist as he looked at his screen map of the subsection of Japan and the isotope reader. All around them is a sea of new plant life with no harmful radiation. With no fear of mutation from radiation poisoning, they take off their suits and toss them to the side as they breathe in the new air of a long-gone place. And a new forest is growing on top of all of it. "At least that means there's plenty of building material," Egon said in a chipper tone while picking some wild fruit off one of the trees. "Hollyhock, I hope you're proud. You just reopened an entire region of Japan for those who lost their homes," Izuku congratulated the woman. "I'm happy to have done my part for the community," Hollyhock says with a smile, feeling the plants around her sing her praises for giving them back life. "That's all well and good, but I suggest we beat feet out of here before the government catches wind of the fact their cesspool of catastrophe is now safe for human life," Egon told them while packaging the fruit and jumping in the driver's seat. Hollyhock took up the passenger side and Izuku in the back as the tall man kicked their flatbed into a four-wheeler drive to traverse the newly roughed-out terrain. As they drive out of the forest, Hollyhock speaks to Egon and asks him, "That brings up something I didn't get a chance at the meeting. What are we gonna do when our body of government overlords catches wind of what we're doing, and you know they will?" "Well, we'll set up a meeting, establish ground rules, and then go public. From there, we'll be able to do more stuff," Izuku assured her. "Like making a new island for one dragon," she commented back while raising an eyebrow. Izuku smiled with a thumbs up and answered, "That's the plan." Ch32, Big Brother Sister. Back in Japan, at the National Diet, where the Prime Minister presided, an elderly yet stern-looking woman was sitting at a table and eating a large Japanese-style breakfast while watching the news on her phone and skimming through the political section of a newspaper. Suddenly, her large office doors were slammed open, and a young man with a worm and ragged look burst in while running at top speed. He breathlessly ran to her. "Prime Minister! Prime Minister!" "Important news," the man practically yelled, a panicked look in his eyes. Not dazed by this scene, the woman continues eating and reading while saying nonchalantly, "What is it, Ryu?" "I'm in the middle of breakfast." "It's Hokkaido, ma'am," he tells her in a hurried tone. "It's a nuclear wasteland, Ryu." "What about it?" she says, looking down at her paper and rolling her eyes as she changes the channel on her phone. "It's not," he says vaguely. Confused and shocked, the Prime Minister puts down her paper to look at the young man and ask him, "What?" The man took a deep breath and explained, "The science department just came with a report of the isotope levels in Hokkaido, suddenly dropping. It is safe for human habitation again." He placed a folder on the table and opened it. The Prime Minister took the folder and looked over the files within. After skimming through everything, her face growing ever more shocked, she finally put them down, took a sip of tea, and crossed her bony fingers in thought. "I don't believe it. How did this happen?" she asked in a soft voice. "It may have something to do with the dense forest that has sprouted up overnight," Ryu offered. The Prime Minister snapped her old head towards him, and while shooting him a look, she stated, "Really? Are you going off on an ecological miracle for an answer?" He shrugged, then counteroffered, "Well, we also think that it may have to do with this place." He said that he flipped through a few more pages in the folder, which brought up information about the Neo-Icon Phoenix Research Facility, a picture of it alongside a picture of Egon and Izuku. Narrowing her eyes at the photos, she said without looking up, "Call them up and set up a meeting." When Egon got a call from the Prime Minister of Japan herself seeking an audience, he was unsurprised but still nervous. Sure, he expected it to happen at some point and even very soon, but he couldn't hold his feelings. So he and Izuku got ready for the day that she came, even though they didn't have to get ready since they'd been prepping for it in advance. So it was all a matter of refresher and figuring out what to say. So the day comes, and the two scientists find themselves in their meeting room with the head of government in Japan. An elderly lady who has shown years of experience and experience sheet. Gray hair, wrinkles, yet sharp eyes, and an even sharper grimace. She was a force to be reckoned with. However, they had the ball in their court. So they sat there and drank tea silently for the first few minutes. "So, Madam Prime Minister, enjoying your tea?" Egon inquired as she said nothing in return. Drumming his fingers to give off the sense he was nervous, he followed up, "I was wondering when you'd call. I suppose late is better than never." She took another sip of her tea before saying, "After your most recent achievement and many others hidden in the dark, your laboratory was brought to the forefront of my attention. Well, we did save Hokkaido and you billions in cleanup. Now all that money can go towards rebuilding," Izuku argued back. Sending him a hard glare, she retorted, "I didn't come to thank you for that or talk to a child." Egon clenched his crossed hands at the comment and, trying to keep his cool, calmly told her, "With all due respect, madam, he is the whole reason that NIP exists. Without him, Hokkaido would still be a wasteland. So I suggest you respect him for that much, at the very least. He may be young, but even I have to admit he's far smarter than me." The Prime Minister looked between the man and the tree before sighing and saying, "Very well." She then waved for one of her guards, and they brought out a huge stack of papers and 2 pens, and she told them, "Now on to the topic of business. Sign here and dash dot." "No, no, we won't be doing anything like that, madam." Izuku quickly shut her down, making her glare harshly at him. "I beg your pardon," she asked back with a calm sharp tone. "No offense, but NIP will not be one of your lap dogs held under your thumb, and there are many, many restrictions," Izuku explained to her. Egon chimed in and added, "Without even a single bit of help from any government funding or inclusion, we were able to build this place from the ground up and won't need it now." She narrows her eyes at the men while tightening her hands around the pens and tells them, "I hope you realize what you are doing is illegal." Both men resist the urge to laugh while Egon informs her, "We have plenty of certifications, notarized and accepted by the government with your seal of approval." This fact makes the Prime Minister scowl at herself. "While I admit we were trespassing on government property, it was also uninhabitable, and we made it habitable," Egon argues back nicely. The Prime Minister opens her mouth to argue with him, but Izuku cuts her off as politely as he can and tells her, "Madam Prime Minister, let's just stop you right there. We're not going to budge unless you want to go in circles all day. And if you want to do a protracted court battle, I can give you the cards of the 17 law firms we hired." He then gets a text on his phone, reads it, widens his eyes, and corrects himself, "Oh, sorry, now it's at 21 law firms." The Prime Minister takes a very long, drawn-out breath. After calming herself down and maintaining the same neutral stern expression, she asks them, "What do you want, then?" The 2 men smile at seeing her surrender, and Egon tells her, "In essence, we just want to be left alone. However, in return for this, you'll be the first to know about every invention, weapon, or creature we make here and have first dibs on it. Even before the public knows of it, if you want to buy it, then buy as much or as little as you want. Sounds good?" She raised an eyebrow and asked, "So you want to be secretive and have open trade? Sounds rather suspicious. I won't know everything you're doing and for what reasons." "We all have secrets, madam. Us with NIP and you with Hokkaido," Egon says with a knowing hum in his voice, making the woman try her best to hide any expression. The man then continued and told her, "As for our reasons, it is for the good of humankind and science. We have no ill intent. And even if we did, we are not at a state where we can easily defend ourselves against you." The Prime Minister closes her eyes and sits there in deep thought for a while. After that, she takes her tea glass, finishes it up, and, after smacking her lips, tells them, "Very well. You men have a deal. Ch 33, going public." A few days later, an entire crowd of reporters stood around a mobile stage and podium with a microphone. The stage was set in front of the entryway of NIP, as they had heard this newly constructed research facility had a grand announcement to make to the wider public. The moment any news outlet heard this, people from all over Japan flocked to this one lone building in the middle of the city. Izuku and Egon stood within the building, looking out into the sea of reporters eagerly awaiting the announcement. They were in their best suits and had practiced and rehearsed what they would say and do for this very day. Egon clapped his hand on the teen's shoulder and smiled at the boy as he saw him become very nervous. Izuku took a breath and smiled back at him, showing he was ready. The two of them walked out of the building and to the stage, where the hungry reporters began to shout questions and flash their cameras. Egon strifed up the mic and started off saying, "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the press." The crowd exploded into a strike of questions and flashing cameras as Egon exclaimed, "Please, please. Keep quiet." The crowd went quite enough for him to talk. He continued saying, "Now I understand that you're all very excited and have many questions. We will get to that after the announcement we have for you. Now, before we begin, my name is Professor Egon Cristello, owner and head researcher of the Neo Icon Phoenix Research Facility, or NIP for short. I will now allow NIP's Vice President, Dr. Midoriya, to take over." Egon stood off to the side as Izuku came to the mic, arched it down towards him, and cleared his throat while starting with, Hello everyone, as the professor has told you, I am Dr. Izuku Midoriya, Vice President of NIP and second head researcher." Yet again the whole crowd exploded the same way it did for Egon, and Izuku also had to be firm in exclaiming, "Please hold on to all the questions I know you'll ask until after we've finished." Yet again they went quite enough for him to speak. After calming down internally, he continued, "Now then, I'm sure most of you have heard of our facilities attacked by the League of Villains no more than a week or so ago. Well, you'll be happy to know that we were able to handle that dire situation far better than we expected and have come out even stronger from it. Now, I'm also sure you're wondering why we here have decided to go public despite being up and running for over 4 months. Well, it's because we were trying to set ourselves up and stable. Our original plan was to go public much earlier until the aforementioned villain attacked. Still, I'd like to call it a blessing in disguise since we have far more defenses and security measures than before. If ever we are attacked again, then I truly pray for whoever is brave or dumb enough to do it," he explained to the crowd. After adjusting his overly tight tie, he said, "Now, getting to why I'm sure a few of you are here. You must be wondering what exactly it is we do here and dash dot." He fell off as he noticed a woman in the front row holding her hand up for the duration she was there, and Izuku said to her, "Lady in the font, you've had your hand up for the last 5 minutes and I'm getting tired from looking at it, so please ask your question. Is it true that your facility does not have any form of government funding? And is it true that you've refused it when offered?" the woman asked after putting her hand down. "Yes," he answered simply, making the crowd ask even more questions, to which Izuku shut down, "Please hold your questions." Once they went quiet again, he sighed and continued from where he was before, getting back on track, "I'm sure you're wondering what it is we do here. We have discovered a new form of energy that can be used in many ways. Still, the main application is to absorb a select type of material it is constantly soaking in and then reproduce it. This energy source, which we have dubbed soul energy, is placed into a special crystal that becomes what we have dubbed a splinter." As he explained all this, he took out an empty splinter from his coat pocket and presented it to the crowd, who started to take pictures by the dozen. He put the splinter away and explained, "From here, we use several methods to turn the blank energy source into something already existing or mix and match. Soul energy can even be used by itself and causes a wide range of effects. And if you don't believe me, then how about I show you all one of our most successful and accident experiments?" At this point, Egon had vanished from sight to bring out their main attraction. A few seconds later, the glass entryway opened up like huge doors as a huge hairy animal stomped through before the awestruck crowd. Noticing the ever-growing shadow behind him, he introduced, "Ladies and gentlemen of the press, meet Gammoth." Gammoth, with Egon on her back, stood on her back legs and trumpeted out loud as if to show off to the crowd. They asked no questions but began to shoot as many pictures as possible of the previously extinct animal. As they all awed before the huge creature, Izuku slyly added, "Now, with everything said, we will now be taking questions." Just as he had planned, most of the crowd was solely focused on the mammoth, so only a select few people asked questions. The first was an ordinary man asking, "How did you do this?" The elephant, I mean. Trade secret, Izuku answered. The next was a woman with a bird face who asked, was UA shown the wonders you created? They were and were given a waiver not to say anything until it has gone public. So you'll see them bragging online about Gammoth and what she did during the attack, Izuku explained. After that, another woman, who was colored gold, inquired, what are your intentions with such vast and seemingly limitless technology? Aren't you afraid villains and other groups will try to get their hands on it? That's why we've been preparing before going public. As for our intentions, they are for the good of mankind and the pursuit of knowledge, Izuku told her. What are your quirks? A man with a bird nest on his head asked. Hearing this, Egon slid down Gammoth as she ate off some of the decorative plants. Taking the mic, he answered firmly, that's not necessary information. Next question. But Izuku stopped him, grabbing at his sleeve and telling him in a low tone, Egon, it's okay. Egon saw his assured smile, so he backed off and let Izuku speak, telling the person, Professor Egon's quirk is used in the production of the splinters. My quirk is more silent, unseen, and not very useful. If anything, my intelligence is my quirk. The next person to ask was a strange man in a hoodie who covered his face as he shoved his hands in his pockets. Why is someone like you in a position like this? He asked in a vague yet sinister tone. Not realizing how he was spoken to, Izuku informed him, I realize I'm very young for being a vice president, let alone a doctor, but I can assure you that I dash dot. Not that, the man cut him off. Confused, Izuku inquires, I'm sorry. Then what did you mean? He calls in a loud tone, how can someone who's quirkless get such a position? Causing nearly the whole crowd of reporters to stop taking pictures of the mammoth and look between him and Izuku, who now had his mouth dropped open in shock. Taking a dry gulp, he tried to ask back, wait, how did you dash? But the man angrily cut him off and proclaimed while inching his way up the stage to the podium, you're nothing. You and the rest of your kind are nothing. You should have gone extinct long ago. This world belongs to us. Egon pulled Izuku behind him, took the mic, and yelled at him threateningly, okay, mister, that's quite enough. I don't know who you think you are, but you are done. Guards dash. Egon tried to have him removed, but the man suddenly pulled out a gun from his hoodie, pointing it at Izuku, who was peeking out from behind Egon and shouted, quirk supremacy, you scum. The crowd screamed and began to panic. Egon covered Izuku in his body and waited for the gun to go off but never did as he heard the man suddenly scream. The two scientists looked over to where the man was and saw him dangling by his leg, high above the ground, in the trunk of a very angry Gammoth. The man tried to fire his gun at the animal, but she had enough experience with firearms to know what would happen, so she slammed him on the ground twice, causing him to lose his weapon. Feeling relief and calming down, Egon vexed him, saying, did you seriously forget about the mammoth not even 10 feet away from us? On second thought, don't answer that. Gammoth then slammed the man down again before throwing him at one of the newly planted willow trees. He didn't know that these were the new snatching willows, and he quickly found himself wrapped up in its many long leafy branches. All tried up and ready to be taken by law enforcement.